live webinars with doctors, millions engaged on our website and social media platforms. Our doctors now inform, influence and inspire across borders, across languages, across lives. Doctors at Apollo don't work in silos. They work inside India's most powerful healthcare engine, backed by data, driven by research, and elevated by technology. Here, they don't just practice, they progress. With systems that support, with platforms that scale, with tools built around clinical thinking. From drone-powered medicine deliveries navigating the toughest terrains of Arunachal to teleclinics connecting patients across 17 countries. From caring for the elderly in our senior living homes to screening school children in the remotest districts, Apollo's care doesn't end at the hospital gate. It crosses borders, breaks barriers, and reaches wherever healing is needed. Because for us, healthcare isn't a location, it's a promise. This story of lives saved, futures rebuilt, systems transformed. Every milestone, a mind that wouldn't give up. The next chapter calls for deeper care, broader reach, bolder breakthroughs. And just as always, it will be written by those who heal with head, hands, and heart. You didn't just join Apollo's journey. You've helped define it. Here's to the future, built by Apollo.
Check, 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 check.
From
Namaskar. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for joining us at the 52nd edition of ISRO's National Management Convention. Members of the audience who are still standing, may I request you all to please kindly take your seats. The theme of the convention this year is Global Trends and Future Strategies, Resilience and Adaptability in a Changing World. We are privileged to have a most distinguished lineup of speakers, dignitaries, and a very eminent audience with us today. We take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors who have supported us in putting together this two-day convention on such a grand scale. May I once again request you all, please kindly have your seats. We are ready to start. Our sponsors for this program are Platinum sponsors, Apollo Hospitals and Tata Steel. Diamond sponsors, State Bank of India and Jindal Steel. Gold sponsors, Triveni Turbine, ITC Limited, Union Bank of India, Usha International, Aditya University, Air India and Transport Corporation of India Limited. Knowledge partner, KPMG in India. Silver sponsors, Ambuja Neotia Group, Neo Foods, Nico Cables, Team Rajiv, JK Cement, Hindustan Group of Institutions and JK Tire and Industries Limited. Bronze sponsors, Nico Engineering, Godrej Industries, NTPC Limited, Mahanagar Gas Limited, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Bank of Baroda, NHPC, Manav Rachna, Vidya Antariksha, GL Bajaj Institute of Management and Research. May I once again request members of the audience who are still standing at the back to please kindly have your seats. Please kindly take your seats as we have already received the esteemed speakers here in our midst and they are due to join us any moment now on the stage. Please kindly have your seats. GL Bajaj Institute of Management and Research, IMS Group, Value Freight Private Limited, Sapcon Industries, Sapcon Instruments Private Limited, Dr. Lal Path Labs, Hero FinCorp, Marpos India Private Limited, TRL Krosaki, Steel Authority of India Limited, and MEPSC. Corporate contributors, Jenica Ventures and Amway India. ISRO extends heartfelt thanks to all our sponsors for their partnership and encouragement. Ladies and gentlemen, may I once again request all of you to please kindly take your seats. We shall be starting in just a few minutes from now. May I once again request members of the audience who are still standing to please kindly have your seats. All through this convention, we will be conducting live polls during the sessions. We request you to use the QR code. You have QR codes on your tables. Please use them to participate in live polling or use the QR code on the standees at the back of the hall in case it is required. Question slips are available on all the tables. Do put down your question on the slip and share it with AIMA's hall management team. All the attendees, you are please requested to retain your delegate badges for the entire duration of the program. We request you to do so for both the days, as the entry to this hall would be allowed only if you are wearing them. May I once again request members of the audience who are still standing to please kindly have your seats. Members of the audience who are still standing at the back, may I request you please kindly have your seats. This program is also being streamed live on AIMA's social media channels, YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn and X, which was earlier Twitter. May I request everyone to please put their mobile phones on silent mode to avoid distraction to our speakers and the audience. I once again request you all to please refrain from any movement inside the hall. Please kindly take your seats. This morning we shall be starting with plenary session 1, Cross-Domain Hybrid Leadership, Essential for National Growth and Security. Let's take a look at the poll question for the plenary session 1. Should Indian Army have seats on the boards of the defense production companies? Please do share whether you agree, that is a yes, or disagree, no, or you can't say. We would love to hear from you. Please share your opinion. As we shared earlier, there are QR codes on your tables. You can scan them to be a part of the poll. And the QR codes have also been placed at the back of the hall. In case you need to go there, you can go and scan from there also. May I once again request all of you who are still standing to please kindly have your seats. So once again, the poll question for this session: should Indian Army have seats on the boards of the defense production companies? Yes, no, or can't say. Please use the question slips available on all the tables to ask your questions by handing them over to AIMA's hall management team. Once again, and if you would like to share your opinion, we would love to hear from you. Please do scan the QR code and be a part of this knowledge sharing process. As you can see, the poll question is now on screens. May I once again request members of the audience who are still standing to please kindly have your seats. We are ready to receive the esteemed dignitaries here in our midst, and we shall be starting this morning with the first plenary session in a short while. Meanwhile, I'll request you all to please kindly have your seats as quickly as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start with plenary session 1. Please join me in welcoming our star guest. Please join me in welcoming on stage our star guest of this morning, General Upendra Dwivedi, PVSM, AVSM, Chief of the Army Staff, India. We warmly welcome Mr. Nikhil, immediate past President and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbines Limited, and Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General, All India Management Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the honorable dignitaries onto the dais.
Announcement में incoming Vice President.
Once again, a very warm welcome to General Upendra Dwivedi, PVSM, AVSM, Chief of the Army Staff, Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, immediate past President and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbines Limited, accompanied by Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General, All India Management Association. May I first request the honorable dignitaries on the dais to please light the ceremonial lamp and inaugurate this convention. May I also request all the past presidents of AIMA and the incoming Vice President AIMA to please join us on the dais, along with the dignitaries, to light the ceremonial traditional lamp to mark the inauguration of AIMA's 52nd National Management Convention.
या कुंदेन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रामृता या वीणाभरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेत Padmasana.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma'am. May I request you all to please kindly take your seats. May I now request Ms. Rekha Sethi to deliver the introductory remarks.
Good morning. Good morning. Great to have you all here with us and wonderful to see a full hall at 9:30 in the morning. General Upendra Dwivedi, PVSM, AVSM, Chief of Army Staff, Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, immediate past President AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbines Limited, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you once again, and a warm welcome to AIMA's 52nd National Management Convention. Thank you for being here with us, physically, in person, or joining us virtually from across the globe. It's an honor for me to welcome General Upendra Dwivedi, PVSM, AVSM, Chief of Army Staff, to AIMA's National Management Convention. Today, he joins us to speak on cross-domain hybrid leadership, essential for national growth and security, a theme that reflects the Indian Army's expanding role, not just in safeguarding our borders, but in driving economic growth, technological innovation, and humanitarian leadership. We look forward to his insights on indigenization and strategic investment that exemplify the Indian Army's evolving mandate. AIMA has always cherished its relationship with the armed forces, not just in spirit, but through meaningful collaboration. Our partnership with the College of Defense Management in Hyderabad is one such example where we contribute to the leadership development of India's officers. Thank you once again for joining us, General Dwivedi. It's great to have you with us. Nikhil, It's wonderful to have you with us this morning at the first session of the 52nd National Management Convention. Thank you so much for chairing this session and for your continued guidance to AIMA. Your support has been invaluable and we're delighted to have you with us for this event. I'm also happy to see so many of AIMA's past presidents, council members, distinguished friends and LMA leaders in the audience. Your presence adds depth and continuity to this gathering. For over 5 decades, the National Management Convention has been a space for India's management leaders to come together and reflect on issues that matter most. This year, we meet at a time when the world is grappling with extraordinary disruption. The multilateral trading system is fraying, protectionism is rising, trade boycotts, export restrictions, and geopolitical pressures are reshaping the global business landscape. In this fog of uncertainty, questions loom large over India's trade, security, and economic trajectory. But there is also promise. As the words of Sun Tzu remind us, in the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. India stands at a unique inflection point where resilience, strategic clarity, and bold leadership can turn global turbulence into national advantage. India's economic growth has long been its global calling card, but to meet our rising expectations and aspirations, we need to accelerate that growth. That means boosting domestic production, expanding exports, and increasing our share of the global economy into double digits over the next couple of decades. It's an ambitious goal, but one that's within reach if we build the right capabilities and partnerships. The recent turbulence in our relationship with the US is a reminder that India must strengthen its leverage, especially in trade, technology, and security. We must become indispensable to global investors and innovators, and not just by being a large market, but by being the easiest place to do business and the best place to create and scale new ideas. Michael Porter said, strategy is about making choices, trade-offs. It's about deliberately choosing to be different. So should India's path forward be defined by bold choices, ones that set us apart, not just catch us up. Security, of course, remains a critical concern. Our neighborhood is complex and unpredictable. India must continue to modernize its armed forces, not just to defend its borders, but to ensure strategic advantage. And as defense spending rises, we must turn that investment into economic opportunity by reducing import dependence and building a robust domestic industrial ecosystem. Over the next 2 days, we'll hear from some of the finest minds across government, the armed forces, science and technology, green innovation, academia, business, and the arts. Together, we'll explore the many dimensions of a theme for the National Management Convention, which is global trends and future strategies, resilience and adaptability in a changing world. We'll also take time to celebrate excellence in Indian management, honoring leaders and organizations that exemplify vision, innovation, and impact. This convention is being live streamed across AIMA's social media platforms, and we are delighted to have a global audience tuning in. I hope you find this convention enriching, and it sparks ideas and insights you can take back to your own leadership journeys. Thank you once again for joining us for our annual Festival of Management. With these words, I'm pleased to hand over the session to Mr. Nikhil Sawhney. Thank you.
General Upendra Dwivedi, PVSM, AVSM, Chief of Army Staff, Rekha, Director General of AIMA, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 52nd National Management Convention of the All India Management Association. As Rekha had said, the NMC is a celebration of Indian management and a crucible of leadership ideas. It is a great achievement for this convention to remain the go-to platform for more than half a century for refreshing knowledge and learning from the best. We are privileged to have India's Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, PVSM, AVSM, as our first keynote speaker this morning. There could be no one more fitting at this time to have address us at this Management and Leadership Convention, especially in the current situation that we find ourselves in. General Dwivedi, it's an honor to have you, and many thanks for agreeing to address AIMA's National Convention. You are leading a transformation of the Indian Army, and we can learn a lot from your leadership style and strategies, especially on cross-domain hybrid leadership. Your operational and leadership innovations played a key role in India quickly achieving its objectives during Operation Sindoor, which has become a blueprint for India's deterrence operations across the border. You are leading the Indian Army at a time of great geopolitical tension and volatility in India's neighborhood. A modern general, you are promoting the use of big data analytics, artificial intelligence, and blockchain solutions in the Indian Army. A believer in not relying on foreign suppliers for national security, you are weaning the forces off imported weapons and equipment, and you are inducting locally made fighting and logistical hardware and software. You are ensuring that India's rise is secure and India can speak to the world from a position of strength. We look forward to hearing your talk on cross-domain hybrid leadership, essential for national growth and security. Many thanks for joining us today, sir, and a very warm welcome to you. I also welcome all the distinguished speakers, guests, and delegates, and friends to this festival of Indian management and leadership. I also welcome all the past presidents of AIMA, AIMA council members, AIMA office bearers who have joined us today in person or via live stream. India's armed forces are a prime example of India's efforts to reorganize, re-strategize, and modernize to get into a winning position. The forces are in the thick of the action, and sometimes literally, and everyone is looking at the Indian Army's leadership with admiration and trying to learn from its transformation. Cross-domain hybrid leadership for growth and security is a centerpiece of the Indian Army's capability, agility, and resilience. India's armed forces offer a great lesson to large organizations in integrating distinct divisions and operations. The Army, Air Force, and Navy have evolved as separate organizations based on where they operate, but the emergence of universal technologies has triggered efforts to make their organizations and operations seamless. I understand that there is serious consideration on creating common military stations and units for logistics, communication, and other support services. The armed forces are also working on realignment of command and corps within and across each other. This breaking of silos and demolition of turfs is something that Indian enterprises can learn from. General Dwivedi has declared his mission to transform the Army into a modern, agile, adaptive, technology-enabled, and self-reliant future-ready force, capable of deterring and winning wars in a multi-domain environment across the spectrum of operations. The unprecedented trend in Indian armed force leadership is the desire to have a greater role in the economy and to help the Indian Treasury direct billions of dollars from overseas suppliers to local companies. Successive army chiefs have committed themselves to the government's vision of making India Atmanirbhar and a developed economy by 2047. Creating a military-industrial complex has become the mission for the armed forces, the government, and the private sector. General Dwivedi has intensified the Army's efforts to work with industry to develop and make weapons and platforms, as well as equipments for its needs, which is a major change from the earlier era when Indian armed forces insisted on acquisitions of the latest arms and equipments available in the international market. India's arms and aerospace companies played an important role during Operation Sindoor, and the short war was a perfect showcase for Indian industry's capabilities of providing adequate and effective military systems to win a fight. With the support of the government and the armed forces, Indian industry is moving rapidly towards making the most of key weapons, platforms, and infrastructure. India's armed forces have set an example for growth through local sourcing and innovation. Thanks to the forces' support for local sourcing, India's indigenous defense production has risen to nearly 1.5 lakh crore rupees. The availability of a large buyer at home is allowing Indian defense companies to scale and become global suppliers. In fact, last year, Indian companies supplied over 24,000 crores of defense equipment internationally. The recent experience of the four-day offensive against Pakistan made the government announce more than 1 lakh crore of fresh investment for locally sourced arms and technology. That is a massive opportunity and responsibility for Indian suppliers. To learn more about this very important role played by the Indian Army in India today, I would now like to request General Dwivedi to tell us more about the Indian Army's aspirations for self-reliance and economic growth and to deliver his keynote address. Over to you, General Dwivedi.
Shri Nikhil Sawhney, past President and MD Triveni Turbines, Ms. Rekha Sethi, DG All India Management Association, distinguished guests, eminent personalities, members of AIMA, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, the members from the media. Actually, I was thinking early morning I would be having approximately half of the hall full, so I should be able to prevail upon this speedy narrative and move ahead. But keeping in view the weight which is there in this hall, I think I'll have to be more deliberate. And even if shoot some more time, I think the organizers will accept it. So for me, it's a privilege as well as responsibility when it comes to this dais, because here the ideas are nurtured, debated and distilled to shape the generation next of transformative leaders. So when I look at the previous leaders, it's gurus in all fields. Polity, Mr. Amit Shah, Nitin Gadkari, policies, Amitabh Kant, the Sherpa. Then when it comes to propulsion and pyrotechnics, we had Somnath ji. Then people's life, when we talk about, we have Shri Ravi Shankar, Sadhguru ji, and we also have Padma Vibhushan, Narayan Murthy. What is common in all this? That army is dealing with all these people. We are this second largest and fourth most powerful army of the world. And we have been dealing with all these names which I have given out. And we draw energy and inspiration from all of them. When it comes to the human resources, we bank on Shri Ravi Shankar and Sadhguru ji. When it comes to the technology, we bank on Narayan Murthy ji and Somnath and so on and so forth. And of course, for the strategic guidance, the polity is always there. What we need to understand also as the army is concerned, a commanding officer is everything within. That is the judiciary, legislative and executive. And that is how in army it continues with the chief of army staff also. Means any power which you talk about is there with the army. And that is how we move ahead. And when it comes to our extended family, we look at serving their dependents, veterans, their dependents, 7 lakh widows. And when you combine all these things, this number, this comes to approximately 1.3 crore. So army as such, when I look at, it is approximately 1% of the Indian population. That is how I look at. Now moving ahead, let's talk about the leader. And when I was in Somalia, since Dwivedi is a tongue-twisting name, so my colleagues from various countries used to call me Dwight. And if you know Dwight, it is Dwight Eisenhower. He's a very famous general of Second World War who had great difficulty in handling Montgomery, but he's the only one who could handle it. And he said that the leadership is the art of getting someone else to do something you want done because he wants to do it. I'll say it again, the art of getting someone else to do something you want done because he wants to do it. And that is what a huge number, when you look at 12 lakhs of army, you'll find that it's not possible for me to control everyone. So there's a rhythm which always works. But let me put one thing at rest. Eisenhower also became president. So I'm not looking at that side at all. So now moving ahead to Op Sindoor, it was amalgam of everything. We had soldier to various commanders. We had scientists on field, off field. We had policy makers to the extent that Union War Book was not invoked. But certain actions which were required to be taken were taken in a preemptive manner. Whether, let's say, the creek area, the command and control has to come under one head, the Coast Guard has to come under a particular entity. All these actions were taken immediately. Industrialists, certain equipment which was required, which was still in the trial stage, something which was still to be supplied, everything was moved as per the requirement. So it was a whole of nation approach which was there. The government agencies, the railways, civil aviation, There was no Union War Book invoked, but whatever was required to be moved, requests made and items moved. So I met one gentleman who was dealing with the logistics, national logistics. I can just say that wherever we went, everybody was saying, okay, what is to be done, by when it is to be done. That was the approach we had for Ops Sindoor. If I can say that all the right boxes were ticked off Union War Book without invoking it. That is how we moved ahead. So if you look at the conflict today, Ops Sindoor, Ukraine warfare, Iran warfare, Iran war, or Hamas, of course, it's an exception. It's a different kind of warfare, so we'll not talk about it. It's diffuse, dispersed, and pervasive. That is, it is not confined to the front lines. This time you saw, we did not know that where the missiles are landing, where the drones are there, and we also know what kind of cyber attacks were taking place. So it did not have any front line. It was not having any border, if I can say that. The actors which are there in today's battlefield include the militias. You have Wagner, and now you have a private army, which has also been now in Myanmar also 25% you can have. That also rule has been passed. Then you have the terrorist groups, whether it's LET and others like Hamas. Citizen soldiers, and Ukraine has promulgated this a lot. Merchant of technology, Starlink is one example. There are so many for merchants of technology when it comes to the war. When it comes to the domains, the three domains which are well known to you, sea, maritime, which has got, of course, the air above it, and then the maritime also. As for the air is concerned, it also has three layers. That is the brown or the littoral, then it has the blue air, and then the near space air. Then, of course, you have the land, which I shall talk about later. And then you have cyber, space, cognitive, and info. These domains are also there. Now, one thing which we have to understand that how every service looks at a particular USP. As far as the Air Force is concerned, it looks at technology as its USP. As far as Navy is concerned, it looks at platform as its USP. But when it comes to the Army, we look at human resource as its USP. What does it mean? If you take your mind back to the Ukraine warfare, that it was dealing with all generations of warfare. You will see the photograph of the mule moving, and also there is a robo-mule moving. So that is the kind of a technology variation which was required, because a drone may find it not cost-effective to hit at a mule. And if there is one robo-mule, he will have to think twice, because the drone will be much costlier, and should it be used or not. So whenever you do something, there is a counter or answer to that question. So as far as the land warfare is concerned, it deals with the 5 generations of warfare, which is not the case with anyone else. Because others may look at destruction as the only kind of action which they are required to do. But in case of land forces, in case of army, it is the eviction and occupation of the land which is important. When you go back to the Alaska conference which took place between the two premiers or the presidents, they just discussed how much land to exchange hands. So that is what, and in India, since we have the 2.5 front threat, which is well known to you, land will remain the currency of victory. So with that as a premise, let's see that what are the 5 generations and how the changes are coming up now. The first generation is the direct fire. Direct fire means rifle to laser weapon, which we are looking in the future. The R&D is going on, we are looking at the laser weapon, we are looking at autonomous weapons. So this is what as the first generation of the direct fire is concerned. When you look at the indirect fire, we have the precision RT which has been used from both the sides this time. We had long-range rockets, missiles, loiter munition which was used effectively, the UAVs and UCAVs. As you are aware that from the Turkey and China UCAVs were used from the Pakistan side, and of course we are also getting the Reaper from US. Smart munition, because when you have the smart munition, the percentage of ammunition which is required to be used becomes 1/3. And this is where the research and development is required to be done. In Russia-Ukraine war also we saw that all the RT dumb bombs were basically converted to smart, because only 2 things are surviving in the Ukraine war as of today. Is basically the drones and the artillery. Moving ahead, counter-US, that is the counter-UAV, counter-drone, that is something important. When it comes to the maneuver warfare, there's the 3rd generation. We are looking at manned, unmanned teams of the tanks. We have talked about the FRCV, FICV, which we are looking at 2032 onwards, but we're also talking about the light tanks, because light tanks are the one which we'll be using in the northern front or in the high altitude. The decoys played a very important role in Op Sindoor. We are looking at in future also. Advanced materials, because depending on the what kind of ammunition which is there, you need a counter by having a good, robust advanced material. Of course, we are also looking up in a big way is the new helicopters. We need a replacement for Cheetah Chetak. We are looking at in a big way, and I've also visited one of the companies when I went to foreign countries, and we have so many other options. Air defense and airspace management I've talked about. When it comes to the 5th generation, there's a hybrid. We are looking at counter-terrorist operations, and it's again a ratcheting effect. The terrorists have a different technology. We have to have an upgraded technology. You have seen 7th October what happened in Israel 2-3 years back. Then, of course, cognitive warfare, info warfare, that's an ongoing thing. OSINT, we signed with IIT Guwahati and others also, with Delhi also. So, lot of information, we can get it from the OSINT, which military may kind of consider it to be a confidential or a restricted information. When it comes to the new domains, we have the space, satellite, pseudo-satellites, and AI and quantum technology, which I shall cover later. So, if that be the case, we need something more for the human resource also. So we are looking at enhancing the physical and mental efficiency of a soldier and also extend life of a soldier who's got injured in the battlefield. We have go, no-go tablets. We have now accelerated high-altitude acclimatization. And of course, we also need to have system to orchestrate this combined armed warfare of the 5 generations along with the other domains and principal actors, and we have to synergize this all together. Now moving on to the technology. If the technology is leapfrogging beyond the speed of Moore's law, Army can't handle it alone. It's just not possible. So we are looking at the Troika, and Troika comprises of academia, industry, and of course the military. All those who have read Unit X, you have realized that wherever the linkage and the synergy of this is written by Mr. Raj. It's about the American system of acquisition. And since Indian origin gentleman has written, that's why I recommend that people should read it. So wherever there is a synergy and the higher guidance is there, you will find that things will move very fast. And there will be an interactive session among the 3 agencies which I have talked about. And that is the future we are looking at. So these 3 proverbial horses must pull together for the chariot to have a fast and focused resultant vector. So let's see what's there in the kitty. Today, we have approximately 26,000 plus crores, which is there from the capital procurement, which is there with me. Approximately 60,000 crores in terms of revenue procurement, which I have. I can see some gentlemen who must be finding it difficult to understand the crores, but I am sure the neighbors can always explain that what is lakhs and crores means. So, and let me assure you that more money can be made available in case it's a Atmanirbhar approach. Means if it's a India-made equipment, money is no problem at all. But is the market ready to kind of produce that kind of item for the quality which is required in that time frame? Or it stops there or moves ahead from there? That's what we have to see. The projected defense spending every year from 2025 to 35 is approximately 3 lakh crores with at least 10% increase every year. I think this is enough to stimulate and catalyze the growth of a cross-domain Atmanirbhar ecosystem that synchronizes its effort to deliver real and cutting-edge solutions which go beyond short-term, keeping nose just above the water. So this is the kind of initiative we are looking at, that we don't have to be at the bottom just trying to float. No, we have to actually fly. And how we can fly? I think we have to hold each other's wings and move ahead. So our approach has been 2 kinds. Google approach and Apple approach. What it means? That we look for perfection, we keep researching, and we come to a GSQR, okay, this is what we want. And we are ready to accept initial versions which may be of a lower quality, but finally we need that. But when it comes to the war winning factor, we have to be very clear, there are no runners-up in war. If there are no runners-up, means a benchmark has to be established, below that is just not accepted. The second is the Apple approach. Apple approach means that here is the technology, do you want to use it? And this is what we are looking at. in the market there are so many technologies which are easily available. We can just moderate, modulate, change it little bit, and thereafter can have a military effectiveness. So there also, if it's an imported technology, you cannot modify, you cannot change it. There are IPR issues, there are software issues. But if it is your own, it is easier to change as per the local requirement. So these two approaches what we look at. And in this, of course, satellite, drone, counter-UAS, quantum, AI, so whatever research is going on in various fields will always have a dual use. We have always seen that. So what are we looking at? We are looking at, firstly, the collaborative approach is important and the trustworthy approach is important. So this troika we talked about must have a trust within themselves, and therefore it's a long-term relationship. Now when you have a long-term relationship, the bridge which is existing today, which was, if I can say that, a taboo till 2014, is the ex-servicemen and the veterans. Because they understand the military side and they are now understanding the industry side. So making both sides communicate, the ex-servicemen become a major bridge, and this is what we need to exploit. We are also looking at long-term association. So the strategic partnership is something which we are looking at. We are also looking at long-term visibility. Means it's our job to give you the long-term visibility of whatever your requirement is. And thereafter, should we change the goalposts? That I'll talk about it. And transparency in approach. It is very important to have transparency in approach so that the industry has a trust in the procurement procedures which is there. I talked about the goalposts, but let me tell you, the goalposts will keep changing. If I wanted something to fire at 100 kilometers, tomorrow it has to go to 300 kilometers. Because it is not only me, it is the adversary which is also enhancing its technology. As it is technology, his technology is enhancing, I need to completely make sure that my technological level is ready to beat its technologically impact. Here, Atmanirbharta becomes important. This time, now we are ready for accepting spiral development of equipment. Sambhav phone, you must be aware that Sambhav phone is the one which was very critical in Ops Sindoor. Because why? Because this was the phone which we are using in our command and communication. We are not using WhatsApp and others. But in one go only, a kind of a joint operational and intelligence picture was there with all the commanders based on having the same platform. But we are upgrading it to a now higher level. Similarly, software-defined radios. We are upgrading it with every time. Whatever we have today, we are upgrading it. So it's a spiral development of equipment. So military is supposed to do the hand-holding. Second is the spiral creation of the organization. So we're also doing that. Industry says, I'm not sure how much you're going to buy. So this time what we have done, we have created organizations. Equipment, we don't know from where will it come, but we created organization. You would have heard Rudra Brigade, Bhairav Battalion, that is Light Commando Battalion, Shaktiban Regiment of Artillery, EW Brigades, Aviation Brigades. So we have created all this structure and told to the complete industry that, okay, these are the structures which we have. Now these structures need to be filled in with the equipment. Initially, whatever industry can provide, we will use it. As and when it increases the capacity, we will improve it accordingly. For example, let me tell you, lot ammunition. Lot ammunition, presently we are looking at the range of 100 to 150 kilometers. But as the thing move ahead, we are looking at SOM drones or SOM lot ammunition at the range of 750 kilometers. Missiles, we are presently looking at, let's say, a particular range, but finally we are looking at which is much beyond. Or the nuclear missile range is what we are having. Rockets. Today we are looking at, let's say, 70 kilometers, but finally we are looking at 300 kilometers of this. So, sky is the limit as far as aspirations are concerned. But can you provide it? Is it possible? That is what something which you need to look into. Now coming on to the academia. As far as the academia is concerned, as of today we have opened 4 technology cells in IITs, ISC, Bengaluru, etc., which is supposed to leverage the niche capability what we have. For example, ramjet technology we are looking at, advanced material what we are looking at, the water jet cutting technology what we are looking at. So anything which is there in the market is we have a use for it. That is how we go about it. We have also established now Agni Shodh in IIT Madras. And that is any kind of research and development is required, please come there, because as we know that most of the research and development or the industries are in the south. So we are wanting there also our presence to be filled. We have 3 regional technology nodes also. But what we realize that it is very difficult to communicate with the military, whom to contact, whom to speak. So what we did, we made 16 clusters. These are the technology clusters. And we have the Army Design Bureau. Army Design Bureau is the one which is the single point contact for anything you want. But these 16 clusters also have a principal staff officer or lieutenant general. You connect with them, whether it's a research and development, supply of an equipment, trial of an equipment, anything you want, they will get it done. As you are aware, to handhold the industry, we are carrying out the trials and just telling the industry, yes, it passes. Even if we don't want it, we are ready to carry out the trials and give you that military certification so that you can carry out the export also. Moving ahead, as far as the industry is concerned, Compendium of Problem Statements, that is called as CPDS, was released in Feb 2025 by the Raksha Mantri ji during our Aero Show. And Compendium of Technology Challenges is also planned in near future. We also have declared a positive indigenous list. These are the items which have to be made in India, and that list is available in the media. And we are looking forward for everyone to come forward and give us ideas. 90% of ammunition has been indigenized. Special winter clothing has been completely indigenized. As you are aware, that Northern Front is basically, we are looking at super high altitude. And this super high altitude, the temperatures, what we look at 12 to 13,000 doesn't work. And it does not match with Alaska also. Why? Because here the air rarity is there. The wind speeds are very high. Therefore, feels like temperatures are actually very, very low. Industry, research and development. This is something what we are looking at. And to handhold this, we have IDEX programs, technology demonstration programs, ATBs, and of course, research and development funds. So, starting from 27 crores to 30 crores to 300 crores, we have so many funds as far as the research and development is concerned because small players find it difficult, startups and MSMEs find it difficult to put in money for the research and development. But if they have an idea and if we want it, I can assure you that we should be able to take on. So therefore, I would urge industry to discover, develop and deliver. And when it comes to Atmanirbharta, what we need to sit together and make sure that the intent, synergy, the joint venture with the established overseas players, coming on to the seed money, which we are ready to provide in so many cases, high risk investment, even consortium approach, because for example, let me tell you the light tank. Light tank is something, it may be difficult for one kind of a company only to take on. So the consortiums have been made. And these consortiums give them the capital, kind of a convergence of the technologies of various kind, and the co-production helps us in a big way. So, if I have to just summarize that what is the hybrid leader requirements at the strategic level vis-a-vis military and the industry or the management, I'll give few A's. The first one is audacity. That is the think big, visualize, and always make sure whatever you're doing, the second and third order effect is taken into consideration. The second is adaptability. Adaptability, that is the resilience which you require. Because when you go for the battle, after the first round, actually you don't know how the battle is going to change its course. It's something like a river in floods. So that is how we have to keep making sure that the decision at every place is as per your plan, or even if it is not as per your plan. So change has to be as per the progress of the battle. And cross-domain. When we talked about, a cyber domain should be able to impact the maneuver warfare and vice versa. And of course, if I can say that the ratcheting effect of technology need to be seen, because drone and counter drone, you will say that whatever drone you find, the counter drone technology will beat it. Therefore, you need a superior drone. Thereafter, you need a superior counter drone. So that is how the ratcheting effect of technology in adaptability factor we have to look into. The third thing is aura and accountability. It means your reputation counts. Long-term trust is something which is important. Rhythmic execution, it is again important, and unwritten communication at all levels. Means you are visible or not visible, but the ground soldier is able to understand what are you looking for. And that is what something which should happen in the big companies and industry also. Acceptance. Acceptance, a leader today has to be a minimalist. And all those leaders whom you actually look at as a role model, you'll find they generally follow the principle of minimalist. Minimalist does not mean that you should basically not use the facilities and other things. Minimalist means you should be able to take out time and use it for the constructive purpose. That's what is the main aim. And of course, soldier first approach. In our case, once the Jawan eats, then only we go for our food. And that is how we always follow wherever we are. And of course, the Gandhian approach, my life is my message. your life, you're being closely watched, you're being emulated. So everywhere, the Gandhian message has to be visible. Micromanagement versus macromanagement. When you have these 6 layers, in Army, we have 6 layers, starting from Chief of Army Staff to Commanding Officer. So micromanagement is just out of question. Macromanagement, conceptual guidance, and thereafter every level to be trained, and nudging wherever required, that should be carried out. Ability, of course, that is most important, professional competence, but in the sequence I am giving. So if you see, the ability comes in the 5th sequence. It does not come in the 1st sequence. Professional competence, continuous upgrade, and en masse upgradation of the people you have under command. That is important, and Factfulness is the book which is given out to the Hans Rosling, if I remember correctly, that only not the good ones have to be uplifted. If a large organization like Army, you want everyone to be upgraded. Then, of course, ambidextrous in approach, that is jointness and integration. We have decade of transformation. So we have, I think, fingers everywhere, if I can say that. So in the decade of transformation, we are looking at jointness and integration with Navy, Air Force, and other domains. Modernization technologies and ongoing process. Restructuring, which I have just told you certain issues. Then, of course, human resource management. We have Agniveer, entry of women, and so on and so forth. There are thousands of issues the human resource are concerned. Like our USP is that. And to enhance their efficiency, system, processes, and functions have to be continuously reviewed and make sure that you are able to push the agenda in the correct time. Because for us, the time, space, and resources, the correct management is important. And in the lighter vein, anger management is also important. As the Chanakya diverged his anger in such a manner that we had Chandragupta. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your address. Ladies and gentlemen, to mark the convention each year, AIMA takes out a special souvenir with interesting articles on management trends. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to please release the souvenir. Thank you all for a wonderful start to AIMA's 52nd National Management Convention. May I now request Mr. Sawhney to please take over.
Thank you. Thank you very much. General Dwivedi, thank you very much for your comprehensive speech on the state of the Indian Army, the role that it plays. We all as Indian citizens owe all the gratitude that we can to our armed services for what you do for us, for the security that you provide. And ladies and gentlemen, could I ask you again to please stand up and give an applause to the General on behalf of all of us for the service that the services do to the country and for the country. Thank you very much. General, you talked about the cross-domain linkages and leadership and how the different services have a different orientation towards the capabilities, technology, platforms, HR. But in the recent past several years, where we've seen different facets of war happening globally, how have you, from the armed services perspective and from the Army's perspective, viewed the changing benchmarks of what are the capabilities that are required? You talked about the changing benchmarks on technology, how 100 kilometers, the requirement may change to 300 kilometers. But in the capabilities that may be required by personnel, those would also be changing continuously. And you talked about agility. So if I could ask you, sir, if you could just delve a little bit more into how that change has happened and how we as industry can learn more from it, from the management style and the leadership that you have shown.
So what I take it that you're talking about, what are the changes which we are seeing in the present circumstances? If we need to look into that when Russia went in for war, we always thought that this war will last only for 10 days. Iran-Iraq war, when we saw it was there for approximately 10 years. But when it came to the Op Sindoor, we were not sure for how many days it will remain. And most of us were saying, why it's finished in a 4-day test match. So what it means, war is always unpredictable. We are not sure what kind of a psychological impact a particular issue would make. So I will put it, as far as we are concerned, we look at 3 aspects, that is force visualization, force protection, and the third one is force application. So we see that the force visualization which was done in the Russia-Ukraine war was maybe there was a miscalculation. What is important in this, that we need to understand that what is the technology which is there on the other side to sustain the war for a longer period. What it means, that we should be able to make sure that we have enough to last for a longer war. Second thing is, in all these wars we have seen that what is impacting the David and Goliath system. That means low cost, high technology. If you have low cost, high technology, you will be able to beat back a superior adversary also. In all this, so the application when it comes to, I have explained you that we need this kind of application. Protection is a new thing because you should be able to take an onslaught of the enemy barrage, and thereafter you should be able to come out and carry out the actions which are required to be done. So these 3, what I look at is the main thing where we need to work out. Now all this is only feasible because you'll find all these 3 can only be connected by the communication and cyber. These 2 things is something which play a constant role in the complete thing.
No, thank you very much. So you talked about low cost, high technology and the need for the Indian industrial ecosystem to help develop technologies which may be dual use for use, but not only in civilian matters, but also for the armed forces. But there is a winner-take-all mentality in terms of how procurement is done. How would that risk, and I understand that there's certain risk capital that the government and the armed forces are willing to put out to help incubate technologies. But how do you view that and how would you encourage industry here to help participate in this ecosystem, to help build our capabilities and infrastructure that may be required to create multiple different options for you?
So firstly, let me add, it's not winner, it winners. There are S. And how we have gone about it, that we have these startups, which we approach in a different manner. We have the MSMEs, which have got a guaranteed kind of orders, and we have rules and regulations about it. Then we have a big time players. So everywhere we make sure that minimum at least 3 agencies should be there or 3 suppliers should be there. Now what happens? When it is orders are given, we know since the industrial capability to produce is limited in the time frame what we require, we always split it between L1 and L2. But we also make sure that the military stamp of approval is given from L1 to L5, or whosoever passes the test of the quality assurance. So it means in the market, we have given the stamp of approval for those 5 players. And since 2 are only supplying to the army, others are there to supply to the state, to the government agencies, to the paramilitary forces, for export to the neighboring states, and also carry out research and development to provide a better product for the next time. So nobody is a winner in this. The person who's got a contract this time may not get it next time, because by the time the R&D on the other side has become better. So what happens? He is lost only on the cost. So if I can just assure you that as far as the big time players are concerned, it's not a one-time thing. They have to establish a big research and development, they have a production capacity, and they should have kind of a ability to draw the expertise from all over to make sure that they have the quality what is required.
Thank you very much, General. The recent changes in defense procurement have led to a great degree of visibility, much more than what was there in the past in terms of what industry may need to put up in order to be able to cater to the requirements of the armed forces and the government. Equally, research and development, so to reach the pinnacle of high technology, research and development has to keep pace. And the articulation of the requirements that we need from research and development is equally important as well. You talked about cyber, you talked about quantum, you talked about AI. but there will be also fundamental research into infrared and to spectrums of physics which are required to be able to take forward certain platforms. How is that government, armed forces to industry, so to academia, articulation of requirement happening, sir? If you could explain a little bit more about that and your views. Because we see industry collaborating quite well with government, and I think there's a lot of enthusiasm in participating in tenders. But how is our academic institutions keeping pace with that?
So coming on to the academic institutions, the biggest advantage what we have, that they being the government establishments, it becomes easier for us to collaborate with them. So whatever funds which we have, we don't have to go through, okay, out of which 3, please tell us who is going to give us the best result. So what happens, there is no gem we have to go through. We can connect with any academia directly, like especially the IITs, and it becomes easy for us to give them a fund. So, not many places what we have done, we have a system about 65 to 95 MTech students which we have. These students, every year we send to this academia. We give them a problem statement and send out to this environment. We also assure them that minimum that approximately 27 crores in one go, we can give you subject to, if I can say that, spiral development or level-based development which is required. Then we have the nodals, in the sense those professors who are having expertise in that, but they do not have resources, they do not have ground to try it out. So we provide them the platform, we provide them the funds, and we provide them also the expertise in terms of students who can carry out research and development with them. So as of today, with every IIT what I have about 2 to 3 MOUs with every IIT on various issues which we are working out. And I told you the example of Hon'ble, I told you the example of SDR, I told you the example of ramjet technology. All these essential technologies or niche capabilities what we require, we were working out with all those people. But it's not only ending there. We have the startups which provide us with some idea. They say, okay, this is what idea we have. Can you use it? I said, okay, let's sit around and let's see the Apple approach what we talked about. Okay, this is what is there. This is how I can utilize it. So I sit with him and make him develop in such a manner that it becomes of some military utility.
Thank you very much, General Dwivedi, for spending so much time and answering our questions. There are some questions that have come from the audience, but I know that Rekha is also pushing me to maybe see if we could maximize the time that we have with you. There was a question that came from the audience on geopolitics, and I don't know if you want to take that, given the situation that is so volatile in this current environment. But given the parade that we saw in Beijing, and given the reactions of the United States to India, which is possibly a political question, how do you see future of domains like Quad? That is what the question. Do you see that enhancing into anything more than an economic relationship?
See, we have to understand the difference between the Quad and AUKUS. AUKUS was a military organization, Quad was a political organization, and within that political guidance, see what best can be achieved. So as far as Quad is concerned, it will have a political ramifications, and through which, if we can have some economic kind of a binding or jointness which we can bring in. So that is what it remains as far as the Quad is concerned. As far military organizations are concerned, as far the army is concerned, or the military, India is concerned, if I can say that, we always look at bilateral cooperation for the time being.
Thank you very much, General Dwivedi. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring this session to a close. Please do join me in, again, thanking General Dwivedi for being here today. But please be seated for the next session, which is on science and technology with the ISRO chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Sawhney. May I request you to kindly present a memento to General Dwivedi? We will be moving on to our next session immediately. Please kindly remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, for your convenience, tea and coffee is available at the counter at the back of the hall. But may we request you to please kindly help yourselves quietly and avoid crowding or chatting in the area so that the ongoing sessions are not disturbed. Meanwhile, we are moving on to plenary session 2, Race for Space, ISRO's role in transforming India's economy and security. And we have the result, poll question of the previous session. Should Indian Army have seats on the boards of the defense production companies? As you can see, the results are there. 80% of the people think yes, seem to think no, and just 10% can't really decide. So thank you for being a part of the poll. Plenary session 2, the theme of this session is Race for Space, ISRO's role in transforming India's economy and security. The poll question for this session is, should ISRO's Navik be made the exclusive GPS and navigation system for digital in Indian boundaries? Please do share with us whether you say yes, no, or you can't really say. The poll, as we have shared with you already, QR codes have been placed on your tables. You can scan the QR code to be a part of this poll. We would love to hear from you. Please do share your opinion. Meanwhile, please get ready for our next session, which is Race for Space, ISRO's role in transforming India's economy and security. May I once again remind you all to please kindly remain seated. This is not a break. We are quickly moving on to our next session. Please also make note that question slips are available on your tables. If you would like to ask a question, please put it on the question slip and hand it over to AIMA's hall management team. So once again, as you can see on the screens, should ISRO's Navik be made the exclusive GPS and navigation system for digital maps within Indian boundaries? We would love to hear from you. Please do let us know whether you think that it should be done, or you think it should not be done, or you are really undecided and can't say. So yes, no, or can't say. Please do exercise your option. Please be a part of this poll. Once again, may I request you all to please kindly quickly come back to your seats. Let's not crowd and chat in the area, the back areas especially. We are ready to start with our next session. Once again, a gentle reminder, please do make use of the question slips which have been placed on your table. Please do write your question down so that we can hand it over to our esteemed speakers and they can take your queries and answer them. Meanwhile, once again, may I request you all to please kindly take your seats. We are ready to start with our next session. Please join me as we get ready to welcome on stage Mr. V. Narayanan, Chairman, Indian Space Research Organization, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, past President-AIMA and Chairman and Managing Director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited. And also join me in welcoming Mr. P. Balaji, Group Head Governance, Risk Compliance, Air India. Let's welcome them with a huge round of applause, please. May I first request Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar to deliver his opening remarks and conduct the session.
Dr. V. Narayanan, Chairman, Indian Space Research Organization, or ISRO, Mr. Balaji, Head Governance, Risk Compliance of Air India, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you with us this morning. I'm so happy to see a full hall. And a warm welcome in this session with the ISRO Chairman. Dr. Narayanan, Many thanks for joining us at ISRO's National Management Convention and for agreeing to talk to us about ISRO's place and role in the global race for space. Dr. Narayanan, under your leadership, ISRO has significantly advanced India's scientific, military, and commercial space capabilities, including sending an Indian satellite to the International Space Station, launching the most expensive satellite, as well as supporting military operations. ISRO is progressing towards lunar missions and space station development while promoting domestic supply chains and fostering space startups to drive technological and economic growth in India. In addition to being an outstanding scientist, you're a vocal campaigner for Atmanirbhar Bharat. We are eager to hear your vision and plans for making space the next frontier for India. Balaji, it's a pleasure to have you in this session and a very warm welcome to you as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as global competition intensifies for dominance in space for various applications, ISRO has positioned India among elite spacefaring nations by developing indigenous satellites, rockets, and pioneering lunar exploration near the moon's south pole. ISRO's advancements, including the SpaceX platform and Aditya solar mission, along with collaborations with NASA and the European Space Agency, underscore its leadership in space technology. Supporting India's emerging space startup ecosystem and aligning with the government's $44 billion industry target by 2033, ISRO plays a pivotal role in strengthening India's scientific and economic as well as security capabilities in expanding global space economy projected to reach $8 trillion by 2033. The world tends to change suddenly and radically, and India needs its leading space and technology institutions to help it remain agile and resilient. We are counting on ISRO to stay ahead in technological, economic, and military innovations. We are privileged to have Dr. Narayanan with us to tell us how ISRO is making India stronger, smarter, and sharper. It's now my pleasure to invite Dr. Narayanan to deliver his keynote address.
Very, very good morning to all of you. Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, past President-AIMA, Mr. Balaji, Head Governance, Risk and Compliance, Air India, the President of AIMA, office bearers, and my dear distinguished delegates, I consider this as a great honor and privilege to be with you on this very, very important 2 days conference to share a couple of our thoughts. Even though the topic given to me is ISRO's role in transforming India's economy and security, anyway, I will cover this area, but I thought it is appropriate, first of all, to talk about the historical growth of Indian space program, where we started, today where we stand, and what are we going to do. Then, of course, our role, specific role in transforming India's economy and security. So the presentation is structured to give the entire activities and the future plans and our role on this area. When you talk about when we got independence, 1941, you all know the country status. Almost 97% people were below the poverty line. And the education, we were hardly 12% people were literate, and hardly 2,850 primary schools only in the country. No standard institutions, and All India Institute of Medical Science. And infrastructure growth, we were very, very average. Today, if you look at growth, every sector we have grown from 1947 to now. Education, if you take as a sector, from 12% literacy level, we have come to a level of something around close to 10%. We have established standard institutes, IIMs, Institute of Medical Sciences, NITs, and central universities. And education really one of the vibrant education system. We can always criticize ourselves, but then we also should understand and appreciate our growth. And economy, you know, the 1950s, I still remember when I was in primary school, when you say below poverty line 97.5 people, it's an English word. I don't know how many of us really understand the meaning of the word, but I understand like this. I am from a village in Kanyakumari district of Tamil Nadu, and my village 150 families. In 70s, early 70s, hardly 30% people only had the opportunity to take food more than one time per day. That was the stage. From that, we have come a long way. Today, we have bypassed even UK and we have reached the 4th economic status, and what is very great growth. And then we are aiming for the 3rd position. Surely, we will get that 3rd position, and India is going to become a developed country before we celebrate 100 years of independence. Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Now, when you look at the space sector as one of the area, a lot of things have been done. It was in the year 1962, the Indian space activity was started, and the vision is very given here, and it was Vikram Sarabhai, along with his colleagues, the program was started, and the entire thing was to bring advanced space technology for the benefit of the common man. Now, to do that, we have to do a lot of things. Number one, we have to develop a lot of satellites of different types, and we had to have the capability to launch, and also we had the capability to utilize the data. And the development occurred concurrently in all the places together. And if you look at the activity was started in the year 1962 in a fisherman village, and it was 1963, November 21st, that was a major milestone for us. The first tiny rocket was launched from Indian soil. The rocket was donated by USA, and then the sodium vapor lamp payload came from France, and we assembled in this church building, and it was launched. And truly, at that point of time, we were 70 years behind the advanced countries in activity. From that humble beginning, July 30th was a historical day for us, and we had launched the NASA ISRO synthetic aperture radar satellite. And there was a payload called L-band SAR payload, a 12-meter unfurlable antenna. The cost for the development was 10,300 crore. This was invested by JPL NASA. And an equivalent payload we have built. And the entire satellite was built by Indians in India and launched by our own rocket, placing the satellite precisely in the required orbit. So that is the type of growth from a humble beginning to here. Now, these are all some of the major milestones. 15th August 1969, ISRO was formed. 1969 is a very important year. You know, the Neil Armstrong landed on the moon and he was brought back safely. That time, we were having, our position was just we have entered into the space activity. And you can see a photograph on the right side of the slide. It is actual photograph. Those days, the rocket parts used to be transported in bicycle, not new bicycle, old bicycle. That was the stature. From that bicycle era, we have come a long way. So during my presentation, I will just explain how growth has happened during last 63 years and what is the target for next 22 years, and economically, strategically, what is our contribution. And the entire activities of space activities done under 6 headings. You have got the launch vehicle development, satellite-related activities, applications, human spaceflight program, and capacity building. And recently, we have introduced a topic called space science and astronomy. And if you take the our ability of the launch vehicle building, 1963 we were not having anything. From that, To our credit, we have launched 4,000 plus 70 rockets from Indian soil till today. And 1979, we launched the first launcher, the SLV-3. The capability of the launch vehicle was just 35 kg and the mission could not be successfully accomplished. And 1980, we had the first successful launch. From that, till today, 102 launch vehicle missions we have accomplished. And 6 generations of launches we have built. And the 100th launch was this year, January 29th. In fact, after 41 years of service, I had the opportunity to lead the organization from January 13th, and January 29th was the 100th launch, and that was a very, very important launch. And we were very particular to have a perfect success, and I want to tell that it was a perfect, successful launch, and we have written in the golden letters in Indian space history, the 100th launch was a perfect, successful launch. And coming to the technology of launcher, lot of technology has to be developed. I am not going to talk about that technology growth, propulsion, inertial systems, structures, materials, manufacturing, lot of things has to be done. Coming to satellite, till 55 years back, India was not having satellite technology. It was exactly 50 years back, April 1975, the first satellite, Aryabhatta satellite, was built with the support of Russia, then USSR, and launched by USSR launch vehicle. From that place, today we have come a long way. To our credit, we have conceived and built and launched something around 133 satellites of various types. And the heaviest satellite is the GSAT-11 high throughput satellite, 6,000 kg satellite. Right now, it is in the orbit, serving the common man of the country. And when you talk about a satellite, it involves a lot of technologies. And now if you see our growth, the optical cameras, we started with the resolution. You all know camera resolution. 1 kilometer was the resolution when we started the game. Then we gradually moved to 72 meter and 36 meter. Today, we are having sub-meter resolution capability, 0.28 meter, 28 centimeter capability. And I would like to tell one thing. You know, in the moon's orbit, who is having the best camera in the world right now? Sir? Sorry, I didn't hear. India is having the best camera in the moon's orbit, 32 centimeter resolution. And the next goes to 50 centimeter resolution for other countries. So that is the type of growth. And another thing is synthetic aperture radar satellites. You know, when you take optical camera, if there is a cloud or rain, you cannot take photographs. And synthetic aperture radar cameras with the payloads, it can give photographs 24/7, all 365 days, irrespective of the weather condition, cloud or raining, it can give. So that capability we have built. And recent satellite, whatever we have launched, one of the best camera, this one, payload, SAR payload we have developed and placed in the orbit. And the space infrastructure, told there are 133 satellites till today we have launched. And 56 are currently in operation. And one of the important responsibility, role of ISRO is to ensure and security of every citizen of Bharat. And this is perfectly done. And I think in the last talk, you would have General talking about this little bit. And Sindoor operation, our satellites, I cannot talk too much, but I want to tell all satellites who are working 24 perfectly, it was working and enabled requirement. And coming to application, Honorable Prime Minister always make one statement. There should not be any gap between space and common man of this country. The space should be always with the common man and really benefiting the common man. Now, exactly 50 years back, 1st August 1975, we demonstrated first time an experiment called site experiment. 2,400 television in 2,400 villages in 6 states, and we wanted to demonstrate mass communication. Even for that, a satellite signal was given by USA, ATS-6 satellite data was given, and it was a mass communication was. From that, till today, there are something around 55 applications are there, and we are serving the common man of this country in multiple areas. For example, earth observation in food security, water security, cartography, finding the potential fishery zone, meteorology applications, and SATCOM application, telemedicine, teleeducation, search and rescue operation, NAVIC applications. You know, today, 10,400 trains are real-time we are tracking, 35,000 shipping vessels are real-time tracked. And then coming to disaster warning and mitigation is another important area. We serve the country in this area, weather forecasting and strategic applications. Actually, if somebody has to talk about this application, that will take more than 5 hours. You take telecommunication as an example. You know, 40 years back, if somebody has to make a phone call from Kanyakumari to Delhi, you know what is involved? Somebody has to go to a trunk booth 2 hours and we have to make that call. And when you connect also, within few seconds you will get disconnected, then we have to go back. I have done. We used to be in the queue, then when it gets disconnected, nobody will allow us to dial. You have to come back in the queue and you have to wait. From that today, I think we have come a long way. And really, the satellite communication really plays a crucial role. Now coming to the train tracking. For example, some of our relatives coming from other part of the country to Delhi, by train, you used to get a letter and one has to go to the railway station and wait. After going there only, you will understand the train is coming 2 hours late or 3 hours late. Then that too, the railway department will not release the quota at a time. First 2 hours delayed, then close to 2 hours, they will tell another 1 hour delay. But today, everything is monitored in real time. Disaster warning and mitigation. You know, when disaster used to happen, we used to lose a lot of our brothers and sisters. For example, Odisha, when there was a cyclone, 10,000 of our brothers and sisters were lost. But today, I cannot claim we have perfectly solved the problem, but we have reduced the losses through the space system. And strategic area, you know, India is having so much seashore, and our neighbors are not that good for us in this area, and we have to really protect the country, so we are doing a lot of things. And coming to the television broadcasting, I think you all may be knowing, 30 years back there was a program called Chitragar, and every Friday you get 5 songs, and if you miss, you have to wait for 1 more week. And from that, today, you know what has happened. So thereby, lot of applications, so last 50 years, lot of things are done. Now coming to the entire accomplishments of ISRO, it is one slide. And the last 63 years, what is done is 4,000 plus sounding rockets, 133 satellites, and 1. And if you see the growth, that is what is important. Growth is exponential happening. And for example, 2006 to 2015, we had 30 launches. And next 10 years, 16 numbers are going to be doubled. In the same case with satellite, so the growth is exponential. Now, a country which started the space program almost 63 years back, but then actual activity started only 50 years back. And we were moving our rockets in bicycles, satellites in bullock carts. From that era, today I am very happy to inform this august audience, 9 places we are number 1 in the world today. 9 places. Number 1, Chandrayaan-1 finding water molecule on the moon, along with India. Every Indian it made proud. We are the 2 countries which found water molecule on the moon. And Mars orbiter mission, to go to red planet, 68 crore kilometers we have to travel. And you know, I think you all know, even though management experts, you know, little bit trigonometry, if you calculate with 0.1 degree error, when you travel 68 crore kilometers, where we will reach? We will not reach Mars, we will reach some other place. And we have perfectly gone and captured the satellite using an engine which was restarted after 295 days. And India is the only country, first country till today successfully accomplished a Mars orbiter mission in the first attempt. None of the developed country could do. And 1957, Russia placed the first satellite Sputnik in the orbit. And they placed using a single rocket, 37 satellites. And we debated in Trivandrum. We are all toppers, but then The advanced countries are not really minding us. So how to get some attention or how to get world record? We debated and decided to place 100 satellites through a single rocket. Placing 100 is very easy, but then it should not hit each other. And dear brothers, I want to tell, India is the only country, rather first country which crossed placing 100 satellites through a single rocket for the first time through the PSLV in 2017. We were holding the record for a long time. And of course, today, America has placed more number of satellites, but then if required, we can place even 200 satellites through a single rocket. We are not competing with anybody, and we had the technology. Take Chandrayaan 2, as I told, the Chandrayaan 2 has placed a best camera in the orbit, and India is having the best camera in the moon orbit. Chandrayaan 3, August 23, 2023 was a historical day, and India is the only country and first country which has placed the Chandrayaan in the, near the south pole of moon, and we are having the world record today. And the cryogenic rocket engine development. You know, the rocket engine is very, very important component of any rocket or space program. The difference between rocket engine and car engine, functionally there is no difference. You know, the car engine, what it does? It takes either human being or some object from one place to another place. Rocket does same thing. Rocket engines also has to do same thing. Either it transport satellite from ground to orbit or human being from ground to orbit. This is the functionality is same. But the small difference is car engines goes into Delhi road maximum 100 km per hour and capabilities maybe 120 km per hour. But to place a Chandrayaan 3 in the orbit, we have to use 37,000 km per hour velocity. And that is done by rocket engines. And the best engine is using liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. And the technology was denied to India, because every country knows if the technology is denied to India, India cannot have a meaningful space program. Thanks to those countries. And today, we have developed 3 cryogenic propulsion systems, and we are one among 6 countries having that great technology with us. Not only that, really, initially we had a MOU with Russia, and at one point of time when the MOU was closed, we were insulted. And today, I want to tell 3 world records we have made in the cryogenic development. In fact, I was so happy and blessed to be the project director of the Mark III cryogenic propulsion system. Generally, other countries take 10 engines for qualification, then only they go for the flight. And we have completed the development and succeeded only using 3 engines against the world record of minimum 4 engines. And between the development of the first engine test to flight, other countries have taken something around 37 months to 108 months. We set a target of 24 months, and we have accomplished with 28 months, and we are holding the number 1 position. A stage level test where we have to use 5,000 kg of liquid hydrogen. You know, hydrogen, if you handle properly, it will work as a fuel. If you don't handle, it will explode. If 5,000 kg of hydrogen explode, almost 10 km radius, nothing will be there. And we have built a test stand, 1,000 crore, spending 10 years, and we have to do experiment in that. Generally, people do a lot of experiments, spending crores of rupees. Before going, at least some 300, 400 crore rupee is spent on carrying out experiment, then only people authorize the test. So, Kiran Kumar sir was the chairman and I was the project director. We were thinking what to do. Finally, we put a proposal, no experiment will be done, because our country, when you work on this type of program, you also should be sensitive about the villages and the economic status of the country. So, whatever we can do by digital simulation, we didn't want to do experiment. We asked for a permission. And permission was very simple. We will not do any experiment directly, we will authorize the test. But risk involved is, any mistake, a 1,000 crore facility built over 10 years will not be there in 10 milliseconds. And 10 kilometer radius, nothing will be escaping. And you can understand, I still remember, I can share with you, when the proposal was presented, I was the project director, I had 56 members in my team, nobody was convinced. And then I forced one of my team members to present, because PD should not present, PD is supposed to defend. When he presented, the question asked to us, very simple question, this foolish idea belongs to whom? This was the question in the review forum. And my friend was so happy with this question, this idea will be killed. Then I had to get up and tell, if it is intelligent idea, this belongs to 56 of my team members. If it is foolish idea, I am the fool. And I had to accept that. And with that, finally, our chairman cleared, believing the team, And today, I want to tell it is a history. We have completed this development in 34 days against the world record of 68 days minimum and average time of 10 months. And this record, in my opinion, cannot be broken by any other countries even next 50 years. Because nobody is going to take such a risk, and Indians could take such a risk, and we could succeed. And we are also setting another almost 10 world records in next 3 years. But anyway, I am not going to dwell on that. Global leadership role. You know, when Honorable Prime Minister took over as the Prime Minister of this country, we got a direction and guideline, and we have built a satellite, South Asia satellite, and we have launched and donated to South Asian countries. G20 satellite, today we are building a satellite for G20 countries, and 70% work is done by India, and this is going to be a Earth observation satellite, which is going to be, the data will be used for by all the people. NISR, a country which got a tiny rocket as a donation, and which got a satellite signal for demonstrating the application from USA. Today, we are rubbing shoulder to shoulder, and we have succeeded. And coming to commercial thing, till today, 14 dedicated commercial missions are done, and 433 satellites of 34 countries are launched during last 10 years. And Aditya L1, this year is a very historical and accomplished year. And on January 2024, Aditya L1 was launched, placed in the orbit. And India is one among 4 countries having a satellite. And here we have released almost 13 terabit data of the Aditya L1. And you can see the video, how you can Google and you can find scientific discoveries happening. Docking experiment. You know, when you talk about docking, imagine 2 cars are going in Delhi road with 100 km/h speed. And if these two has to be connected without hitting each other software, you know what is involved. And 28,400 km/h, 2 satellites were rotating in the orbit. Using a set of cameras, algorithm, everything, we have docked successfully. And India becoming that too this year, January 16, India becoming one among 4 countries demonstrating this great technology. And that was done this year. And of course, as I told, the 100th launch was a perfect launch. And Sindhur operation, in fact, it is a strategic nature, so I have not put anything. Everything was removed from the slide. But only thing I want to tell, 24/7, something around 400 scientists were full-time working. And today I am happy to announce all the satellites used for Earth observation and communication purpose was perfectly working and supporting this operation. And you can see the performance of NISR, the orbit. Within 3 kilometers dispersion, we have placed the satellite. Entire NASA team was totally praising Indians. They could not believe such accuracy of this launch. And now the satellite is totally healthy, and it is going to be useful for the global community. We are also working with Ministry of Earth Sciences. They are going to send a program. They are having a program called Samudrayan, sending a vessel 6 kilometers inside the sea. And a 2.2 meter diameter vessel has to be realized. And you can understand 6 kilometers means 600 bar pressure will be acting. So it is a 100 millimeter thickness titanium shell, 2.2 meter diameter. This particular responsibility is given to ISRO. We are in the final phase of realizing this hardware. Gaganyaan program, sending our own brothers or sisters to space and bring them back safely. And this involves a lot of activities, including human rating of the rocket and the environmental control and safety system development. I would like to tell one thing. It was announced on August 15, 2018 by Honorable Prime Minister. That day, as the director of the LPSC, I was in the office doing the honor of hoisting the national flag. So, you know, important functions, you don't look at the mobile. Mobile was inside the car. After 3 hours, I had the access to my mobile. I took the mobile, and there was a message in the mobile. And the message was very simple. Honorable Prime Minister has announced this program. Gaganyaan program, I want to be the astronaut. So are you allowing me? This was the question. By seeing, I was little disturbed, not disturbed. And then how to reply? The question was from my daughter who is sitting here. She is also a management expert, Divya. And then I sent a reply. We will discuss in the house in the evening. This is the reply I sent. And evening when I came, 7 o'clock, in between she was confirming when I am reaching home. She was waiting in the hall. She asked, I sent a question, but you gave a confusing reply. Then I told, what is the confusing reply? Either you should have told yes or no. You have not given that, you told we'll discuss. Please tell me the engines and rockets, whatever you are designing, will it work or not? This was the question. Now, dear brothers, I want to tell one thing. Whenever we are working on this program, we are sensitive about the topic. And I have already told my colleagues when I went back yesterday, please think our own children are going to fly in the rocket. So we have to be very careful, and we should have got only success and only success. And we are very, very cautiously and sincerely working. I don't have any doubt we will have perfect, successful first mission. And this year, December, we are going to have the first uncrewed mission, and 2027, first quarter, we will have the actual mission. Probably you can see this video. Audio is not working. What happened to audio? You are not hearing the audio, no?
वे अंतरिक्ष में जाएंगे, हाथ में तिरंगा झंडा लेकर के जाएंगे.
No, this will give you a feel of how the entire mission is going to happen. That's why I thought better to show this video. So it is our own rocket. We have already improved the reliability. We have done all the activities. And environmental control system, already we have completed the development.
The Gaganyaan project of ISRO is a giant leap forward, our nation's first human spaceflight mission. This ambitious mission aims to send Indian astronauts into orbit at an altitude of 400 kilometers for 1 to 3 days and return them safely to Earth. Before the manned flight, ISRO is conducting several key test missions, including the integrated airdrop test, pad abort test, vehicle flights.
And we have to carry out
these unmanned missions will ensure all systems meet the highest safety and reliability standards.
2035 तक अंतरिक्ष में.
I think we'll move forward. Now you all know, recently we had a very important mission. Subhasnu Shukla name is well known to everyone, and he is the second Indian to go to space and first Indian sent to International Space Station. The entire credit should go to Honorable Prime Minister. He strongly felt that better to send a person, one of the Gaganyaan 3 out of 4 what we selected to International Space Station, so that we will gain confidence before the actual Gaganyaan program. And he was sent to space and he has come back safely. He carried out 7 experiments. But one of the important role done by the Indians are, originally this mission happened on June 25th. And originally it was, the rocket launch was scheduled on June 11th. And June 4th, June 10th, we came to know the rocket was having a problem. There was a leakage. And it was Indian who insisted for complete correction. And when they inspected the rocket, there was a crack. And finally, everything was corrected. And today we have successfully accomplished the mission. But for Indians, it would have been a catastrophic failure. And we are very happy that we are second to none, even holding a wrong rocket and ensuring safety of the astronauts. And our future programs, lot of programs are there. We are going to have a Chandrayaan 4 mission, Venus orbiter mission, Chandrayaan 5 mission. Chandrayaan 4 is a sample return mission. Chandrayaan 5 is a heavy lander mission. Chandrayaan 3, we had 1,600 kg lander. Here it is 6,800 kg lander. And the life of Chandrayaan 3 was only 14 days. This will be 100 days. So we are working for all these programs. And we are also working for improving the payload capability of our launches. Reusable launch vehicle technology we are working. And Gaganyaan program, there are 8 missions already approved. And India is going to build its own space station by 2035. A 52-ton space station, and the first module will be placed in the orbit by 2028. And we are working on a program for sending man to moon and bring him back safely. Honorable Prime Minister has given this direction, and a rocket is already conceived. There are 40-story building height rocket and capable of taking 80,000 kg to low Earth orbit. You can see the Kudupinar and the rocket height. And the first rocket, what was sent successfully, was having the capability only to take 35 kg to low Earth orbit. And this rocket can take 80,000 kg to low Earth orbit. And the space sector reform, that is very, very important. And this is the place we are looking for the economy. And right now, we are authorizing the private sector and industry startups to do the space activities. In fact, all the 3 rockets what we are having, we are gradually transferring the technology to Indian industries for them to produce. And coming to the missions, India is working, ISRO is working on mission management. This year, there are 12 launches which is targeted this finance year. We already completed 3, and remaining we are going to complete before March. I think I will not dwell on this, but one important thing is we are going to have very important mission. A 6,500 kg communication satellite of USA is going to be lifted off from Indian soil within few months purely on commercial basis. And coming to the space economy, you know, when we started our space program, we are not looking on the space economy aspect. We are working only how to serve the common man of this country. We have the technology we have to build from fundamentals. Today, when we assessed, out of $440 billion, our share is hardly only 2%. So we are gradually increasing to 8% by 2033 and 15% by 2047. Towards that, lot of things has to be done. Lot of very important activities has to take place. And today I am very happy to inform that 450 industrial partners are working with us. And 10 years back, we had only 3 startup companies, and now we are having 300 plus startup companies in the country. And by 2040, we have targeted to land Indian on moon using our own rocket and bring him back safely. This is the target what Honorable Prime Minister has given. We are working towards that. I think the entire space activities put in one side, starting from bullock cart and bicycle era. Now, our Honorable Minister of State used to make a statement. By 2040, India will be in par with any other country in the space activity, and will be in par. And 2040, we are going to land man on moon. And with Indian flag, Indian is going to say that India is going to become a developed country in another few years. That is the message we are going to say by landing by 2040. And really, when you look at, we are having something around 70 projects. So the project management role is a very, very crucial role. When I was the project director of a very important project, as I told, 3 world records, and the entire project was executed with 80% of the allocated budget. Because we know we are very sensitive on cost. Every trust we authorize after thoroughly analyzing and discussing, looking at the country in the village side. And this sensitiveness is the reason for reducing the launch cost. For example, Mars orbiter mission, whatever we have accomplished, Honorable Prime Minister used to make a statement, per kilometer travel, whatever we have spent is less than auto fare. That is because of highly sensitive nature of the team. And with this, let me thank AIMA for giving me this great opportunity to stand in front of you. Talking about activities completed in 63 years and target for next 22 years, 85 years activities in 25 minutes is, I know it is difficult, but then I also know I have exceeded the time little bit. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring address.
Yeah.
Thank you.
May I request Mr. P. Balaji to please deliver the concluding remarks?
Mr. V. Narayanan, Chairman ISRO, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, past President-AIMA and Chairman and Managing Director of Kirloskar Brothers, and fellow delegates. Mr. Narayanan, I think many thanks for joining us today and also for sharing your vision and plans for the Indian space economy with us. It is a fact that there's tremendous amount of progress that's being made by ISRO under your leadership on multiple fronts, whether it's space production, privatization, or in the services area. It was the passion that you spoke with about the humble beginnings for India in the space sector in the 60s, and the kind of projects that he talked about, building our own space station by 2035, landing Indian crew in the moon by 2040, plans to orbit Venus, collect samples on Mars from Mars by 2047, Gaganyaan, Samudrayaan. All of these actually make us all in this room and beyond feel proud to be Indians and for being pioneers and actually leading the world, not just kind of following them. The results of ISRO's indigenization thrust are particularly impressive and inspiring for all of us in the Indian industry. The fact that you've set up a benchmark as ISRO for the Make in India program by locally developing many technologies is again very commendable. We believe that the Indian industry is also kind of very, very able and capable in order to kind of partner with ISRO on the space program. And thank you to ISRO for actually acting as a catalyst for the Indian space startups. The numbers they talked about, 3 going to 300, is of course a testimony of not just what you guys do, but also the fact that there is a wonderful troika of academia, government, and the industry or the startups that basically takes this forward. With all these efforts that are going on, in my mind, and I'm sure in all of us here, there's no doubt that India would be a leading player in this space industry. And the target that we are talking about, $44 billion in 2033, should be easy to accomplish. I think we're in safe hands by the fact that we are kind of not just, should I say, dependent on international technology, but that we are doing everything ourselves in terms of self-reliance. And that will give us impetus to be a major player in the orbit and in deep space. And the entire effort that we're putting in terms of localization and developing local industry will bear fruits in the years to come. Thank you once more, Mr. Narayanan, for joining us today. And Sanjay, as always, a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I request Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar to kindly present a memento to Mr. Narayanan. With this, we come to the end of plenary 2. Please kindly remain seated as we are starting the next session immediately. We now move on to plenary session 3, Robust, Resilient, Resolute India, Strengthening Economy and Securing Growth. Please bear with us as we are getting the stage ready for the next session. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the results of the previous session's question. Shows Navik be made the exclusive GPS and navigation system for digital maps within Indian boundaries. There it is. Now you can see it on screens, the result for the previous poll question. And with that, let's take a quick look at the poll question for this session. Will Indian economy keep growing fast despite a big reduction in India's exports to the US? Please do let us know. This is a topic of hot discussion. Please do let us know, what do you think? Whether it's a yes, no, or you can't say, we would love to hear from you. Be a part of the discussion. We are now moving on to our next session, which is a panel discussion, Robust, Resilient, Resolute India, Strengthening Economy and Securing Growth. May I once again request you all to please kindly remain seated Let's try and refrain from too much movement inside the hall. Once again, the poll question for this session is on your screens. Will Indian economy keep growing fast despite a big reduction in India's exports? Please join me in welcoming onto the stage, being led by the esteemed moderator for this session, Mr. Sunilkant Munjal, past President-AIMA and Chairman Hero Enterprise. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Suneeta Reddy, President-AIMA and Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited, Mr. Vishal Kampani, Vice President-AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JM Financial Limited, Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, past President-AIMA and Chairman and Managing Director, Kirloskar Brothers Limited. Let's put our hands together and let's give them a warm applause. May I now request Mr. Sunilkant Munjal to please take the session forward.
Thank you. Good morning. You know, there's an old Chinese saying, may you live in interesting times. And I think at this moment, we are living in interesting times. Right across the globe, there are lots of questions being asked about what is the state of the world economy going to be in the next 6 years, 6 months, or even 6 weeks or 6 days. For us in India, we are fortunate that we have a strong domestic economy, which has continued to be one of the fastest growing large economies in the world for some time running now. And that is the bedrock of the strength that we derive from our system. But the global headwinds at this moment are truly a matter of concern. And India has chosen for itself a path which says we want to create neutrality for ourselves in geopolitics while building our strength as a nation which wants to be one with the world. The session that we're trying to address here is global trends and future strategies, resilience and adaptability. I was thinking about these two words. It's interesting. I think adaptability today will buy you a couple of weeks, whereas resilience could buy you a decade to build your own capabilities. And that's one area as a nation. We have now been talking about this for a while. If you think about the last few decades, how India has evolved, how we have turned out as one of the largest economies in the world, from a laggard to amongst the leaders. Increasingly, we see ourselves being invited to the top table. They say, if you want to be successful as a nation state, as a civilization, there are a few factors which need to be in play and in place. You need to have a strong and a growing economy. You need to have the ability to defend yourself. You need to be a player in geopolitics. And you need to have a strong cultural underpinning. So if you think about where we are right now, it's actually interesting. On some of these, we are doing exceedingly well. On some, we still have challenges to address. As global headlines become global headwinds, we have started to look both inwards and try to see how India can diversify its global outreach in markets far beyond the ones which we have addressed conventionally and traditionally. So we have an interesting panel here to address some of the questions which are, I presume, in everybody's mind. We have Suneeta Reddy, who is President of AIMA and the MD of Apollo Hospitals, the leading healthcare institution of this country, the first organized large hospital chain India saw. We have Sanjay Kirloskar on my right, who has an amazing company building systems that supply pumps and water flow systems to the world, so you can handle floods and you can handle droughts. We have Vishal Kampani, who is the person with his finger on the pulse of what is happening in the world of finance. JM Finance, one of the most respected Indian finance houses. So this is an interesting panel which looks at the economy from very, very different perspectives. So they could, I'm sure, give us an insight into what they believe is the current state, where we are going, and what we ought to be doing to get there. So Suneeta, let me start with you. We have spoken of India's services being the big engine of growth. And it has been the backbone of the growth. And we have continued to struggle with build manufacturing at a higher percentage of the GDP than we've had for a while. It's working. So as the focus shifts to ensuring that agriculture gets better, manufacturing gets a bigger share of the GDP, where do you think services would stand in the coming decade from where we are at this moment?
I think this is probably the ideal time to focus on services. For many years and for good reasons, we said that we need to step up manufacturing. And that has happened. To a certain level, it's happened. But the Indian services industry has great potential. And I say this for two reasons. The first is that if you look at our biggest advantage, it is the demographic dividend. And I think that creating jobs to make sure that this becomes a dividend rather than weighs India down is a must do. But it's also an opportunity. So skilling definitely is an agenda that the government will focus on, but independently as institutions that we need to do. Because as you look at services, the growth has been, it's been growing at 11 to 15%. And this has contributed significantly to our exports. So as a country, 60% urban consumption, I mean, 60% of our GDP comes from having a very strong India market, and 40% is really what we think could be, is trade, and probably 90 billion coming from the US. But I think we can make up this 90 billion by exporting services. And services, it's just not what the IT companies are doing, but just going beyond that thinking and saying that, we have pools of experience, we have the Northeast, we have people that we can train in healthcare, where you can actually export our knowledge, leverage our knowledge, and move to aging populations, say Japan, people to countries where, they just don't have enough of trained people. So this is a huge opportunity. I also think that, as we think of, and I'm thinking in terms of first, how do we make up this deficit that we're losing by the US-India? I think medical value travel is a huge opportunity. So training in the healthcare space is something that we are very focused on. It's not just me, I think it's the industry that is focusing on. It's a $100 billion opportunity by 2030. India should get 20% of that. So $20 billion line of sight established. Just moving beyond that, I think the use of AI, where we've got domain knowledge, we've had service industries, big companies who.
I'm going to come back to you for a more specific question on AI. I have an idea. If you don't mind, my suggestion is let's keep it conversational. So if you keep your answers short, we will be able to get more in. And any of you have a question, feel free to ask as well, because we'll roll in the audience soon into the conversation as well. So Sanjay, to you. So one of the questions that's been raised is that India needs to indigenize more. Most nations need to indigenize more, but because of the current situation, so you are a global player. You don't operate only in India. Have you built design capability in here to be able to manufacture all of the components of the most sophisticated products that you make in India so that you can meet the needs of all of the markets? Or are you still dependent on some components or designs coming from overseas?
I'm probably one of the luckier people in this room, in the sense I'm fourth generation. And my great-grandfather was a guy who started the business. And his desire was to make India self-reliant. He started his business in a village. And from that village, he made India's first pump, India's first diesel engine, India's first electric motor, India's first machine tool, without foreign collaboration. And he was a person who was able to gather people who could help, come out with more and more products. I think that's been the philosophy of the company. We import very little. In fact, we were one of the institutions in India that were under sanctions in 1998. And since then, we have actually stayed away from the US. And we really import maybe 2 or 3% of what we require. And that's raw materials, which sometimes are not made in India, right? But what we've done over a period of time is design globally competitive products. And I'm a firm believer in innovation, in investing in R&D. We spend, it's small by global standards, but I guess large by Indian standards, about 2%. But we also have R&D facilities in Europe and in the United Kingdom, which I think doesn't consider itself to be part of Europe anymore. But the idea is to design products for the world. We were very lucky in the 70s that my grandfather, when he was running the business, he got into arrangements to make products for the world with a British company, which we now own and is Britain's largest pump company, and a French company. So it's in our DNA to make products for the world.
So you've been a global player for a while, yeah. So the government has done two pretty interesting shifts. One in direct taxes a little bit earlier, and now in indirect taxes. So now they're saying the ball is in your court. That's what they're telling industry. Now you go on and run with it. And Vishal, we've actually been fortunate that through various cycles that the economy has seen, the markets have seen, liquidity has remained pretty good. FII has come in, pulled out, come back in, DIIs have come in. So the question keeps getting asked is, how resilient are we to a major global shock in terms of liquidity in our markets?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you for having me here. I think one big change that India has seen in the last 5 years is actually the rise of domestic capital. At least in my career of 27 years, I've never seen the strength of domestic capital markets the way we've seen in the last 5 years. And if you go back to the pre-COVID era, it was always FPI or foreign portfolio flow dependent in terms of companies wanting to raise capital. And there were periods of time where we could not even get a small size IPO done if there was no foreign capital available to buy into the IPO. And that's completely changed. Every single transaction today is led from the front by domestic investors, largely mutual funds or even insurance companies, and even family offices. So a big fundamental change. Also, it's been underestimated in a big way that the domestic capital would have this kind of size and strength. So I think the question is around, do we remain stable? If you look at year to date, we've had almost 145,000 crores of selling by foreign investors in the equity market. We've had 45,000 crores of buying in the debt market from foreigners, but the markets have been flat. Just going back 5 years, if this were to have happened, the markets would have been down 20%. So it just talks about the resilience which the domestic equity investments through mutual funds, through retail, through HNI has been game-changing for India.
Thank you. They say you should climb where tariffs can't reach. IP, design, technology, and more companies, businesses across the globe are looking at AI, some even without quite understanding what it can do. There's a blind rush at this moment to introduce AI into business. You are one of the leaders right now, Suneeta, in bringing AI into clinical ops. So where do you think you're building the moat? Is this in documentation? Is it in triage? Is there a moat this will allow you to build for your operations? So what kind of use are you making of AI right now? It's also a bit of a mystery for most, by the way.
Yes. Yeah. I understand it could be a mystery. But at Apollo, what we are doing is using our 40 years of database of knowledge, and more importantly, it's heterogeneous Indian knowledge because of demographics, we are a heterogeneous population. So we are using this to build a clinical intelligence engine which will support decision-making for doctors, which will enable primary healthcare centers to deliver a solution, sometimes a medicine, sometimes a need to go to the hospital. But the important thing is that we're using it in 3 aspects. One, in clinical decision-making. Second, to make geography history, because we're able to leverage this and move into the smaller towns of India. And I think, at Apollo, telemedicine has done that really well. We're able to serve remote locations using AI, where we're able to come out with the diagnosis. In some areas, we're also providing spectacles because we're able to use AI to find, what type of spectacles are required for the consumer. So clearly, the focus here, it is a risk. And I think understanding where this risk from is really in that black box and how it's coded. So while we can, spread it out across India, we have to be very careful about how this whole system is hardwired. Many companies have taken a US product, like we've worked with Microsoft to fine-tune ours, and I think that is a huge advantage.
So if the conversation seems to be all over the place, it is designed to be. We are actually trying to cover as many things as we can in this 40-45 minutes of a conversation. Sanjay, let me come back to you. So one of the big issues facing us as a planet, as a people, is global warming, it is real. It is here. We can see the impact in the number of volcanic eruptions, the number of floods, the number of droughts. How do we build resilience in our cities, in our systems, both from floods, as we are seeing right now? We are actually in the middle of it. We are seeing landslides take place all across north and west. We have a tragic situation taking place right now. And on the flip side, we start seeing droughts very, very quickly the moment the situation changes. What do you think we can and we must do to build resilience in tackling climate in a much more eco-friendly manner?
You know, I think we've forgotten that we've inherited this planet from our ancestors, and it was a wonderful place to live.
Actually, we inherited from our children.
From one chicken. And I think all we need to keep in our minds is that we have to leave it a better place for our kids, right? And whatever we do, whether it's our processes or our products, they have to be designed keeping that in mind. For the longest time, you know, the way development is happening in our country, I think the floods that you see in cities are not because of rain, they're man-made, right? Because development has taken place in a manner where natural floodplains or natural channels have been blocked. And I think that's what needs to be kept in mind, that we need to develop in a far better situation than, in a far better way than we have been developing our country. As far as the rest of the world is concerned, I don't know what's going to happen with us going back to oil and gas and coal. I'm a firm believer in nuclear energy. I believe it's far safer. I don't know how many people are aware that in India, every year, thanks to air pollution caused by power plants, something like 100 to 150,000 people die early. And I think we need to move very quickly away from that. Government's policies for sustainability, for renewables, I think are very good, but I believe that we also need to have a very strong nuclear policy, and we need to bring on nuclear power very quickly.
I couldn't agree more. And we need to ensure that any development that we do, any new growth, any new expansion, any new investment needs to be needs to keep the environmental degradation in mind. We need to be sensitive to the needs of the ecosystem, the entire ecosystem around us. They also say no crisis should be allowed to go waste, Vishal. Do you think this is an opportunity for us to unleash the next wave of reforms on factor reforms, labor reforms, land reforms, market reforms, agriculture reforms? We have a few of them still left to do before you can completely see as they keep saying, the entrepreneurial spirits the animal spirits of the entrepreneur needs to get unleashed. How do you get to a place where you have a genuinely and open and level playing field for all enterprise?
Yeah, that's a great question again. So I think, as some people say, when pushed to a wall, you can actually perform at your best. And that's probably true for India today, being pushed to a wall from a geopolitical perspective. I think we need to perform our best. But I must also congratulate the Indian entrepreneur. I mean, the Indian entrepreneur who survives and thrives, go through very hard challenges, business, building a business in India. And if you have support of reforms, which we expect continuously over the next sort of half decade which we have left, I think the strength of the entrepreneur will be magnified. There has been a bit of a slowdown on the investment and capex side. But that is a function of demand. I think we've seen some bit of slowdown in demand, and these GST reforms recently, which we have seen, will definitely help in boosting some demand. But at the end of the day, corporates will invest, corporates will grow when they see more reforms and they see demand. So we have to keep that in mind when we are, leashing out reforms as well.
Sure, please.
Well, we think of reforms, The one issue that we have to think deeply about is that some of these reforms need to happen at a state level. Because if you look at healthcare, education, so how does the center and the state come together to come out with policies that are relevant to industries?
Actually, it's most of them, Suneeta. You're right. You're right to point this out, because when somebody invests in India, they don't actually invest in India. They invest in a village or a town in a state of India. And we do know that being the kind of federal structure we are, many of the regulations are state managed, some are managed by the center, and many are concurrent lists. So what we had recommended to the government a little while ago was, as we have done very successfully in GST, let's build similar bodies, authorities, call them whatever you want. I'm always wary of recommending more government to create more government, because that becomes a problem. But this is one which has worked wonderfully successfully well. Things like education. We have introduced one of the best education policies I've ever seen in the world, and I am quite involved in this area. And it's 5 years old now. It still hasn't seen the light of day in terms of true implementation. And what I'm scared of is that the implementation will be done by the states separately and independently, and you will see the whole thing become patchy. Some will do a fantastic job, I'm sure, because it is a great policy. But not all of them will be able to do the same job. So you'll start seeing a differentiation. So you'll start seeing a different kind of exclusion, people getting left out of the best quality of process of education. So we had recommended take things like agriculture, take things like education, take things like health, create these GST type of cross-state with the center committees to take these on, so that at least as India grows, all of India grows. And that's our challenge, by the way. It's not as if India is not growing. We are the fastest growing large economy in the world. But the growth is quite varied across the country right now. If you see the south and the west of the country, we are growing significantly higher than the north and the east. The east used to be the laggard, but it has improved. Actually, all of India has improved. But the gaps are growing even more right now. So we need to figure out a way to handle this in a manner that we can create a more even growth model. Let me ask you about one more growth area. Insurance has been a game changer for many nations, as it has been for India. But our penetration is still very, very low. We are now talking of not just providing healthcare to all our people. We have launched the largest in the world scheme by the government for insurance, health insurance. At the same time, on the top end, we want to be a destination for health tourism. How do we ensure that we have sufficient capacity to handle this, and that we don't fall in the trap that US did because of insurance? And I'm being careful, I'm choosing my words carefully. The high cost and yet not being able to service the needs of the people is a trap that countries like US have fallen in. How can we avoid that trap? Because we are at a very early stage of our growth right now. Can we develop a unique model of our own, where we build capacity, we build capabilities, and we build reach? At the same time, we don't load this up with costs that people or the system cannot afford. I'm sorry, it's a big question, but it's also an important question for India, because one of the under-addressed areas has been health.
So let me start from what exists now. So if you look at WHO report, we need 3 beds for every 1,000. Right now, India has 1 bed for every 1,000. So before going to MBT, let me talk about India. In India, we have totally, we need to build 42 lakh beds. We have 18 lakh beds. Of that 18 lakh beds, 35% is in the government sector, and 65% is in the private sector. As you look at the private sector, there are only 1.5 lakh beds which are truly private organized, and only 48,000 corporate beds, which are, which everyone seems to be talking about, because these people, they are listed players, they have high levels of accreditation, and these are the hospitals that are earning foreign exchange. So I think the potential to really grow healthcare in this industry is crucial. One, because it creates capacity to look after all of India. And the best way to do that is the insurance penetration. So as we look at insurance, we must not think of making healthcare expensive because insurance is, taking margins away. We have to look at the whole value chain. And in that value chain, insurance, the hospital supplier, and the doctor plays a very important role. So first, look at value chains, and second, to look at penetration, and third, to create a medical value destination in India by building out more capacity for India and for the rest of the world.
Thank you. There's a question for the panel from the audience. So the US HIRE Act proposes to impose 25% tax on outsourcing. What option does the $250 billion Indian IT sector have? Would you like to take that, Vishal?
So I think this is, of course, IT service exports has been one of the fastest and most important growing service exports out of India. It's also been a kind of natural hedge to oil because we import a lot of oil, and the export of software services is hedge the cost of the import. And this sector definitely is under some challenges. One is, of course, the tariffs, but outside of tariffs is just changes in technology. We talked about AI earlier. Let me give you a quick example of what AI can do in my business. We in our research division, we have 6 or 7 analysts who analyze annual reports. So we have 300 companies, listed companies. It's almost a 1-month exercise that we do when all the annual reports are out, sometime in the month of August, September. We compare that to the last 5 years and we come with analysis. So this is 6, 7 people and almost a month of work. The entire thing can be done by an AI now, using a couple of agents.
The next question, interestingly, takes off from exactly what you're saying. Yeah. He's saying the introduction and application of AI in every field is dangerous as it discourages innovation and R&D by human brain. Learning process is discouraged.
Yeah.
What do you think?
No, exactly. So 30 days of work, 7 people is crunched to 1 super skilled engineer doing the same analysis in 3 days. So this is the impact which AI is going to have on many businesses. And we're just thinking of rolling this out in 1 division. This could roll out in a couple of divisions. So I think there is a threat of tariffs, which probably is more a short-term threat because we'll adjust to that. But the threat of technology to IT services exports is much larger.
I'll add to that because as an old company, we have a lot of experiences, a lot of people, a lot of knowledge, which we tended to lose as people retired. And we documented all of that. And today, we're able to give solutions to customers in a few hours instead of a few weeks or a few months, right? We've also been able to, we have a model for remote monitoring and predictive maintenance, and we've added AI to that. So there's a place called Magarpatta City in Pune, which uses our pumps, right? They bought pumps which are worth 3 million rupees. Every year, thanks to AI and thanks to the other systems that we've built in, they're saving 2.4 million in electrical energy, right? So this is what AI can do. It can actually enhance the human capability and give a far better solution to customers.
So the answer is to use it as a tool, not get used by technology. Right. However, there is going to be a transitory period. We need to be aware and conscious of that, where we will lose jobs, but reskilling will create many, many more. But the challenge there is going to be how quickly and how efficiently we can reskill. I think that's going to be important. Suneeta, there's a question, Suneeta, there's a question for you from the Navsari Management Association asking, with Ayurveda gaining more acceptance in India, has Apollo any plans to have its hospitals around India and promote our own original healthcare?
Yes, we do. We've acquired 60% of an Ayurved company called Ayurved. It's called Ayurved. And we're now present in Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai. So we are growing our reach because we do believe by combining Ayurveda with modern medicine, there is definitely a solution for chronic diseases. And this is working out well. So if you think of arthritis, inflammatory diseases, we've got products in place. There's been wonderful clinical outcomes, and I think it should be something that we should market to the rest of the world. Just for 1 minute, that question on AI, it made me think. It said the one thing about AI, you know, all of you who use your phones, Meta, etc., AI it's got a huge differentiator. It has patience, which sometimes humans lose patience. It's solution oriented because it'll keep at it till, you know, it satisfies you with a solution. But I think we have the ability, at least in healthcare, to have that relationship which we should never lose with our consumers.
So they used to say that machines will never be equal to human beings because they cannot emote and they do not have logic. What AI has done is actually level that way, that because the processing speed is so high that it actually appears to have real logic, and they have demonstrated now through a number of robots, etc., that have been developed, that they can replicate. It's not original emotion, but they can replicate emotion. And the processing speed, again, is so fast that it appears to be actual emotion of its own. We are actually at a point when these machines will be able to think for themselves. We are not too far from there. So it's important that we quickly learn to adapt them into our system rather than look at them as a threat, but do it sensibly. Vishal, you want to?
In fact, that's an excellent point, Sunil, because I was recently in the US and I met with a healthcare sector investor, and he asked this very interesting question on the ethics of AI. He asked a question that in 12 to 18 months, this was in Boston, hospitals in Boston will have AI agents who in the evening will talk to the patients on who the doctor has performed surgery as if they were the doctor. And they would ask questions on how the surgery was. And this saves almost 2 hours for the doctor, because if he's done 10 surgeries, then he would be spending 10, 15 minutes talking to each patient. And this time is saved by the doctor, which he can use in productive R&D or do more surgeries or maybe just rest. And in the same breath, the next question was, there is a nursing home, there is a mother who's 75 or 80 years old, she's ailing, and there is an AI agent or a bot who will call her at 8 p.m. every day and talk to her as if it's her son. Because the son is busy, he doesn't have the time to call her. And if the AI calls and makes that call, speaks to her for 15, 20 minutes, she feels great, and it's an amazing benefit for her mental health. So from an ethics question, is it okay to implement AI in both those situations? And our answer was no, it's not right in the second situation, because a mother and a son have an emotive connect, as you mentioned, Sunil, while the first one is just purely science. And their answer was no. Ethically, the ruling will be either both are right or both are wrong.
So actually, we started getting more specific and personal questions to companies. Sanjay, there's a question for you. It says the cost of irrigation equipment is very high. A large part of the farmers are small and marginal farmers. What do we do to make it available for them? How do we reduce cost, make it accessible?
That's a good question. For the last many years, we've been actually looking at sustainability and looking at how to reduce the cost of ownership rather than initial costs, because initial costs tend to be very low compared to the cost of running the equipment. I believe that the best way to do it is, especially for a farmer, is to go to an individual who can guide him properly. Very often I find that many of our many of the marketing channel will try and sell a piece of equipment which makes the highest amount of margin rather than what is right for that customer. And many years ago, we were directly involved in this process where we would guide the farmer and ensure that the cost of electricity, which is the main running cost, the cost of would drop significantly. Unfortunately, what has happened is in many states, electricity is free, right? And what we don't realize is that the consumption of energy in our country has gone up very high thanks to efficiency not being promoted because energy costs are very low.
Yeah, in fact, free water, free power is a dual-edged sword because 73% of the water consumption is in agriculture.
And 20% of the energy consumption is in agriculture.
Correct. And we need to figure out a way, how do you price it efficiently and how do you realize it effectively? Yeah. I think that's important. Suneeta, there's another interesting question that has come, and I've been wondering about this myself. The average age of India has increased dramatically in the last 50 or 60 years. In one generation, it's increased by more than 20 years. And in the second generation we are seeing now, it's up further 15 plus years already. So if that is the case, people are living healthier much longer. Why is retirement age only 60 still? And what are we doing to actually support the geriatrics? We keep talking of India realizing the demographic dividend of the young, often forgetting that in the next decade we will also be the oldest country in the world. We will have more people over the age of 60 than any country on the planet. At this moment, we are completely under-equipped. What do you think we can or we should do to ensure the support system? We don't even design knives and forks for the elderly. We don't design chairs for them at this moment.
You're so right, Sunil, because I think as a healthcare system, we were just dealing with an attack which was NCDs, heart attacks, strokes, orthopedic cancer. And in the 40 years, we actually never thought about the geriatrics and then we realized that the geriatrics are the most susceptible to all of these diseases. So what we have done is we've rolled out a program called Apollo Assist for geriatrics. This is a combination of both home care as well as rehab, as well as in hospital.
Tell us also about what we can do as a country.
As a country?
Yeah.
No, I think as a country, the government has made a move towards ensuring seniors so they have access to care, which is one of the most important things. But as a country, I think, we have to develop the skills of those who are unemployed to at least start by looking after. The second is, without a doubt, to use remote monitoring in cases where it's required, when there's no one at home, where we can remote monitor and send nurses or people, just having a person there. So one is leveraging technology. Second is creating an insurance platform that creates access. And third is really to reskill people to look after our elderly.
Yep. I think one of the other things, so from my mind, these are very critical, very important. There are just one or two more aspects I think we need to watch for. Loneliness is a disease which is not often recognized. And very often the elders who are left at home are left alone because we don't yet have an established system of care homes for the elderly in the country. Culturally, it's not accepted yet in large sections of society, and which is a shame because we need to figure out a way to make it work so that it is the most efficient in the given circumstances. So whether it's clothes or it's equipment or it's company, we need to look at all aspects of ensuring the elderly are not only looked after, but they have a fulfilling life. Many of them have amazing capacity to still contribute to society in just so many ways. There's a cousin of mine here who's opened, she calls it a club for the elderly. Every day from, I don't know what time, 11 to the evening, they just come in and spend time together They play games, they sing songs, they learn to dance, they learn yoga, they do all kinds of stuff. And when you talk to any of them, they're saying, this is life-changing. I was just sitting and doing nothing at home. And these have become my best friends now, people I meet. So I think if we can figure out a way to address this in a holistic manner, health, of course, is critical. But I'm talking about larger than that. There is a need for us to address this as a social issue as well.
Right. You're very right, Suji. I think it's, when you think about this, it's a chance to create that industry that caters to these. The second is that I want to mention the Singapore model.
Yep.
When you go to Singapore airport, there's an 80-year-old man who's, lifting your suitcase. If you don't know how to digitally do your VAT.
Or volunteers in hospitals.
Yes,
or
they're volunteers. So they're creating jobs for seniors. And when your mind is engaged, you really don't develop the other symptoms of dementia. So that's what you highlighted is brilliant.
Thank you. So let me wind this session up. We've run out of time. We started with the economy. The reality is India is very well positioned at this moment to take care of itself. It does need to build some of the global relationships bolder, stronger, and better than we've had. We have done a fantastic job, but we need to watch where the weaknesses lie, where the slippages can take place. But there is certainly a sense of comfort, there's a sense of confidence that we can and we will make this work. So thank you all, Sanjay, Vishal, and Suneeta, for an interesting conversation. And I think we end with a sense of comfort that we are in a good place.
Thank you, Sunil, for standing in so ably for the Finance Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma'am, for a very interesting conversation there. May I request Mr. Rajiv Vastupal, past President-AIMA, to please join us on stage to kindly present mementos for this session. We express our thanks to the esteemed speakers and panelists of this session. We thank Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal. We thank Ms. Suneeta Reddy. Our thanks to Mr. Vishal Kampani. Our heartfelt thanks to Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar. Thank you, Mr. Vastupal, for joining us on stage to present the mementos. With that, we conclude this session, but moving on now to our next session, Reinventing Success, Lessons in Resilience, Disrupting Industries, and Leading the Future of Sustainable Innovation. Meanwhile, here are the results for the previous poll question. Will Indian economy keep growing fast despite a big reduction in India's exports to the US? There it is, on screens now. So that's the poll result for the previous question, which was correlated to the discussion we had on stage. And now it's time to take a look at the poll question for this session. Can green tech innovations be viable without policy and taxation support? Please do let us know whether you think it's feasible, not feasible, or you can't really say. So that means yes, no, or can't say. These are the responses. Please do scan the QR codes which have already been placed on your tables. Please do participate, share your opinion. We would love to hear from you. Meanwhile, once again, a gentle reminder, we are quickly moving on to our next session. There is no break. Please kindly come back to your seats as quickly as possible. Members of the audience who are standing or moving about, may I request you to please kindly remain seated. Please kindly join us back on your seats. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Vikram Chandra, founder, Retd Technologies, Mr. Konrad Bergström, President K1 KAB and founder X-Shore, and Ms. Vinita Bajoria, chairperson Nico Cables Private Limited. Let's give them a round of applause and let's welcome them on stage. A very warm welcome, and I request Mr. Chandra to please take the session forward.
Hello everyone, it's an absolute pleasure to be here with probably one of the most interesting people I have ever met in my life. Konrad was somebody we got a chance to meet with at an AIMA delegation. Learned so much from him about resilience, about brand building, about how you disrupt industry after industry. So it's going to be a real privilege and a pleasure talking to you, Konrad. Vinita is here as well. Vinita, I know you have closing comments to make, but please feel free to dive in with questions because you also did get the chance to meet Konrad earlier. Konrad, I mean, you're known right now as the person who's, your exports are sometimes called the Tesla of the sea. I'm sure you get offended by that and saying the Teslas are the exports of the road, right?
Yeah, and sometimes they say like, you're like Elon Musk, and I always say like, no, I'm Konrad.
Yes. I've heard the comparison with Elon Musk, I've heard the comparison with Richard Branson. I'm not sure which one you prefer.
Of course it's honoring to be mentioned by so big and great people, but at the same time, I really try to do my own thing and invent things that is not there and make purpose, both from a sustainability point of view, but also from a technology, design, and branding. You know, it's important that you feel very proud over your product and feel good about what you're buying these days.
So for the people who've been following Konrad very closely, of course, right now, the X-boats that he's doing, which are electric boats, absolutely spectacular. They're a pleasure to ride and a privilege to ride in one of those. Soda, which is the, it's a Swiss company which makes skincare products. But before that, Marshall, I mean, still Marshall, of course, is something that you work very closely with. So a number of products, you've been involved with all of them. But I think people would learn a lot from just hearing your life story, from where it started off in Sweden, living close to the sea and your affinity for the sea. I'm just going to get you to take people through that life story because I think the lessons are in that.
Yeah, I mean, of course it started with my mom and dad who always believed in everything that I did. Even if some things turned up a little wrong, they said like, jump up on the horse again, you can do it. And I think growing up with such an attitude that nothing was impossible and your two closest companions in life who put you to life basically are pushing you in a quite dreamy kind of world is amazing because, yeah, everything, to run companies or be an innovator or build new global companies, I guess you have to failure quick and then go up and make the success and always keep changing until you find the magic. Experience makes magic. So just these two, were behind me from the start. So I started as more or less a fisherman. When I was like 6, 7, I took up fish. My grandma is from a fisherman's family, and I sold it at the camping just a couple of kilometers away, but that's how I started to make my own money. Then I had like a small beach cafe where people walked by, and I always like dragged them in, and I said, I have something special for you, my friend, and sold them something. One of them were a dentist, and basically I was selling more candy and sugars and sodas and stuff like that. So he said, you know, I'm a dentist, so I can't buy anything here. And then the next day I had picked some flowers that I could sell to him.
And then that took you to surfing, right? And your passion for surfing, which then led to a business there somewhere.
I always been very close to the sea, so when I was 16, I became a professional windsurfer and had the chance to move to New Zealand to explore my wings of windsurfing. It didn't become the best windsurfer, but I think I became more of a salesman. So I started up Thule Roof Racks, which is a Swedish brand. It's the world's biggest brand in roof racks and the car, basically for transportation. And then I started up that in Australia together with my father, and started to work I became more into fashion and started brands like Quicksilver, Volcom, and these brands.
That's where you really rode the first wave. So to use a surfing analogy, you can ride a wave and sometimes you can ride the wave too long and then it crashes and you sort of go under. And that did happen to you, right? From a position of considerable success, you found yourself sleeping in your car.
Yeah, I was in love with my company, and I put basically, you know, everything onto it. And my company was growing like 50 to 100% per year, but I didn't have the margin enough to grow that quick. I lost everything and woke up one day with quite a big debt, especially if you're like, I was 27, and I had a debt of 500,000 euros. But if you don't have a job, it's quite a lot.
When you're 27, 500,000 in debt could feel like 500 million in debt.
It could. I mean, it was like, okay, how am I ever going to get through this? Is this going to take all my life, or what's the plan to work this through?
You know, parents sometimes are constantly telling you, be careful, be careful. And you said your parents didn't encourage you to take risks.
Yeah.
Were there times when you were sleeping in that car that you said, you know, I wish I had been more careful?
Of course, that at least that was my thoughts, but just to show the reality at my home is like, I was, you know, I had my first child. She was like 1 year, and I needed to support her, but I didn't have that much money. And I was a little down when I talked to my mother about that, and her response was, but Konrad, you don't have any studio debt. So she thought like, what are you crying about? Like, this is going to be fun.
I think people can learn a lot around resilience from you. So I'm going to try and take a life lesson from that moment. You've been successful, and suddenly you're deep in debt and you can't figure out what to do. How did you turn it around, and what are the lessons from that you think everyone here at AIMA can learn?
Well, in Sweden we have something something called lagom, and you know, when you're starting a company, it's like jumping off the roof. You know, you just hope that you don't break too many legs and can keep on running, because once you throw the dice, it is 24/7, and nothing goes usually as it should, like it was planned. I always plan my businesses very strong, and I always like keep track of it, but it never really works out as the Excel sheet, and that is the plan. But if you are quick and a little smart and have experience, the game is that you need to change. You maybe don't need to go from boats to making cars, but the boats in itself we changed so many times, and it was the same with the headphones that we sold 20 million products in 8 years in 130 different countries with Urban Ears and Marshall. It's, you know, I think part of the game is that you are in control and you need to lyssna lagom, which means that you should always listen to critics and be open-minded to see what you can do better, because it's always an evolution. But at the same time, you probably thought more about this than anybody else. So some recommendations and some advice is not relevant because they don't see the full picture. So we call it in Sweden, lyssna lagom.
So how did you go from $500,000 in debt and sleeping in a car to where you then eventually ended up? What was the next step? How did you actually take the next step, and what was it?
I think one big part was never giving up. I remember this, that when I was, you know, like 33 or something, my daughter was like 6, 7. She made this picture with that.
But the specifics of it, what were the next steps that you did then?
After that, I started a company at the time called Sound Industries that moved into becoming Marshall Group, and we made headphones fashionable and electronics fashionable. So it was like taking a product that was everywhere, but take it into a different kind of segment where people who bought them would listen with their eyes. So when I'm making brands and making designs, I always try to look from it from our 5 senses, and like, how does the brand smell? How does the brand sound? How is the character of the design that you can always recognize it without reading what brand it is, and how does it feel? You know, CMF, color, material, finishes is super important to the product, and also the experience when you take on them to see what it is. So I actually have some slides. Maybe I should show something. Is the slideshow on? No. Oh, over there. Or, okay, it's a little slow. That's me. Not working. Oh, anyway, maybe we could share that in a different area, but. Yeah, with the design, it can be so much more than just a product. I would say it could be, you know, you want the people to. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that is in the EU commissions when I'm talking about X-Shore and saving the oceans. You can go to the next. Yeah, surfing and snowboarding is my background. Maybe a little bit quicker. I'm searching for a...
You can just go there.
Yeah, thank you. So this one. So this is where you have in the middle, and you're kind of starting to work with it all around with all your different senses. And I think many brands don't think like that. They copy, and they don't find their own identity. They do. So those brands are usually better with logistics, production, and so on. But if you want to build a global brand, I think that it needs to how do you attach with the consumer in a different way.
And just to touch on the theme that you're talking about here, if you're able to do this successfully, you get a disproportionate share of the value. I mean, this, for example, is what Steve Jobs would always say about Apple. If you are able to give that sense from the time you're unpacking the phone to when you're finally using it, you'll be able to capture the audience and get a lot of value.
Yeah, but I also think that is the story in itself about the brand. What's the purpose, or what's the higher purpose? Why are we doing this? Because we should remember, before internet, how did stories get through? They got through because they were interesting and they were getting people attached. And I think that is the oldest way how to build brands, which for me is different stories, is that you need to educate the story and then let it roll. So if you can build it through the product, and stories can be in very, very many different ways. Like myself, I went from Mr. Loud with Marshall and Urban Ears, and now I'm trying to make something very, very silent and beautiful, and it's a totally different kind of story, but there are still stories.
I'm going to come back to the theme of brands and brand building in a couple of minutes. But talk to us a little bit about Marshall, because here's a brand that is very much about, rock stars on a big hall. And you can stay there, Konrad, if you like, and, make sure that they are
Maybe I'll start a little bit with Urban Ears, because Urban Ears was actually the company who built so we could do Marshall. But my idea was to build a fashion house with headphones. Technology in general was very poor from an exciting kind of perspective. It was quite boring. Everybody did the same. They had it in silver, some of them had it in black, and then Apple came and they did it in white. My idea was to color them and follow fashion, and making sure that we were doing them in the right colors so we could be on the front page of a Vogue or all these kind of fashion magazines all around the world. I knew that we couldn't win the audio war, the best audio directly. Because a company like Bang & Olufsen or Sony or Pioneer maybe has been doing this for 70 years, so how could we come from nowhere and be in their magnitude directly? But I knew that we could do it through design, and then I also put on a microphone, because this was at the exactly same time that Apple came out with the iPhone, and the phone became smart. And what happened then was that everybody was going to have all the music in the pocket, and they could consume any media. But to have a good experience, if you're in a public area, usually you need headphones or speakers or something to connect with. So that was kind of the take on the company. And we did this monochrome headphones that was beautifully designed at a quite mid-price, and that worked so well. And maybe you can change slide to Marshall. Yeah. And then my father always talked about Jimi Hendrix, the great Jimi Hendrix, the guitar player that was on a theme park in Stockholm, Gröna Lund, in 1967. And he was an engineer. So when he talked about Jimmy, he talked about as much about Marshall, because Marshall founded the distortion sound that you can recognize as rock and roll sound, the screaming guitars. And it was because they put in a 100-watt amplifier instead of a 10-watt. So they broke the speaker and made it distorted. And when Jimmy got that in his hands, he thought that, wow, this just sounds so cool. And some people said, no, it's broken. No, this is a new invention. And I traveled there in 2009 because I always liked guitar music a lot. And basically, I went into their warehouse, looked at all the products, went back to the board meeting room and made them a concept that I want to do a headphone that is squared, just like your amps. I want to use this material of fake snakeskin and together with brass and some white details and keeping the logo big. And they said like, wow, you know, we had a couple of hundred people here who tried to take our brand and do it to something else, but no, we felt that no one understood what they were doing, but it seems like maybe you know our brand better than ourselves. And from there, I started to, if you take the next picture, next. Yeah, I started with the headphones, and then next, and then doing different speakers that looked very, very retro. I didn't want to change the design in the beginning. We just took it from the amp and basically made a very good speaker. And from there, sound industries grow so much that we became 30 times bigger than Marshall. And in 2023, I architected the deal for a merge and a buyout. It was combined. The family got the big check, but they also got the big partnership of the new, of the old company by giving them shares.
You're a little, these sort of boxes have, of course, become even more popular because of Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. So you can stream music as opposed to having to plug it.
We were streaming it from the beginning. That was the whole thing. And what's different to maybe other speakers that was an invention, just like with the microphone, is that when I wanted to, I listen to different music, and sometimes I want to change the treble and the bass compared to what music I listen to. So I put treble and bass directly. So instead of using your brain going 8 UXs away in the phone, I could do it directly. And I could listen to the music instead of being in a technical figuration and change it directly. And that gave a better music experience.
Just wanted to shift to the next industry then that you started to disrupt or try to disrupt is X-boats, right? Which are electric boats. You may have a screen. Well, okay, let's just go over a couple of these slides.
This is where we made the world's best music phone that you know, had everything that a phone needs, but it had double microphones that was studio graded. We had a music card inside that you could do a higher definition, and you could, for example, DJ directly. So it's a handheld studio basically. So next. Yeah, this is, if we put all the packaging together, it would be like 267 of the Burj Khalifa. It's a lot of products. 20 million products is a lot of products. Yeah, it was my first unicorn. Next one. You can go to the next. Next. Sorry for this. Next. Yeah. Push one.
One.
So this is the boats. I mean, we basically won not all design prizes all over the world, but we won a lot. Thank you. To make a boat look special, it's not that easy. You know, boats been around for thousands. But in the end, I took a fishing boat in the front and a modern sailing boat in the rear, and I put them together, and it gave that unique silhouette that you could see it from a kilometer away, and you still know that that's an X-shore.
So one of the things that is really interesting about riding in one of those boats, because I did it, so did Vineeta. I'm going to get her in on that. I think it changes the experience so much because when you're out on the water, it's supposed to be peaceful. It's supposed to be serene. It's supposed to be quiet. And when you have an outboard motor and the smell of diesel, it destroys it all. When you're riding in one of those, you really get to appreciate being on the water, perhaps the best way.
Yeah, for me, like I explained, you know, my history is very close to the ocean. I always feel good when I'm on the ocean or close to it. It gives me something, you know, that I feel like home. And I couldn't believe that being on the water, from being sometimes a sailor, that it should be sounding so much, that you should have the fumes. And also when I was diving for oysters, I thought that I was going to be run over, but the boat that I heard was so far away. But the density of the water makes sound travel so much longer. So you can imagine the fishes or the animals that is living in the sea, when you have boats that is so loud, you know, it's not very nice. So I needed to make this invention, and my father helped me a lot with this project.
Vineeta, perfect time to perhaps get you in if you have a comment or question on anything that you've heard.
Yeah. Hi, Konrad. It has...
One more? Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, it's been such a pleasure to hear your conversation, and I must say I've been privileged to have been on that boat in April on our delegation when we went to your house for dinner, and it was an absolutely amazing experience. Not only is it a very good-looking boat, but it was silent, and it was probably one of my most comfortable boat rides that I've ever had. So thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you.
And yeah, it's been, and how, are you the first person to have even conceptualized an electric boat, or was it there when you...
So, like you learn in school, water and electronics shouldn't be mixed, right? It's kind of the first thing you learn. So there were people trying this in the 1800s, especially in England, and there were some pretty bad accidents with the electricity and water. But today there is technologies and certifications that you can use, so it is safe. So I didn't... like many of my inventions or brands and so on, I say that I don't have to invent the wheel, but I should always question it. And I think that is something that, you know, when me and my father were sitting down and we couldn't understand why boats were so dirty and polluting the ocean that we love the most, we came to the conclusion that electric is going to be the way forward, but the bottleneck is how to store the energy with the different battery technologies. And once Tesla came in 2012, you know, I trademarked X-Shore in 1996, so it's an old idea that I had to sit on because the technology wasn't there. But in 2012, when the Tesla S came, I thought, and my father as well, that now the technology is there, it's commercial, and it's not too expensive. But then I was too busy selling the headphones and speakers all over the world that it took me until 2018 to have my first prototype.
It's fascinating.
The cost part is important, right? Because people, you know, you'll talk a lot about sustainability and why you need to buy green products and the rest of it. But the real inflection point comes when it is affordable. We've seen this with electric vehicles. We're seeing this with solar. We're seeing this with other forms of sustainability. When the price comes below a point is when adoption really goes up.
Yes, and boats are expensive, and especially to drive them. You know, it's like 5 times, again, because the water takes so much energy, it's like 5 times compared to a car to drive it. But with our boat, we are like 20 times less, depending on the price of the energy. But instead of a boat ride costing $200, for us it costs $10.
A somewhat related question from Shruti Shah, who says, design has been centric in your ventures. My question is, in today's climate of AI rapid change, how do you see green tech startups balancing profitability with long-term sustainability?
Yeah, this is a tricky one. I think, you know, after the pandemic, something changed from the investors, that they had been quite trigger happy to support companies who had the vision to just become the world's biggest within a segment. And you could lose money 10, 12, 15, up to even 20 years. And then the pandemic came, and for some reason that also affected startups. And that was to see profitability much earlier. So I'm not sure how it's going to turn out, because right now everybody is looking for companies that is doing growth and are profitable. And I did that with the sound industry, so Marshall Group. We were always profitable. We are Sweden's quickest growing company in history. It was, of course, all the learnings from my bankruptcy. But with X-Shore, it's a bigger thing that you can't be profitable in such segment when you're building factories for $100 million, and it's just, or I haven't figured out how we could be profitable tomorrow, but we will be profitable in 3 to 4 years.
So that profitability is a little further away. Prerna is another question. I mean, you can keep sending, the audience can keep sending questions up. Prerna, I think, has got the current flood situation in India in mind. I don't know if you can think of any forms of resources or technology that could help with that.
I didn't hear the first...
I mean, there are floods happening. I mean, India's got this constant problem of floods followed by droughts. So,
isn't that more in the infrastructure than building a boat, maybe?
Water harvesting and other things are probably one of the solutions.
But I'm sure that there is a lot of smart things to do there with harvesting at the same time when there is coming floods and so on. But I guess you need bigger rivers, maybe.
Just wanted to, before I come back to that branding question, which I want to spend some more time on, the overall economic situation, like obviously all of us are deluged by headlines every day, tariff wars, trade wars, everything changing dramatically, and you know it seems to be continuing to accelerate. How are you viewing the situation, and you know, as Swedish companies looking at countries like India, looking at possible expansion out here? How are you visualizing all of this?
Well, first of all, we are living in a world that is at the moment quite crazy. It feels like it's okay to start war. It feels like it's okay to say whatever you think in many ways, and dishonor people in many ways. It seems like the dictators of the world is taking advantage that somebody did something wrong and now I can do it at the same time. But in my life, I never experienced to live in a world where there's chaos all over the world. Usually it can be chaos in Europe or in Asia or in America. And me as a global entrepreneur has been then chasing the business in a way, in a place where it's quite calm. But right now we are living in a very unpredicted future because our politicians that has been named by us in most of the countries are working a different way than I think humanity have done for the past 70 to 100 years.
Do you, when you talk to other, colleagues and entrepreneurs and other people in business in Sweden and elsewhere in Europe, is there increasing interest in India? I mean, I know the free trade agreement talks are on. Your Sweden's neighbor, Norway's, that free trade agreement has been done. It goes into effect on the 1st of October. Is there increasing interest, you think, in India or not yet?
I believe in India so much. I believe that you have a good infrastructure and can really grow on it. And I believe that, in the next future, India really has the chance to become the world's biggest economy. but if you look at the global level, there is a new future where I think that we will have to live with some craziness. I don't think that we have seen the end, and that people want to be nice. I feel that people want to be shitheads, you know, to be remembered for things that you usually don't want to be remembered for.
I think you're right. But before I hand over to Suneeta, one last question. The question of branding of what you were talking about when it comes to products. A lot of people believe that in this chaotic world that we are in, personal branding also becomes very important. How are you communicating? How are you building your social media profile? How are you positioning your own personal brand in the job industry? Would you agree with that? And what would you tell people out here who are hearing this as advice more and more?
Yeah, I agree with it. I'm not saying that I like it, but with when I was doing sound or Marshall Group, I think I only did 4 interviews in 10 years. I really wanted to be the underdog and not showing who I was, and if I could concentrate more on the task, I thought that was better than getting the PR. With Xshore, that is when Instagram and Facebook started to realize that if they had the traffic, they could sell it. And it was impossible or very hard or stupid to spend the money on your company advertising instead of your development of new product. But I found out that if I, as a person, were doing this promotion, crossing with the company, it was more than half price. So that's where I started to put my story out and talk about the different things that I've been doing.
I think Mr. Jalan has a question. I'll read it. If you just say, oh yeah, there's a mic there.
Konrad, I had the privilege of being with you at your house earlier this year, and we were totally floored, not only by the electric boards, but the way of your hospitality. I remember that you arranged a Michelin chef for just 20 of us, that you have 2 live bands. So there is something more besides your technology and your marketing and the personal touch which you brought to it. One remark which stayed with me since then was that you give more value to trademarks than to brand. Can you elaborate on that?
I didn't catch everything.
He said, do you give more importance, after praising your hospitality, he said that you give more value to trademarks than to brands. Is that
yeah, I mean, I've been doing a lot of events, and I know that there are certain things that makes a good party, and that, for me, food is very important. So why have bad food when you can have good food? and drinks always makes a better smile, and then it can be non-alcoholic drinks or it can be alcoholic drinks. But then, of course, in my life, music has been a very, very key to be happy, and music has been my kind of psychotherapist, so what can go wrong if you start to throw out some hits of ABBA during a night in Sweden with the sunsets?
Absolutely, absolutely. Suneeta, over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Konrad, it has been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to hear your story today. So what strikes me most, Konrad, is not just your success, but the resilience behind it. You have shown us that innovation is never instant. It is built on patience, courage, and the grit to stay the course even when others give up. going by the fact that you had lost everything at 27 with 500,000 euros in debt, and coming from a fisherman's family, you have gone from working in a beach cafe to selling sodas, to being a snowboarder, to a fashion surfer, and from there on creating fashionable headphones and electric boats. So the kind of innovations that you have been doing and the lessons that you have left for all of us is really invaluable. Especially when you talk about starting a company is like jumping off a roof and nothing goes as per plan. And who would know it better than you, having jumped off the roof so many times? So again, the lessons that you gave us, that you have to be quick, you have to be smart, and then you have to constantly reinvent yourself, even if it's just product changes, incremental changes in the product, or changing the product totally. You have done it all. And the fact that really stays with us is what you told us about the higher purpose and the way you look at a product with all your 5 senses. And of course, never listening to critics, never giving up. These are lessons that I think all of us need to learn at every stage in life. And by creating fully electric boats, you have shown us that sustainability and aspiration can go hand in hand. You did not just build a product. You created a brand that protects marine life, reinvents water travel, and inspires an entire industry to rethink its future. Even when it was not profitable, but you took big bets on it and have created a product which really is, having sat on it myself, I can say with full confidence that it's an exceptionally good product. And of course, the bigger message here is that green technology is no longer an alternative. It is the only way forward. And your story today, Konrad, has been much more than inspiring. It has been a call to action. And on behalf of AIMA, I would like to thank you for sharing it so generously with us. Vikram, thank you for moderating with such insight and for helping us uncover the heart of this conversation. To all of us, let's remember that the future belongs not to those who chase growth at any cost, but to those who innovate with purpose. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Sudhir Jalan, past President-AIMA, to kindly join us on stage to present mementos to Mr. Bergström, Mr. Chandra, and Ms. Bajoria. Thank you, Mr. Bergström, for being a part of this discussion and joining us here today. Thank you, Ms. Bajoria, for being a part of this discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chandra, for steering this discussion. Thank you. With that, we conclude this session and quickly moving on to our next session, which is Intelligence's Next Frontier, Education for Global Transformation and Resilience. This next session will focus on intelligence's next frontier, education for global transformation and resilience. And here are the poll results for the previous question. Moving on now to the poll question for this session. The poll question for this session is, should universities stick to education and prevent social and political activism on the campus? Please do share your opinion with us, whether you agree, you can't agree, or you can't say. And once again, a gentle reminder, question slips are available on all the tables. Please put your queries and questions down on the slip and hand it over to AIMA's hall management team. I now take the pleasure of inviting on stage Mr. Vineet Agrawal, Managing Director, Transport Corporation of India. He is chairing this session. It is a pleasure to welcome on stage Dr. Cynthia K. Larive, Chancellor, University of California, Santa Cruz. Please put your hands together and give a warm welcome. They are here for a fireside chat. A very warm welcome to both of you. May I request Mr. Vineet Agrawal to take the session forward.
Good afternoon. This session is between us and lunch. So we'll try to make it quick, but insightful and inciseful. So Dr. Cynthia Larive, Chancellor, University of California at Santa Cruz, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to have you, and thank you for joining us in a session with Dr. Larive, the Chancellor of the University of California at Santa Cruz. Cynthia, it's a pleasure to have you, and many thanks for agreeing to address AIMA's National Management Convention. You're a top academic leader in the US, and you head a large institution that is renowned for its commitment to social and environmental justice and research into the world's complex challenges. Your success story is something that a lot of Indians can relate with. You're a first-generation college graduate, and you earned your PhD while raising your daughters. You have used your authority to support students from all backgrounds to access the best of education. You have also led research and innovation in curriculum and experiential learning. UC Santa Cruz is one of the few universities that specially serve the communities that have been historically underserved by higher education institutions in the US. Under your leadership, UC Santa Cruz has built up a large funding support for research, and it has set up innovation and business engagement hubs to connect industry with academia. We're looking forward to hearing your insights and ideas for making higher education a force of transformation and resilience for the world. Thank you for joining us, and a very warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start with a quote from Aldous Huxley. Knowledge is acquired when we succeed in fitting a new experience into the system of concepts based upon our old expectations. Understanding comes when we liberate ourselves from the old and so make possible a direct, unmediated contact with the new, the mystery, moment by moment of our existence. Lately, the higher education sector has been in the news for the wrong reasons. The leading universities around the world have received a lot of attention because of the liberal education, internationalism, and permission to young people to challenge the status quo in knowledge, thought, and behavior, exactly what Huxley said that was needed to build our understanding of the world. Ironically, the universities are feeling the heat for doing exactly what they've been doing for thousands of years. But it is what it is. And the academic world has to carry on with their fundamental job of breaking fresh ground in science, technology, culture, politics, business, and whatever is worth exploring and learning. Educational institutions need to continuously push the frontier of intelligence and facilitate global transformation and resilience. The issues for higher education go beyond these transitory politics, as the existential challenges from technology and societal disruptions are even more profound. The business of education needs a big upgrade to deliver new knowledge and therefore build understanding of new ways to address the new vulnerabilities and to produce workers and entrepreneurs, citizens and leaders with competences for a complex world. The educational institutions need to broaden the horizons and include international dynamics in the curriculum. They need to, of course, do international research and innovation and build global economic, environmental, and societal resilience. There is also a need for interdisciplinary education to develop future leaders with a big picture mindset. Most importantly, which I believe institutions need to inculcate empathy, compassion, and acceptance of vulnerability for the new generation leaders. India is a major supplier of students to American universities, and there is a great demand for American education innovations in India. Universities on both sides could gain tremendously by exchanging students and faculty at scale and undertake joint research, especially in the new emerging areas. Cynthia is with us today, and we would love to know her experience with aligning higher education with the new economic, technological, social, and climatic needs of the world. It is my pleasure to invite Cynthia to now deliver the keynote address of this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. It's really a privilege to be here with you today at the 52nd AIMA National Management Convention. Thank you to AIMA for convening this important gathering and for inviting me to join you here in New Delhi. I come to you from the University of California at Santa Cruz. It's one of the 10 campuses in the University of California system. The system serves about 300,000 students and is widely regarded as the world's leading public research university system. My campus is home to about 20,000 students. We sit on a redwood forest overlooking the beautiful Monterey Bay. UC Santa Cruz has a unique approach to higher education. We are a research powerhouse, and we're also committed to widening educational access and opportunity and to providing our students with an unparalleled educational experience. We are recognized for excellence in astrophysics, genomics, marine sciences, computer science and engineering, and digital arts. Our researchers were the first to map the human genome, posting it online to ensure it was in the public domain. UC Santa Cruz scientists have been central players in the launch and use of the James Webb Space Telescope and the Vera Rubin Observatory. Our campus farm pioneered sustainable organic agriculture and launched the organic food movement in the United States. Interdisciplinary collaboration is one of our hallmarks. UC Santa Cruz is a place where astrophysicists engage with artists, engineers partner with humanists, social and computer scientists work side by side to tackle the most important issues of our day. We are a campus deeply committed to inquiry, innovation, and the public good. That public mission has never felt more urgent than it does now in this era of extraordinary change. And that brings me to the theme of this conference, resilience and adaptability in a changing world. It's not hyperbole to say that artificial intelligence is the most disruptive change I've observed in my lifetime. AI is rapidly changing education, amplifying and accelerating scientific research and discovery, impacting businesses across most sectors, changing the technologies we use for defense and for physical and cybersecurity. It is challenging many of our social and ethical norms. When I was a chemistry student, I carried a slide rule in my backpack. Some of you may remember those. They're elegantly simple tools for calculation, But then in the 1970s, affordable, pocket-sized calculators arrived on the scene, and almost overnight, the slide rule disappeared. Teachers worried that calculators would make students forget how to think and to do mathematics. Does that sound familiar? Today, we hear the same concerns about artificial intelligence. Back then, calculators didn't eliminate the need for mathematics in problem solving. They freed us to solve problems more quickly and accurately, and to focus on solutions rather than computations. Today, I believe AI can do the same. Every generation has had its panic about new technologies. The printing press, the internet, Wikipedia. I still recall the alarm we educators felt when Wikipedia emerged. Could students really cite something that anyone could edit? Crowdsourced information? Yet 2 decades later, Wikipedia is one of the most widely used repositories of human knowledge, and it now feeds the very AI models we're debating. The lesson is this: universities do not vanish in the face of new tools. We adapt, we reimagine, and we keep our eyes on the mission that endures: to educate, to mentor, to discover, to serve. But we must be candid in this conversation. The rapid pace, scale, and impact of artificial intelligence are unlike anything we've seen before. In the United States, early studies show that entry-level workers into the fields most exposed to AI, think software engineering, customer service, data analysis, even some creative industries, are seeing real declines in job postings. And these are the very graduates that universities are sending into the workforce. This is where resilience and adaptability come into sharp focus. We cannot simply prepare students for the jobs of today, because those jobs may not exist tomorrow. We must prepare them for jobs that do not yet exist. More importantly, we must prepare them for uncertainty, for careers that will demand not only technical skills, but also judgment, ethical reasoning, systems-level thinking, collaboration, and the courage to innovate and lead in uncharted territory. That's the calling of universities today. So in this moment of rapid technological change, it's critical not to just teach about AI, but to teach with AI. Across disciplines, UC Santa Cruz faculty are fundamentally rethinking how they teach, assess learning, and engage students. Some faculty ask students to compare AI-generated text with human writing, to critique it, improve it, and learn from it. Others use AI to generate case studies, exam questions, or interactive scenarios, allowing instructors to spend less time on what can be tedious administrative tasks and more time engaging students in meaningful dialogue. Our Teaching and Learning Center has been essential in this work, collaborating with campus educators to inspire their exploration of new and innovative teaching practices. Our powerful classroom innovation comes from one professor, Maggie Seif El-Nasser, in our computational media department. In her human-centered AI course, students bridge the gap between understanding core AI technologies and applying human-centered principles to their design, deployment, and critical evaluation. This approach allows students to explore both the technical foundations and the humanistic dimensions of AI, developing new models for collaboration, frameworks for fostering human creativity through AI co-creation tools. This approach fosters not just fluency with AI tools, but judgment, creativity, and the ethical use of generative AI models. History professor Benjamin Breen uses generative AI to let students converse with digital representations of historical figures, turning students from passive learners into active participants in dialogue with the past. The exercise fosters empathy and critical thinking as students analyze AI responses, identify possible flaws, and fact-check AI claims. For example, in one module on the Roman Empire, students found that AI often stumbled on dates and context, insights that deepened both student skepticism and their understanding. AI is no longer a niche skill. It pervades nearly every profession. A student who lacks basic literacy with generative AI may find themselves at a disadvantage or even obsolete in today's workplace. That's true not only for engineers and data scientists, but also for poets, for social scientists, and health professionals. AI shouldn't be viewed simply as a tool for drafting essays, building apps, or making shopping lists. It is truly powerful in enabling rapid exploration, insight generation, creativity, and novel solutions to complex and long-standing problems. To that end, we must teach students not only how to use AI, but also to recognize its limits, to identify when it hallucinates, when it is biased, and how to guard against our over-reliance on it. We train students to question AI answers. Is that correct? Is this fair? Is it helpful? Those are timeless questions leaders must ask in every field. And our responsibility extends beyond our undergraduate classrooms. As AI reshapes industries, mid-career professionals, including many senior workers, may find their skills outdated. Historically, worker retraining has not been a central role for universities, but in this era, I believe it should be. Universities can be valuable partners to business and industry, providing upskilling, retooling, and reliable pathways for professionals to stay competitive and engaged throughout their careers. AI is also transforming research. Let me give you a glimpse into what AI is already making possible. I'm deeply proud of the significant roles UC Santa Cruz astrophysicists have played in the Vera Rubin Observatory project in Chile. From its early stages through its construction, our researchers are deeply involved in the observatory's ongoing scientific leadership and in its legacy survey of space and time. Using a massive camera, it is capturing the deepest and most dynamic portrait of the night sky ever assembled. Tens of millions of galaxies, stars, asteroids, tracked across both space and time. It's fair to say that the legacy survey is not possible without AI. Artificial intelligence is helping astronomers sort through an unimaginable flood of data, 60 trillion bytes of cosmic images collected every night. And a new data set is released every 2 weeks. Within that ocean of data, there may be exploding stars, unknown asteroids, even entire galaxies that have not been seen before. Human eyes could never process it all. With AI, discovery becomes possible. In genomics, AI is helping us understand human health in ways we could scarcely imagine a decade ago. UC Santa Cruz is home to the Genome Browser, a free tool that scientists worldwide use to analyze the human genome. 2 new AI integrations on the Genome Browser are accelerating the discovery of genetic variations that may cause disease. That can shorten the path to diagnosis for families who in the past might have waited years for answers. And we all know how time can make a difference with the treatment of diseases. 2 UC Santa Cruz research projects leverage advanced forms of AI to improve how scientists measure and predict the effects of climate change, and do so at a fraction of the cost of traditional methods. These are not examples of AI algorithms and machine learning replacing scientists. They're examples of how this enabling technology is expanding the very frontiers of human knowledge. Just as the internet sparked innovations and industries we could not have foreseen, from e-commerce to telemedicine to streaming entertainment, AI will no doubt open frontiers we can scarcely imagine. I could see new sectors emerging in personalized medicine, precision agriculture, and climate resilience. Across existing fields, AI will expand human capacity, helping scientists test ideas faster, doctors deliver care more effectively, and engineers and artists push beyond the current limits. AI's promise is not just efficiency, but entirely new opportunities that will require human ingenuity at every step. At the University of California, we see AI as more than a tool. It is a defining moment, and we are committed to leading responsibly in this moment. Our vision has 3 pillars: scaling innovation responsibly, ensuring AI advances knowledge without eroding public trust, forging partnerships with industry, government, and universities around the world, because AI's challenges and opportunities are global. Preparing the workforce not only for technical fluency, but for leadership, adaptability, and resilience in an AI-driven economy. As a public university system, we feel not only the opportunity, but the responsibility to ensure that AI serves the public good. At least in the near term, AI will not replace the human mind, but it will change how we use it and what we use it to accomplish. Our role as educators and leaders is to make sure that change is for the better, that we teach not only how to use AI, but how to ask the questions AI cannot, that we prepare not only skilled workers, but thoughtful citizens, that we nurture not only adaptability, but imagination. And the world is counting on us, not only to prepare students for jobs, but to prepare them for resilience and leadership in a rapidly changing world. That is our shared responsibility, and it's also our greatest opportunity. Thank you.
So we have a bunch of questions that have come in, but before that, let me ask you a little bit more of a fundamental question, which I think is now, with AI coming in, is becoming more and more prominent. Will AI make institutions like colleges and universities redundant in the near future?
Yeah, it's a good question. We wondered that too about Wikipedia and internet, based courses like Coursera offers. I think AI will certainly change the way the university functions. I don't think it will make the university obsolete. I think what students need as part of their education are experiences, hands-on experiences. And this is a focus of our work at UC Santa Cruz, to get students out into the field to study ecology firsthand, to help them with internships in companies and clinics, to do research and art. It is those experiences and that allows you to take what you're learning in the classroom and implement it in ways that are generative, in a way that generative AI can supplement, but probably not replace.
We're hearing a lot of what's happening in the US in terms of American universities. How are you guys responding, and generally the university system, educational institutions responding to the backlash against diversity and green movements, and just the sheer, I guess, from the outside we see a sense of frustration because you want liberalism and democratic principles to be prevalent with everyone, but on the other hand, it has been countered with a lot of the backlash.
Yeah, it is. It's an interesting time to be leading a university, and we just try and stay focused on our mission. So our mission is to serve a really incredible group of students. We have a very diverse student body at our university. Probably about a quarter of them actually are of South Asian ancestry, students who are from our region, a lot of them in Silicon Valley. And another quarter are the children of farm workers who are also often the first generation of their families to go to university. So it's a student body that has a lot of potential. And I think that in the US, we have to think about the future workforce the country needs. To be able to have that workforce, we need to take advantage of the ideas that smart people come from everywhere and from every background. My own father left school in the 3rd grade and never learned to read. And yet my parents thought so much of the value of education for me. We need to make that opportunity for every student. I think if we stay focused on our mission, make an inclusive campus where everyone can succeed, that the other aspects of the dialogue are a little bit just noise that can mask the signal.
Right. And have you seen a perceptible loss of international students in the last few months and in the last few years, maybe last 2 years?
We have international students on our campus. Their numbers are down, and that's not something that we like because it's a global world, and we like to have international students in residence on our campus. We do have pretty active programs for global exchange for our students, and then we also have programs in which faculty lead students on a global classroom to some other part of the world. We're interested in coming to India, and so I think those are ways in which our students, many of whom may not have gone far beyond California, can grow in their vision of what is possible and how to be global citizens, not just U.S. citizens.
So would that mean that American universities, not just with exchange programs or having maybe semester abroad kind of programs, actually start establishing bases outside the US? I know a few universities do have campuses overseas, but is it like you need to have a diversification strategy and really start creating campuses globally? Do you think that would also happen?
I think many universities are doing that. I don't see UC Santa Cruz being able to do that right now. I don't think we have the capital to do that. But I do think that one of the best ways to really develop the relationships that will help sustain research and education for the long term is through collaborative partnerships. So that's the area that we're most interested in exploring.
I have 2 kids who go to college, and when they were in school in the last 2-3 years since AI has started to pick up, everything that they do it using AI, everything. Even recently, a funny story is that my sons were setting up a meeting with someone, and they had a WhatsApp group, and they had to change the meeting time. So my younger son used AI to send a message on WhatsApp saying that I regret to inform you that we will not be able to meet at so-and-so time. And is the fact that a 17-year-old, 18-year-old kid is starting to use AI so much, is it going to really affect the way that we learn? Because we really stop using our brains when it comes to application of many basics, or maybe in our age, or of a certain generation, this is what we think is not normal. But do you think that this is normal for the kids today? And how is it going to evolve?
Yeah, I don't think we can fight it. And I think in the U.S., in high schools and below, students are being taught to use AI. So they come to the university, as your son, ready to use AI to solve their problems. So I think we have to be really thoughtful in how we design experiences and assignments using AI to help people get the critical thinking, the analysis, and the judgment that sometimes I didn't have at 18. I didn't know about you, but those issues. How do you understand the output from AI, and do you trust it, and then what do you use it for? If it's just setting up a meeting or making my shopping list, maybe it's okay. But if I'm using it to help design a whole new research thrust in my laboratory, if I'm using it to address a geopolitical problem, maybe it can help me have some focus or some ideas that I might not have thought about. But I really have to be careful, not just to take what AI delivers and then use that to try and find a solution.
How are professors keeping themselves more relevant in this age when sometimes you might go into a class and some students might know more than the professors because of AI?
Well, maybe it's because of AI. Maybe they're just really smart, you know. I think one of the things that we can think about is the Socratic method of teaching. So it's less about memorizing facts. You know, I'm a chemist. I don't know how many of you took chemistry. We love to make people memorize reactions, right? Do you remember any of them now? Probably not. And so this idea of how we use knowledge to solve problems, how do we use knowledge to innovate? How do we use knowledge to be more human, to think about ways in which we can reach out to others, to help work for a more just society? You know, those are, I think, the big challenges of the world.
Can open up to questions, the audience. Yeah, please. Siddhant.
So this question may be more pertinent to the US, but I think in general to the industrialized world, it's the issue of funding of research. It's to do with the funding of viewpoints that are critical to whatever entity is in power. And it's certainly, I think, a trend for the last 5 years. It started out maybe on the left a little bit, now it's moved to the right, but how does the university navigate and exhibit resilience in this dimension?
Yeah, much research requires funding. Not all scholarship requires funding. In science and technology, research can be expensive and requires access to instruments or places. And so government funding has been really important for that. In the US, after World War II, the government and universities engaged in a really extraordinary partnership that I believe has driven the US economy and much of our success. I hope that we will not see the universities suffer too much from government funding cuts, although I think that is a real possibility. We're seeing more engagement with companies, and I think also more engagement with foundations in the U.S. that can be helpful, although philanthropy through U.S. foundations is about 2%, all of them put together, about 2% of the federal investment in research. Other aspects, I think, are, you talked about, you know, viewpoint, whether it's on the right or the left. I think universities are now, many of us, shifting into an area where we try to be neutral. We try to seek truth and to be a marketplace for all ideas, and not to have a real strong leaning one way or the other. In the U.S., of course, we really prize the opportunity for free speech, and our students often don't have viewpoint neutrality. I'll say that.
Questions?
Good afternoon. I am Surendra Shah. I have two questions. One is on a school education and one is on an old age home. I have a school which has 2,200 children, and being the head of the school, I find most of the articles which come for the monthly bulletin are sourced to AI, number one. which is, I think, affecting their critical thinking of the children. Children as small as 3rd standard or 4th standard are taught by their parents to check on perplexity or the Google Chat GPT to find answers and articles for the bulletin. Number 2, I also run an old age home, and we find AI very helpful in maintaining the health records of the old age people in my old age home. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So regarding, writing and citations, I think my own experience has been sometimes it can be very helpful. Sometimes AI cites things that are not relevant. Sometimes it makes up citations that are not even real. So you have to test those. But I'm glad that you're finding AI to be useful. And I think part of this experimentation, we're in the experimentation stage. I wonder if some of that will sort itself out as the models develop and we get more experience working with them.
Related to
my
that,
question was...
Just one sec. Related to that is how will schooling change? Because when you're expecting students to come when they join universities and colleges with a certain standard of learning, and with the generation that really doesn't know how to read books, but just to swipe, how are we going to ensure that these kids are being relevant in the future when they come to universities as well?
Well, and I think we then need to design a curriculum and a pedagogies that help them to be relevant to the future. We have a program at UC Santa Cruz, we call it the Deep Read. Every year a book is selected, and the students, the faculty, most of the community, we all read the same book. And then there are lectures, meetings, dialogues in small group settings, culminating by a visit of the author, where we hear from the author about the book. This year it was a book called James. It was the kind of rethinking of the Huckleberry Finn story. And it was really quite motivating. I think it is through shared experiences and then also lessons, right, assignments, exams, that require students to show their thinking, show their ability to come to a solution rather than just delivering knowledge. And to do that in a format where you're actually getting what the student is thinking and able to do, not just what the computer is able to tell them.
Thank you.
Yes. My question was related to Indian experience. Our education is not preparing the youth for livelihood, dignified livelihood. It can be only for jobs or employment. Can it be for entrepreneurship also? Because entrepreneurship is perhaps not getting that attention which the education should give to the youth. Our Indian population, 25% is in the youth category. So therefore, more important is to create youth who can earn livelihood and at the same time contribute for the GDP and economic growth. Thank you.
It's more of a comment, but I think the debate in India is always about employment and employability. When you get people coming out of schools and universities and colleges, are they really employable? What are the skill sets that employers are looking for, and are universities and institutions able to impart that? Because when we are recruiting kids from MBA schools, etc., we actually put them through our own grinder system. We put them to an academy and put them through our own training programs. So employability in today's age is becoming even more critical, especially with the nature of jobs that are changing, as you also mentioned.
I can appreciate that. I think what we see is those experiences I talked about earlier are really key to helping students be ready for employment after school. And often the students will work for a company as an intern or be engaged in a research project that has some relevance. Those experiences really help students not just understand about the knowledge they need or the skills they need for the job, but how to be effective in the culture of a company, which is different than the culture of a university. So when I had PhD students I was training, most of them did a summer internship at a company. They came back more focused, got more done. They learned a lot of things at the company that probably were hard for us to deliver in the culture of the university laboratory.
Thank you. And on that note, Dr. Larive, it was a pleasure to have you here. I think the audience also seems to be still here because even though it's almost lunch.
One small question.
We have really enjoyed it. Maybe you can take it offline with her, please. Again, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for this discussion. May I request Ms. Reddy, past President-AIMA, to please join us on stage to kindly do us the honors of presenting mementos for this session. We express our thanks to Dr. Cynthia Larive. Thank you for being here and being a part of this discussion. Our thanks to Mr. Vineet Agarwal. Thank you, Ms. Reddy, for joining us on stage to do the honors. With that, we conclude this session. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a break for lunch, which is being served in this very hall. Please do note the last 3 rows of chairs. They will be removed to facilitate the movement of all the delegates. So all the delegates who are sitting in the last 3 rows, the last 3 rows of chairs will be removed. So please do remember to carry all of your belongings with you. Members of the audience who are sitting in the last 3 rows, you are please requested to kindly carry all of your belongings with you, as the last 3 rows of chairs will be removed to facilitate movement inside this hall. Thank you and enjoy the break. But please do note, we will start the next session at 2:30 sharp. And we promise you a very interesting fireside chat with the well-known actress and also an entrepreneur, Ms. Samantha Ruth Prabhu. Once again, all attendees are requested to retain their delegate badges for the entire duration of the program on both the days, as the entry to this hall would be allowed only if you're wearing them. So please don't forget to join us in time. Remember, the next session starts sharp at 2:30. The very interesting discussion with Ms. Samantha Ruth Prabhu. Thank you and enjoy the lunch. Hello, मैं कहाँ जाऊँ?
SBI, the best bank in India. A legacy that spans over 2 centuries. Highest customer base, biggest profits. The SBIans who bring best-in-class service and keep customers' interest at heart. India, by 2030, is primed to become world's 3rd largest economy. This exponential growth needs financial fuel supported by a solid banking framework. And this is where SBI leads the way. Daring to reach where others won't, SBI has ensured that even the smallest villages have access to banking. It is also the leading contributor to government financial inclusion schemes for bank accounts, insurance and pension.
SBI's vast network ensures that no dream is too big. From the bustling metros to the quietest of villages, we are there to empower every Indian. Access to financial empowerment is a basic right that we wish to give to every fellow countryman.
SBI takes immense pride in its journey of innovation, dedication, and excellence. SBI, it's not just a bank, it's a promise of bringing ease to life. SBI, the banker to every Indian.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted, and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
The symbiotic relationship that exists between AIMA and its local management associations furthers the cause of management and management education throughout the country, and the leadership that Indian managers play not only in industry in India but globally.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
AIMA's leadership retreat, as well as Pragati, provides mentorship to women. It provides an area where they can build their confidence, where they can learn to network, and more importantly, inspire them to be courageous in the business world.
We continue to develop programs which are relevant for today's world, for today's leaders. The Global Advanced Management Program, the Global Innovation and Management Program, etc. Programs that we've developed and curated over the years to help Indian management and Indian leadership deal with the volatility and the globalization and the innovation that we have to deal with it on a day-to-day basis in our companies.
continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
ISRO has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
ISRO has really focused on young leaders in several ways. One is creating the Young Leaders Council. It's called the YLC, where there are several programs that happen at a national level as well as a chapter level.
It's not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
ISRO is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that ISRO plays in society.
What sets ISRO apart from the other associations is that we are a not-for-profit and non-lobbying body. We only focus on what is important for our members, which is management, innovation, and leadership.
India didn't adopt medicine, it shaped it. From ancient Ayurveda to documented surgeries in Sushruta Samhita, we've always believed healing is sacred. But turning this timeless ethos into tomorrow's healthcare vision, that needed a revolution. That needed Apollo. 1983, one man, one vision to bring world-class healthcare to India. Dr. Pratap C. Reddy didn't just dream of world-class healthcare in India. He built it. Apollo began as an idea. Today, it's a movement, an institution, a commitment. Apollo isn't just a hospital. It's India's healthcare backbone. From one hospital to 79 hospitals. From one doctor to 13,000. From one bed to 10,400 beds. 6,800 pharmacies. 2,200 diagnostic centers. 165 dialysis clinics, 252 dental centers, 275 clinics, 800 telemedicine hubs. From one city to 43, from serving one nation to earning the trust of patients across 150 nations. Over 33 million digital users. 200 million lives touched. Every single day, 1,000 surgeries performed, 80,000 plus tests done, 1 lakh medicine orders fulfilled. Because at Apollo, care isn't delivered. It's orchestrated with precision, pace, and presence. World's busiest solid organ transplant program. 5 organ transplants every day. 2.26 lakh cardiac surgeries, 5 lakh orthopedic procedures, 2 lakh onco surgeries, 2.17 lakh neurosurgeries. Not just large numbers, exceptional outcomes. Not just excellence, but repeatable, scalable, evidence-based mastery. Apollo doesn't follow global innovation. It introduces it. India's first proton therapy center and ZapX technology. 15,000 robotic surgeries, 5G ambulances, AI co-pilots, connected care program. Others install machines. Apollo builds systems where doctors are empowered, where innovation speaks the language of care. 26 million preventive health checks, 730,000 in the last year alone. With Apollo Pro Health and Zen, we don't wait for disease to knock. We meet it at the door and close it early. Today, when India faces an epidemic of lifestyle diseases, Apollo stands guard, tackling non-communicable diseases before they become life-threatening. From hypertension to diabetes, from cardiac risk to cancer, our battle begins long before symptoms appear. India's future isn't just being healed, it's being protected. Apollo 24/7 is not just an app. It's India's largest and most trusted digital health companion. A platform that brings Apollo's legacy of care to your fingertips. At Apollo, care extends beyond treatment. It educates. AI-powered videos in 30+ languages. Live webinars with doctors. Millions engaged on our website and social media platforms. Our doctors now inform, influence, and inspire. Across borders, across languages, across lives. Doctors at Apollo don't work in silos. They work inside India's most powerful healthcare engine, backed by data, driven by research, and elevated by technology. Here, they don't just practice, they progress. With systems that support, with platforms that scale, with tools built around clinical thinking. From drone-powered medicine deliveries navigating the toughest terrains of Arunachal to teleclinics connecting patients across 17 countries. From caring for the elderly in our senior living homes to screening school children in the remotest districts. Apollo's care doesn't end at the hospital gate. It crosses borders, breaks barriers, and reaches wherever healing is needed. Because for us, healthcare isn't a location, it's a promise. This story of lives saved, futures rebuilt, systems transformed. Every milestone, a mind that wouldn't give up. The next chapter calls for deeper care, broader reach, bolder breakthroughs. And just as always, it will be written by those who heal with head, hands, and heart. You didn't just join Apollo's journey. You've helped define it. Here's to the future, built by Apollo.
From pioneering Asia's first integrated steel plant in 1907 to becoming a global leader, Tata Steel's journey is one of transformation and progress. Reinforcing our commitment to fuel India's growth, we are doubling our production capacity in India to 40 million tons. With a focus on net zero by 2045, we are transitioning towards low-carbon steel making in the UK and the Netherlands. We are also setting up a green steel plant in Ludhiana, India. Driven by innovation, our advanced products and solutions are tailored to address evolving customer needs. By partnering with startups, academia, and external partners, we are transforming the steel value chain. Leveraging artificial intelligence and Industry 4.0 technologies, we are setting new benchmarks in safety and manufacturing excellence. Our people power our purpose. Across geographies, we champion diversity and inclusion while enabling our workforce to be future ready. We uplift communities through healthcare, education, sports, livelihood programs and more, impacting millions. We drive long-term value by managing financial and operational resources with efficiency and foresight, investing in growth and sustainability. At Tata Steel, we are not just making steel, we are making tomorrow. Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
It starts with a spark, inspired by the fire within, transformed by passion and a will of steel, that gives shape to our tomorrow, where experience and ambition forges itself into a legacy, built on the foundations of expertise and excellence, and driven by a hunger to exceed expectations. Providing an unshakable backbone to infrastructure, engineering, construction, packaging, transportation, and global distribution. Where every step forward is a giant leap for India's future. Welcome to Jindal Steel's legacy of transformation. Our legacy sparked off with one man's dream who envisioned a landscape focused on nation building, value creation, and sustainable development, to lay out new paths of progress and industrial transformation. Our legacy is built on world-class steel plants that produce the best in its class. Because we are obsessed with precision and perfection and are powered by the latest technological advances, where well-integrated systems of backward integration gives us unparalleled control over quality. Smooth forward integration to seamlessly connect the multifaceted dots of development. To become one of the biggest steel manufacturers in India. While illuminating the future, we firmly believe in nourishing the present and investing in the nation's capital by bringing about social change that promotes skill development, self-sufficiency, and strengthens communities from within. Environmental change that nurtures and sustains the ecosystem. And educational transformation through cutting-edge facilities and initiatives that hold the potential to empower communities, to stand strong, while making a change where it truly matters. At Jindal Steel, we've grown our legacy on ownership, respect, striving for quality, and most importantly, on the dedication and passion of our people who take our values further and build the future with us.
What makes SBI the best bank in India? A legacy that spans over 2 centuries, highest customer base, biggest profits. The SBIans who bring best-in-class service and keep customers' interest at heart. India, by 2030, is primed to become world's 3rd largest economy. This exponential growth needs financial fuel supported by a solid banking framework, and this is where SBI leads the way. Daring to reach where others won't, SBI has ensured that even the smallest villages have access to banking, It is also the leading contributor to government financial inclusion schemes for bank accounts, insurance and pension.
SBI's vast network ensures that no dream is too big. From the bustling metros to the quietest of villages, we are there to empower every Indian. Access to financial empowerment is a basic right that we wish to give to every fellow countryman.
SBI takes immense pride in its journey of innovation, dedication and excellence. SBI, it's not just a bank, it's a promise of bringing ease to life. SBI, the banker to every Indian.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
The symbiotic relationship that exists between AIMA and its local management associations furthers the cause of management and management education throughout the country and the leadership that Indian managers play not only in industry in India but globally.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're a practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
AIMA's leadership retreat as well as Pragati provides mentorship to women. It provides an area where they can build their confidence, where they can learn to network, and more importantly, inspire them to be courageous in the business world.
We continue to develop programs which are relevant for today's world, for today's leaders. The Global Advanced Management Program, the Global Innovation and Management Program, etc. programs that we've developed and curated over the years to help Indian management and Indian leadership deal with the volatility and the globalization and the innovation that we have to deal with it on a day-to-day basis in our companies.
continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
ISRO has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
ISRO has really focused on young leaders in several ways. One is creating the Young Leaders Council. It's called the YLC, where there are several programs that happen at a national level as well as a chapter level.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
ISRO is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that ISRO plays in society.
What sets ISRO apart from the other associations is that we are a not-for-profit and non-lobbying body. We only focus on what is important for our members, which is management, innovation, and leadership.
India didn't adopt medicine, it shaped it. From ancient Ayurveda to documented surgeries in Sushruta Samhita, we've always believed healing is sacred. But turning this timeless ethos into tomorrow's healthcare vision, that needed a revolution. That needed Apollo. 1983, one man, one vision to bring world-class healthcare to India. Dr. Pratap C. Reddy didn't just dream of world-class healthcare in India. He built it. Apollo began as an idea. Today, it's a movement, an institution, a commitment. Apollo isn't just a hospital. It's India's healthcare backbone. From one hospital to 79 hospitals. From one doctor to 13,000. From one bed to 10,400 beds. 6,800 pharmacies. 2,200 diagnostic centers. 165 dialysis clinics. 252 dental centers. 275 clinics. 800 telemedicine hubs. From one city to 43. From serving one nation to earning the trust of patients across 150 nations. Over 33 million digital users. 200 million lives touched. Every single day, 1,000 surgeries performed. 80,000 plus tests done. 1 lakh medicine orders fulfilled. Because at Apollo, care isn't delivered. It's orchestrated with precision, pace, and presence. World's busiest solid organ transplant program. 5 organ transplants every day. 2.26 lakh cardiac surgeries. 5 lakh orthopedic procedures, 2 lakh onco-surgeries, 2.17 lakh neurosurgeries. Not just large numbers, exceptional outcomes. Not just excellence, but repeatable, scalable, evidence-based mastery. Apollo doesn't follow global innovation. It introduces it. India's first proton therapy center and ZapX technology. 15,000 robotic surgeries, 5G ambulances, AI co-pilots, connected care program. Others install machines. Apollo builds systems where doctors are empowered, where innovation speaks the language of care. 26 million preventive health checks, 730,000 in the last year alone. With Apollo Pro Health and Zen, we don't wait for disease to knock. We meet it at the door and close it early. Today, when India faces an epidemic of lifestyle diseases, Apollo stands guard, tackling non-communicable diseases before they become life-threatening. From hypertension to diabetes, from cardiac risk to cancer, our battle begins long before symptoms appear. India's future isn't just being healed, it's being protected. Apollo 24/7 is not just an app. It's India's largest and most trusted digital health companion. A platform that brings Apollo's legacy of care to your fingertips. At Apollo, care extends beyond treatment. It educates. AI-powered videos in 30+ languages. Live webinars with doctors. Millions engaged on our website and social media platforms. Our doctors now inform, influence, and inspire. Across borders, across languages, across lives. Doctors at Apollo don't work in silos. They work inside India's most powerful healthcare engine, backed by data, driven by research, and elevated by technology. Here, they don't just practice, they progress. With systems that support, with platforms that scale, with tools built around clinical thinking, from drone-powered medicine deliveries navigating the toughest terrains of Arunachal to teleclinics connecting patients across 17 countries. From caring for the elderly in our senior living homes to screening school children in the remotest districts, Apollo's care doesn't end at the hospital gate. It crosses borders, breaks barriers, and reaches wherever healing is needed. Because for us, healthcare isn't a location, it's a promise. This story of lives saved, futures rebuilt, systems transformed. Every milestone, a mind that wouldn't give up. The next chapter calls for deeper care, broader reach, bolder breakthroughs. And just as always, it will be written by those who heal with head, hands, and heart. You didn't just join Apollo's journey. You've helped define it. Here's to the future, built by Apollo.
From pioneering Asia's first integrated steel plant in 1907 to becoming a global leader, Tata Steel's journey is one of transformation and progress. Reinforcing our commitment to fuel India's growth, we are doubling our production capacity in India to 40 million tons. With a focus on net zero by 2045, we are transitioning towards low-carbon steel making in the UK and the Netherlands. We are also setting up a green steel plant in Ludhiana, India. Driven by innovation, our advanced products and solutions are tailored to address evolving customer needs. By partnering with startups, academia, and external partners, we are transforming the steel value chain. Leveraging artificial intelligence and Industry 4.0 technologies, we are setting new benchmarks in safety and manufacturing excellence. Our people power our purpose. Across geographies, we champion diversity and inclusion while enabling our workforce to be future ready. We uplift communities through healthcare, education, sports, livelihood programs and more, impacting millions. We drive long-term value by managing financial and operational resources with efficiency and foresight, investing in growth and sustainability. At Tata Steel, we are not just making steel, we are making tomorrow. Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
It starts with a spark, inspired by the fire within, transformed by passion and a will of steel, that gives shape to our tomorrow, where experience and ambition forges itself into a legacy, built on the foundations of expertise and excellence, and driven by a hunger to exceed expectations. Providing an unshakable backbone to infrastructure, engineering, construction, packaging, transportation, and global distribution. Where every step forward is a giant leap for India's future. Welcome to Jindal Steel's legacy of transformation. Our legacy sparked off with one man's dream who envisioned a landscape focused on nation building, value creation, and sustainable development, to lay out new paths of progress and industrial transformation. Our legacy is built on world-class steel plants that produce the best in its class. Because we are obsessed with precision and perfection and are powered by the latest technological advances, where well-integrated systems of backward integration gives us unparalleled control over quality. Smooth forward integration to seamlessly connect the multifaceted dots of development. To become one of the biggest steel manufacturers in India. While illuminating the future, we firmly believe in nourishing the present and investing in the nation's capital by bringing about social change that promotes skill development, self-sufficiency, and strengthens communities from within. Environmental change that nurtures and sustains the ecosystem. And educational transformation through cutting-edge facilities and initiatives that hold the potential to empower communities, to stand strong, while making a change where it truly matters. At Jindal Steel, we've grown our legacy on ownership, respect, striving for quality, and most importantly, on the dedication and passion of our people who take our values further and build the future with us.
What makes SBI the best bank in India? A legacy that spans over 2 centuries, highest customer base, biggest profits. The SBIans who bring best-in-class service and keep customers' interest at heart. India, by 2030, is primed to become world's 3rd largest economy. This exponential growth needs financial fuel supported by a solid banking framework, and this is where SBI leads the way. Daring to reach where others won't, SBI has ensured that even the smallest villages have access to banking, It is also the leading contributor to government financial inclusion schemes for bank accounts, insurance and pension.
SBI's vast network ensures that no dream is too big. From the bustling metros to the quietest of villages, we are there to empower every Indian. Access to financial empowerment is a basic right that we wish to give to every fellow countryman.
SBI takes immense pride in its journey of innovation, dedication and excellence. SBI, it's not just a bank, it's a promise of bringing ease to life. SBI, the banker to every Indian.
AIMA works as an overall India-wide organization for management. It has for long supported, promoted and nurtured the management movement, and it's also reached overseas to try and connect the world with India as well.
The symbiotic relationship that exists between AIMA and its local management associations furthers the cause of management and management education throughout the country and the leadership that Indian managers play not only in industry in India but globally.
So whether you're a young student out there or whether you're practicing professional, I think being a member of AIMA will give you a huge network, will give you a huge range of new concepts, and it gets you access to events where you really get to meet some of the best and the finest speakers in the country from whom you can learn.
You know, every manager needs to be updated in terms of the latest techniques, the latest thinking, the latest direction. You update yourself in various aspects of disciplines that one is involved in.
AIMA's leadership retreat as well as Pragati provides mentorship to women. It provides an area where they can build their confidence, where they can learn to network, and more importantly, inspire them to be courageous in the business world.
We continue to develop programs which are relevant for today's world, for today's leaders. The Global Advanced Management Program, the Global Innovation and Management Program, etc. Programs that we've developed and curated over the years to help Indian management and Indian leadership deal with the volatility and the globalization and the innovation that we have to deal with it on a day-to-day basis in our companies.
Continuous skill development, continuous education is a necessity for everybody.
ISRO has been known for its testing services. For instance, the management aptitude test, which is very popular, of late catering to admissions and also to recruitment services.
ISRO has really focused on young leaders in several ways. One is creating the Young Leaders Council. It's called the YLC, where there are several programs that happen at a national level as well as a chapter level.
Is not just the desire for success, but a fear of failure.
ISRO is an institution that all of us are proud of. We are proud of its legacy, and we are proud of the role that ISRO plays in society.
What sets ISRO apart from the other associations is that we are a not-for-profit and non-lobbying body. We only focus on what is important for our members, which is management, innovation, and leadership.
India didn't adopt medicine, it shaped it. From ancient Ayurveda to documented surgeries in Sushruta Samhita, we've always believed healing is sacred. But turning this timeless ethos into tomorrow's healthcare vision, that needed a revolution. That needed Apollo. 1983, one man, one vision to bring world-class healthcare to India. Dr. Pratap C. Reddy didn't just dream of world-class healthcare in India. He built it. Apollo began as an idea. Today, it's a movement, an institution, a commitment. Apollo isn't just a hospital. It's India's healthcare backbone. From one hospital to 79 hospitals. From one doctor to 13,000. From one bed to 10,400 beds. 6,800 pharmacies. 2,200 diagnostic centers, 165 dialysis clinics, 252 dental centers, 275 clinics, 800 telemedicine hubs. From one city to 43, from serving one nation to earning the trust of patients across 150 nations. Over 33 million digital users, 200 million lives touched. Every single day, 1,000 surgeries performed, 80,000 plus tests done, 1 lakh medicine orders fulfilled. Because at Apollo, care isn't delivered. It's orchestrated with precision, pace, and presence. World's busiest solid organ.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope you had a good lunch. We now are ready to begin the afternoon with a very exciting session featuring one of India's most celebrated actresses who has seamlessly transitioned into entrepreneur and investor. May I request you all to please kindly take your seats. We are ready to start with the session. Remember, 2:30 p.m. sharp. Please kindly take your seats. We are ready to start with the session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you all to please kindly be seated. We are ready to start the session. Our next session is entitled Beyond the Spotlight: Reinventing Stardom Through Enterprise and Impact. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is ready to start. We would request you all to please kindly take your seats. It is entitled Beyond the Spotlight: Reinventing Stardom Through Enterprise and Impact. This session highlights the remarkable journey of Ms. Samantha Ruth Prabhu from acclaimed actor to entrepreneur and investor, with ventures spanning wellness, fashion, and film production. She is reshaping the narrative of celebrity influence by merging creativity with commerce and purpose. May I once again remind you all, please kindly take your seats. Our star guest has already arrived here at the venue in our midst and is ready to join us inside the hall. Meanwhile, members of the audience who are still standing, will request you all to please kindly be seated. Please kindly have your seats. We are ready to start the session. The poll question for this session, let's take a look at it. Would AI dubbed original movies replace their remakes in other languages? In the previous session, we just heard a lot of discussion about AI. Youngsters using AI in their day-to-day small tasks as well as big tasks. Are we ready for AI dubbed original movies to replace their remakes in other languages? Please share with us whether you think it's a possibility, which means yes. If you think it's not a possibility, then no. And obviously, if you're undecided, your vote is can't say. But please do be a part of this poll. Share your opinion. We'd love to hear from you. May I once again request members of the audience who are still standing to please kindly take your seats. We are ready to start with the session. Once again, a gentle reminder, please kindly do take your seats. We are ready to start with the session. As you might perhaps see, there are question slips which have been placed on your tables. So if you would like to address any query or questions to our esteemed speakers, please kindly note it down and hand it over to our hall management team. And to be a part of the poll, please kindly scan the QR codes which have already been placed on your tables. As you all perhaps heard, since morning we have repeatedly mentioned that this program is being live streamed across platforms. So here's a chance of influencing opinions. Please do be a part of this poll. Share your opinion with us. Tell us how India thinks. Ladies and gentlemen, our next plenary is entitled Beyond the Spotlight, Reinventing Stardom Through Enterprise and Impact. This session highlights the remarkable journey of Samantha Ruth Prabhu, from acclaimed actor to entrepreneur and investor. With ventures spanning wellness, fashion, and film production, she is reshaping the narrative of celebrity influence by merging creativity with commerce and purpose. Please kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming onto the stage Ms. Samantha Ruth Prabhu and Ms. Suneeta Reddy, President-AIMA and Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited. And also joining us shortly in a while, Ms. Avarna Jain, Vice Chairperson, Saregama India Limited and Chairperson, RPSG Lifestyle Media. Meanwhile, let's welcome them with a round of applause, please.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this post-lunch session. We thought nothing could keep you more awake than having this wonderful movie star on the stage. So, thank you, Samantha, for accepting to do this. Avarna is not here, so we're just going to have some fun on stage, and I want you all to participate. As you know, every year in AIMA, Rekha does this consistently. She always has a women's panel. And I remember last year, she had Lata Venkatesh with, there was me and there was 2 other very famous people on that stage. And people got so emotional, on stage, they started crying. So this women's panel has become something of something which is part of the DNA of AIMA. Today we have a very privileged to have Samantha with us. And I think that for all of you who don't know her, I'm sure you've seen her. But there are many aspects to Samantha. She's not just a beautiful face. She is a very smart lady. She's started as a movie star, but emerged into an entrepreneur. But more than anything else, she has a very kind heart. And during the Chennai floods, she, in her own way, she contributed to the relief. She started an organization called Pratyush, which looks after people. And that's her commitment to society that matters most. So let me start by, I'm just going to ask her a few quick questions, and we're going to have an interesting conversation. So Samantha, let me start by asking you. I remember you as a beautiful girl who was joining movies, and you were beautiful. There's no second guessing that. But then suddenly I saw you in Family Man. And in Family Man, you were the villainess. No makeup. In fact, instead of makeup, she put dark patches. So what made you want to switch from becoming everyone's beautiful heroine to everybody's most hated villain?
Really hated villain?
I don't. We admire your acting. But
firstly,
who saw Family Man here? Didn't she act? Huh? You loved her, see?
Thank you. Okay, so that means not completely villainous. Firstly, it's truly an honor for me to be here today, and I was just asking, ma'am, what am I doing here talking to you? I'm in the most esteemed company, and I have everything to learn from you, and I don't know. There's absolutely nothing I have done in my life that is a patch on any of you, but I probably can just be here and try to keep it real and be as honest as I can, and that's what I can do, I guess.
But all these men here, and some women, lots of women, all of them are very good at management. All of them come from learning organizations. So they're always eager to learn. And they're eager, so they succeed because they put hard work, they put commitment, and they bring strategic thinking together. But the one thing they don't have is none of them know how to act, unfortunately. Maybe some do, but they don't know how to act.
They might be really good actors as well. You never know.
Except for my sister who went to Kalakshetra, there's only one candidate in the room. So I would like to know how many of you have daughters? How many of you have daughters? And if your daughters said they wanted to join movies, what advice would you give them?
If, well, I think like any business, it is a hard business. But today, what the film industry is very different from what it used to be. A few years ago, I would never have been able to dream to pivot in such a way, to become an entrepreneur, to increase the shelf life of an actor. See, I do believe that as an actor, you have a short shelf life. And something about stardom and fame and the recognition can be so heady, and you can, for a brief moment, think that it's all you. But it's not true. There's a lot of destiny and there's a lot of grace that comes to you when you are a star. It's not completely your own efforts. So I think that for me, it was very important to understand that I wanted to create an impact larger than my shelf life as an actor. And with the fame and the recognition comes a visibility that is not usually present in any other business. It's so fast, it's so quick, it's so fleeting, and it's widespread. So I think what I've been able to do is to use that visibility now and hope to create a larger impact with the businesses, with the platforms that I choose to champion. So it depends. What is your infinite game when you say you want to be an actor? So if anyone comes to me and says, I want to be an actor, I would ask them, do you have short-term goals, or are you looking at the infinite game? I think I'm playing the infinite game.
That's wonderful. So tell us a little bit more about your infinite game, your journey in entrepreneurship, which is really quite significant.
Probably not the smartest business investor in the room, but definitely it comes from personal challenges, personal experiences, and also maybe a wish list of sorts. Every time I find myself faced with a problem that I don't have an immediate solution to, or a solution is not accessible, it just gives me an immediate interest in building something new and associating with people who can create this for me. For example, I had recently found myself in a predicament, and I was unwell for a while and faced with an autoimmune condition. And so I was looking for clean perfume because I wanted to reduce the toxin load on my body. And I was told that there's a lot of toxins in your perfume. So I was looking for a clean perfume and I couldn't find it anywhere. As a result, I wasn't wearing perfume for a few months and I really missed my perfume. And that made me think, why? Why not? Why aren't there clean perfumes? Why isn't anyone thinking of it? If I need it, someone else needs it. And hence Secret Alchemist, one of the brands that I invested in and co-found. We launched our clean perfumes maybe 2 months back, and it was a roaring hit because not just me, many women were looking to reduce the toxin load on their bodies. So I think that when I invest, there has to be that personal, authentic storytelling to it. I will never invest or be associated with any brand that I don't personally use, I don't personally believe in. So I think then the storytelling becomes extremely authentic.
So from becoming a box office queen and honey bunny, you've embarked on this entrepreneurial journey. But we did read about the fact that you were unwell, and now seeing you on stage is proof that you've built not just strength of body but strength of character in embarking on this journey. Tell us about your journey in well-being, because as you know, time had this picture of a child who would live to be 100 years old. So in terms of longevity, everyone wants to know what are the biohacking secrets. How do you still manage to look like this in spite of working hard and having had to deal with autoimmune? So tell us about your journey in well-being and what's appropriate for our audience.
Who's interested in biohacking? It's the coolest new word right now, right?
Who's interested in biohacking?
One person, really?
Really?
No.
They're shy. Okay, biohacking is a shortcut to looking good like her.
It's not a shortcut.
And staying relevant in your mind to the rest of the world.
Well, I was, like all movie stars, we really think that we're going to keep doing this till the end of time and we're always going to be able to do it. And that idea came to a grinding halt for me in 2023 when I was diagnosed with myositis. It's an autoimmune condition, and I, just like anybody else in their early 30s, was raring to go, and I thought I had the whole world before me, and it all came crashing down. So it was a very difficult time of my life where I had a lot of time alone to myself. And with any autoimmune conditions, it's not an immediate fix. There's nothing that you can do to immediately fix yourself. And I keep coming back to that quote where you think you have 100 problems until you have a health problem. And when you have a health problem, you have only one problem, which is a health problem. So this problem really, really consumed me. And this was when I started obsessing about wellness and getting myself better and healing myself and doing it the alternative way. I don't know if that's a bad word in this room. But adopting many, many practices to see what made me feel better. And as a result of that obsession, I'm here sitting today feeling a lot more stronger, a lot more clear-headed, a lot more focused than I ever was. And what I thought was the worst phase of my life turned out to be the best phase of my life, because I realized that nothing is set in stone. I might be a big movie star one day. Tomorrow, if I'm not seen on screen, the world will forget me. They'll forget I ever existed. And that's how fleeting stardom is. So it taught me lessons that I would never have learned from success. In the past, I was always fearful of failure, and I was always running away from it, and I was always hiding from the fact that something I did or something I said or something I was a part of failed. But today I would say that my greatest strength comes from those periods of failure, of solitude, of struggle. And I think that this is the best lesson that life could have ever taught me. And as a result, when I came back whole, as in I really, at that point of time, I really did not think that I could ever get back to work, come back on the stage, talk to you. I didn't think of that as a possibility. But today, because of that experience, my life has completely changed. The decisions I make have completely changed. And I couldn't be more grateful for the years that I thought were the most difficult of my life.
So really, you deserve an Oscar. No, she's, truthfully, most people must know that the new trend today is about biohacking. So instead of swallowing a lot of allopathic tablets, you have this generation swallowing a handful of nutraceuticals. and I think there's some evidence to prove that it is good for you. In coming from healthcare, I would say prevention is the best. If you can keep yourself healthy, there's nothing like it. You can assure quality of life and be present every day in your true form. But having seen your journey, I think the learning from that is that the strength of mind is the most important vitamin that you can give yourself. Learning from your journey, I've realized that this is probably the most important vitamin that you can give yourself, because it's really kept you whole. And more than whole, I think it's fostered a new generation of thinkers who now say, let's think of how we can improve quality of life. It's looked at, I feel that for the next 30 years, we'll be dealing with heart attacks, strokes, etc. And post that, the work that we have to deal with inflammation of any kind, coming from emotional stress, that's a space where we're looking for answers. It's also a space where we're looking to improve quality of life. And tell us something about your wellness journey. I want some secrets.
Well, it is pretty
that
extensive.
They can all practice.
I mean, it is a long morning routine and a long evening routine, but these small little habits have just been extremely life-changing. And see, right now my goal is definitely what I leave behind. I should never be part of the problem. I should be part of the solution. And that's what I want to leave behind. I don't want to be part of the problem. So with how transparent I am about my wellness journey, with my podcast on health, Take 20, where I talk to doctors, and I know that a lot of my followers follow me for the glamorous life and for the movie updates, but as a byproduct, they're also consuming this information on health, and God forbid they need it one day, they know where to go to it for. So I think with Take 20 and all of these wellness investments, the idea is to not land in that state of helplessness that I once found myself in. I do not wish that for anyone else. And if there is one thing that they can take from my journey, is that prevention is the magic word. You know, before I started implementing all of these small practices, now I'm talking something as minuscule as a gratitude journal, and that many of you here might actually laugh away and smirk at, saying, really, a gratitude journal? But honestly, when a gratitude journal for 1 year changed my whole personality from someone who was always looking for what's going to go wrong, always fearing, how am I going to mess up? What is the next worst thing that can happen to me? That was my mentality. Like, if there was success, if I had success, I would forget about it the next day. But failure would stay for a long time. Anxiety, expecting failure would stay for a long time. And just by a simple change in a mindset, writing a gratitude journal where I point out 3 things that I'm grateful for today, a year later, my whole attitude towards failure and hiccups have completely changed. Before, the previous version of me had probably 5 films released in a year, because that was a symbol of a successful actor. You needed to have 5 films released in a year, you needed to have big blockbusters, you needed to be on the list of top 10 actors of the year. You needed to be endorsing the biggest multinational brands. This is the symbol of a successful actor. And today, I haven't had a film release in 2 years. I'm not on any of these lists. I don't have any 1,000 crore films, but I'm the happiest that I have ever been, because that version of me scared me. It was so fragile that every Friday it could change and it would scare me. It would give me anxiety that someone else is going to claim that position tomorrow and I will be replaced, because my whole self-worth was based on that calculation of that Friday. But with all of these practices that I have adopted, whether it is slow living, whether it is conscious living, clean living, and focus I now no longer endorse any of the big brands that I used to endorse as a symbol of status, but only, in fact, I've in return invested in brands that I believe to be clean, transparent, and effective, because I believe that this is what I want to leave behind, and this is what is making me truly happy. And I can say for a fact that I'm more happier than I've ever been because of these conscious choices. I believe that what has changed in my life is now I put my effort and into the things that bother me, in the things that bother me. And when I see that aligned with my purpose, this is what is making me truly fulfilled.
Wonderful. So tell me, that's quite an amazing journey. So what is the first thing you do in the morning? Besides writing a gratitude journal?
Well, I definitely start off with that gratitude journal and a Surya Namaskaram, gratitude to God, and red light meditation. It's quite it is extensive.
Tell us.
It is definitely 1.5 hours and 45 minutes of meditation. So it is 1.5 hours, yes. But it is non-negotiable, and so today I had to take an 8 a.m. flight, so it involved me waking up at 4 a.m., but that's okay because it is non-negotiable. For me to come here and sit in front of such an accomplished group and not feel fearful and anxious, I need that 1.5 hour morning routine. Hello.
So we have with us Avarna Jain. Avarna Jain is not just Sanjeev Goenka's daughter. She is much, much more. And I think Avarna is really has done so much for this space of entertainment. And she's done it quite quietly, even though she does interview movie stars, which was why she will continue to interview.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I should be the one interviewing Avarna. I have so many questions.
Yes. She's an
Thank
expert.
you, you're so generous.
So handing it over to Avarna. Avarna, just to let you know, we've worked on, Samantha has told us a little bit about her life story, her source of strength, and how she's recovered from illness, and her entrepreneurial journey as well.
I think we've covered most of it.
Let me hand it over to you now.
Thank you so much, and my sincerest apologies. It's taken me more than an hour, which is very unusual. I don't know what the reason is. But thank you so much, and thank you for this opportunity, Suneeta Auntie. Truly appreciate it. I'm going to quickly mention a couple of things that I wanted to. Samantha, I'm a big fan.
I'm a big fan as well.
Oh, thank you so much.
I was just I just asked them if it's okay if I ask you a few questions as well.
You can ask me whatever you want, but I think everyone here is here to hear you, not me.
Most definitely not.
Okay.
So she was on the list of the most powerful women of 2025, and I want to know what would you say to many young girls who now can dare to dream and dream above the little boxes that are given to them as to what they can and what they can't do?
So, first of all, I think with Suneeta Auntie sitting here, I don't think I should be answering this question because she's truly an inspiration.
Now I've become the moderator. Let me hand it over to you.
No,
Please.
so she's truly an inspiration, as are you. But since you've asked me this question, honestly, I think it's the biggest thing is to just keep doing something. And the moment you feel, should I or shouldn't I, just take the bull by its horns and do it, and eventually something will come of it. And most of us, I feel like in the Indian context, at least women very often are always sitting in limbo and thinking, should we, shouldn't we, what will people think, what will people say? Don't think so much.
So you're saying it's okay to fail?
It's absolutely okay to fail. I think the only way to move forward is by learning from failure. There is no place where you can learn something better than, as my dad always said, the University of Hard Knocks.
That's a nice line, University of Hard Knocks. I absolutely agree. I think for the longest time I had the same problem, the fear of failure. Ma'am, have you ever had the fear of failure? I'm sure. Have you ever failed? Are you capable of failing is the question.
Everyone is capable of failure. I think what we realize that, and what you have showed, that there's an opportunity in every crisis. So find an opportunity.
Could you share with us an example of when you faced crisis and you felt the pressure of that crisis and overcame it?
I think, we were pioneers, the first to start a corporate hospital. We had the responsibility of looking after patients as well as managing investors' money. So to find that balance between how do you create value for all of your stakeholders, no one had done it before in India and done it at 1/10 of international costs. So we were fortunate we had a father. The secret to me not being afraid of failure is the fact that he put trust in me, as he did with all my sisters. And when you trust someone, they tend to live up to your expectations. So I'm really not afraid of failure. I feel that I take measured risks because I'm not afraid of failure.
And 3 sisters, that has been the... because, the 3 sisters are iconic on so many levels. But in the business also, there are 4. How am I missing? Oh my God, I'm so sorry about that.
Missing the 2 aunties in Hyderabad and the 2 in Chennai.
2, okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, well, I don't know why I thought 3, but I'm sure when, especially when you started, there must have been many questions about women at the forefront.
Well, there were women. When I came to work the first day, my CFO told me, "You're only here because you're your father's daughter." And in a way, he was right, but my father trusted me to do the right thing. So I went straight back to college. I went to IFMR and I learned I spent 3 months, 4 months learning how to read a balance sheet, capital structuring, and treasury management. Just for the fun of it, I added that. But truly, it is true that it's not easy to just step in as a woman into business. But I'm sure a man who didn't have the same knowledge would also be questioned.
You think that?
I think so. What do you think?
That's fascinating. I'm not sure it's so equitable. I think there is a difference. I think it's changing, but there's still some amount of difference in the perception. A lot of times, I think people feel that women are doing this more as a hobby, as a time pass, until you prove yourself.
What would you say was your biggest strength as women leaders of the organization? What was the edge? Because today now you are a case study for everyone, anyone who has dreams, quote you, name you, look up to you.
Hey, this is about you and her. I'm
Not
only
at all.
here to give vote of thanks.
I'm the mini version of this.
No, really, I'm only here to give the vote of thanks. No. But
don't we all want to know this? Don't you want to know this?
Absolutely, please, Suneeta auntie.
What's the question again?
What did you feel? How do you feel that you had as women leaders a slight edge?
I believe that women are, we are very excited to learn. We're open to learning. And the second thing is that we have a lot of empathy. The third is, I truly believe we have right brain and left brain. So we can dress well as read a balance sheet or run a business. So we're able to integrate both sides of the brain to make sure that the family works, the business works. And we treat business like our family. We always say Apollo family. And I think that's what binds us in a way with our businesses and with all of our stakeholders. We make them feel very relevant and very important.
So Samantha, before you turn this into a quiz about everyone but you, I want to ask you a question.
I have a podcast where I'm the host, right? So I love asking questions. I love learning from...
So let's flip the tables this time around. So tell me, you've been this #1 film star, highest paid actress, won all these awards. What made you pivot from that space to becoming this businesswoman, this entrepreneur, this co-founder, investor. What prompted this whole change? And sorry, I don't know if you asked this question already. I mean, I don't know if you asked this.
Yeah, but I'll keep it short. I think that where I'm from Chennai, a small town. Nobody dared to dream. Nobody actually, you know. Yeah, I would say that. Where I'm from, nobody really got out. Nobody dared to dream. So I think that desire and resilience to get out and do something was very strong for me from a very early age. And I do know that the movie industry especially is really a gift. It's not something that you can take credit for. So I think that once you're given this responsibility, I started asking myself this question: what did I do to deserve all of this fame and all of this respect? I felt, you know, it felt very hollow, I would say. Like the moment where everyone else was appreciating me and all this admiration and this applause was when I felt the most hollow and the most fearful of losing it all, and of people waking up and finding out that I was like imposter. So I think that it came from that need that, yes, I do have all of this recognition and I do have this visibility. Now I need to put it to use. I need to use it to create impact. I think that's what made me pivot.
That's amazing, absolutely amazing. Taking off from what you just said, how important do you think it is for people with influence to actually create impact or work towards sustainability or towards the larger good?
I think it's so very important and kind of ignored now. And I realized that I was part of the problem. My goals were so self-serving and selfish, to be honest, because you just look around and you see, yeah, they are doing it, so this is the norm and I should do it too. And you don't really question anything. But sometimes life gives you a hard knock, and then you question all of your decisions and all of your motives. So I think that I would have been very comfortable in the place I was, just thinking of myself. But the moment I got sick and I had that time alone to myself, and it was definitely an existential crisis. And I think that I got almost a second chance to do this all over again. And I want to do it right. I do not want to be part of the problem. I want to be part of the solution.
I think that deserves a big hand. Mm-hmm. Tell me, what's your framework really for choosing how you deploy both your time and your capital? Because that's pretty much what we have, right? I mean, in a way to invest is your time and your capital.
I think like I haven't had the privilege of growing up with too many mentors, with too many people who are teaching me how it's done. So if there's one thing that I honed, it was my intuition. And the films that I select, the decisions I make, I didn't really have too much of guidance. So with this intuition, I made sure that the projects that I choose, everything that I lend my time to, has to have authenticity. I have to be using the product. I have to be believing in the product 100% when I decide to co-create or invest my time and money in it. Of course, it's not some personal ego trip where I decide just based on my intuition. Yes, I have a very, very able team around me who does all of the foundational work. I would be lost without them. And now they they do guide me as to whether my intuition is absolute crap or or makes sense.
I'm sure your intuition is amazing, especially if I have to see all the roles that you've played in the films you've done and the shows you've done. They've been absolutely fabulous. So going by that, I think your intuition is on point.
Thank you.
So another question is, clearly, in terms of your entrepreneurial ventures, they are an extension of your personal story or your personal narrative in some form. If you had to sort of summarize this, what story are you trying to tell?
You know, have you noticed this when you were growing up, like elders would say, stick to one thing and do it well. You can't wear too many hats. You can't have too many interests. It means that you were weak or you weren't focused. I think that with experience, I've understood now that that's not true. That you can have many facets and find ways to express yourself, and that you don't have to box yourself into just one. For example, I didn't have to box myself into just being known as a hero, and I can branch out and I can do many things that express a multifaceted self. So I think that that's something that is a story that I want to tell, and also to all the little girls who, like the little girl, to even me, who I was as a child, who was so fearful, so unconfident, and so scared of failure, never attempting anything because what if I fail and what if everybody laughs? I mean, I think that just, it's okay. You will fail and people will laugh and you will feel horrible, but you will get back up.
I think the resilience that you're talking about is absolutely phenomenal, and for you to have developed that, it's so commendable, because a lot of people in the world today don't succeed because they don't have resilience. And that's the one trait that sets apart a successful person and a not so successful person, I think. So really, kudos to you for moving away from what you're describing as your childhood self of being less confident and, you know, not so sure of what you want to do. It's really fabulous, absolutely, to see you like this now.
I also wanted to ask you, since you have invested in, you're like the biggest sports. So what are your thoughts on pickleball? Because, you know,
that was my question to you.
What are your thoughts on pickleball? I want to ask you about that. Do you think that it's a good investment decision that I made?
Well, to some extent, I think time will tell, but it is really picking up as a sport. I think it's pickleball courts are opening up at every nook and corner, so I think there's something there. Yeah. But I'm not the right person. I have to ask you, what do you think?
I mean, since you're the pro investor in sports, I mean, no. you should help with your thoughts on it.
No, like I said, there's something there. I think it's really, really picking up as a sport.
What do you think about pickleball, ma'am? Do you play?
You know, I was dying to play and they said, watch out for your knees. They said that we get the most sports injuries from people who are attempting to play pickleball. So I said, my time for exercise is exactly 40 minutes and I have no time for injuries in my current lifestyle. So I had to give up pickleball, but we have it so close to home. Maybe one day. So now I think we're nearing the end of this session. I just wanted to say, I'm the auntie here, so let me say thank you to both these wonderful girls. Avarna looks like a movie star, but she makes contemporary music, films. She's brought Hollywood magazines to India, and magazines like the Rob Report. Very accomplished. And Samantha, I think you've heard all of Samantha's stories. I've known her from a child. I've seen her become a beautiful movie star. I've seen her, you know, take on difficult roles. I've seen her successfully through a wellness journey. And now I wish you all the best in your entrepreneurial journey. But I think the single point that I want to make is that for none of these women, it's the diversity call that made them successful. Even if they were men, they would have been successful. And I think that's the point of the whole conversation. The second, learning that I have come to deeply appreciate is from Martin Luther King. And Martin Luther King said this, and he probably said it during, referring to the black Americans. But here, it's very relevant for all of us today, that he said, let us not be looked at and identified by the color of our skin, but the content of our character. Today, these two women, these young ladies, have displayed remarkable character. So I thank you both for making time for this session. I'm sure that AIMA has enjoyed listening to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed this session, because everyone's...
Thank you for this scintillating discussion. May I request Ms. Suneeta Reddy, President-AIMA and Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited, to kindly present mementos to the two esteemed speakers on stage. We thank Ms. Samantha Ruth Prabhu and Ms. Avarna Jain. Thank you all for taking us through this very interesting discussion. With that, we conclude this session here. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, for your convenience, tea and coffee is available at the counter at the back of the hall. May we request you to please kindly help yourselves, but please do so quietly. Let's avoid crowding the area so that the ongoing session is not disturbed and continues smoothly. With that, we move on to our next session, Reimagining Banks, Banking Innovation and Technology Transformation. There it is on screens now. The results for the poll question of the previous session. Would AI dubbed original movies replace their remakes in other languages? There it is on screens. 60% saying yes, 30% saying no, say is about 10%. So quickly moving on to our next session, Reimagining Banks, Banking Innovation and Technology Transformation. Once again, question slips are available at the tables, so do please ask your question through these slips and share it with AIMA's hall management team. Let's take a look at the poll question for this session. Are central banks and conventional banks right in resisting the crypto revolution? Are central banks and conventional banks right in resisting the crypto revolution? Please do share whether you say yes, no, or you can't say. May I once again request you all to please kindly take your seats. Let's not crowd the tea and coffee area. Let's come back to our seats because this is not a break. We are moving on to our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage. We take the pleasure of inviting Mr. Challa Srinivasulu Setti, Chairman, State Bank of India, accompanied by Mr. Vishal Kampani, Vice President-AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JM Financial Limited, and Mr. R. Mukundan, Managing Director and CEO, Tata Chemicals Limited. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. A very warm welcome to you all. May I once again request members of the audience to please kindly quickly come back to your seats, and I'll take the moment to request Mr. Kampani to introduce the session.
Shri C.S. Shetty, Chairman, State Bank of India, R. Mukundan, Managing Director and CEO, Tata Chemicals. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to have you here and a very warm welcome in a session with the Chairman of India's most important bank. Mr. Setti, it is a pleasure to welcome you to AIMA, and thank you for joining us for our flagship event, the National Management Convention. Sir, you lead India's oldest and largest bank that has 1/3 of Indians as customers. You have led the bank's technology, retail, global markets portfolios, and under your leadership, you are transforming the bank into a tech-first financial conglomerate. We look forward to hearing your thoughts on the revolution in technology in banking and finance in general in India and particularly at SBI. Friends, banking and finance has undergone multiple transformations within a generation, and the momentum of innovation continues. Financial technologies continue to advance at a rapid pace. Lending, payments, money transfer, investments, insurance, advisory services, etc. are considered no longer the domains of highly formal banks or financial institutions. Plucky fintech startups are nibbling their way into the industry, catering to the underserved sections of the population. Classic disruption. The fintech disruptors are using technology to mine personal and public data on the internet, deploying AI to identify, attract, and serve customers at astonishingly high speed and low cost. The branchless, digital-only fintech companies are changing the economic model of the BFSI sector. And that does have the incumbents and the regulators concerned. The traditional banks are defending their turf by going digital and even partnering the same fintech companies. They're sourcing technology and market data from startups and providing them funds to lend. However, there are concerns about this partnership that could create risk for the financial system, and the regulator is chasing some of these disruptors to check their sharp practices. The incumbents are trying to compete with fintech companies on cost, speed, and convenience by using the extensive suite of financial technologies themselves. As there is a saying, the empire strikes back. And that's something which is happening in the financial services space, where some of the larger banks and some of the larger financial institutions are deploying technology at scale and being effectively able to fight back with the fintechs. And SBI, being the largest bank, is at the forefront of this transition, and under Mr. Setti's leadership, has gone all in for customer-centric appification of banking and other financial services. He is also driving product innovation to out-innovate the disruptors, and he has introduced a combination of deposit and investment products that are particularly desired by the young customers. The growing fascination with crypto finance is another challenge for conventional financial institutions. The involvement of the Trump administration with crypto finance is making other governments rethink their hostility towards cryptocurrency. Recently, the crypto business held their own global convention side by side with the global bankers meet at Jackson Hole. However, private cryptos remain illegal in India, and the RBI has tried to offer its own currency system. There is clearly a market for innovative alternative currency and financial products, and we have not seen the last of the crypto debate in India. Today, we are privileged to have Mr. Sethi with us and tell us about how traditional banking and financial services industry is shaping up to stay current and competitive and to offer safe yet innovative services. Welcome, and over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I thank AIMA and, of course, Mr. Kampani for very good introduction. In fact, he made my life easier. A lot of points he has already covered. And also Mr. Mukundan, who is on the stage, and friends. It's a great opportunity to share a few thoughts on the technology adoption in banks. Slightly outdated, right? There's so much technology adoption has happened in the banking. I think we take everything digital in banking space as for granted. I'll just give you, before I get into my written speech, the kind of service expectations in the banking industry are not compared between SBI and other banks. It is between the banks and the e-commerce platforms. So the expectations of service quality and the speed of service is clearly defined by the players who are non-banking entities. So how do banks, which are complex organizations, adopt to these changing requirements of customer expectations is the largest challenge. It is not about, I think the crypto, fintechs will come later. The first and foremost challenge the banks currently face is how do you meet the rapidly changing customer expectations on the service front. I will give an example how these expectations are being shaped. We used to take maybe 3 days to open an account, maybe 20 years ago. We have reduced with a lot of technological adoption to 4 hours. And then we further fine-tuned. Before I tell you what is the time taken for account opening, we did a dipstick survey recently among the customers. What do they want when they go to the branch? A lot of people don't go to the branch, but those people who go to the branch, what is that they expect from the branch? Most of them said the top of the heap was essentially a quick service. I said, then the question was that, do you know that SBI opens account in 20-25 minutes if you are using Aadhaar? And the response from the customers is that, why does it take 20 minutes to open an account? So the transition from people being happy opening a bank account at all to 3 days to 4 hours to 20 minutes. And even today, let me tell you, my son was in Europe for his studies. It takes 15 days to open an account in Europe, in many countries. But in 15 minutes in India is seen to be a delayed response. So this changing customer expectations are the big challenge for the banks. How do you manage them? The whole gamut of technology, digitalization, what we are focusing now is that how do you capture the attention of your customer and stay relevant and relevant for the times which they are expecting. So in this backdrop, let me just tell you what banking industry is doing in technology, and then a few questions we take after my speech. So it is a very interesting subject to talk about how India's banks, and in particular our public sector banks, must reimagine themselves as technology-led, innovation-driven enterprises if they are to remain relevant and competitive in the new Indian economy. Over the past few years, PSBs have been quietly scripting a remarkable turnaround. For some of you who have missed out on the numbers speak for themselves. In financial year 24-25, public sector banks posted a record net profit of 1.78 lakh crore, a 26% jump over the previous year. Net NPAs declined to a historical low of 0.52%, indicating sustained improvement in asset quality and risk management. And even as credit growth moderated in FY25, PSBs recorded a credit growth of 12.2% by deploying funds prudently and strategically. But perhaps the most transformative shift has been in the digital space. From leveraging analytics and AI to building customer-centric platforms, PSBs are moving rapidly to redefine their role in India's financial ecosystem. Initiatives like UPI and cloud computing have given them a strong foundation. Yet challenges remain, particularly legacy systems, processes, and the growing competition from nimble fintechs and private banks. Just to give you the kind of volumes public sector banks handle, of course, he did mention about SBI. From my own experience, let me tell you, on the UPI platform alone, SBI handles 180 million transactions every day. 180 million transactions every day. And if it is IPL time, fortunately the real money game is now some controls are there. Without those controls, this 180 million volume per day goes to 220 million transactions per day. You have to build your technology stack to handle this surge in volumes, which happen for 2 hours of IPL. So this is the technological prowess which PSBs have built today, to not only in terms of reimagining the customer journeys, for the mere volumes which we all handle have to be technologically advanced. So that is why, the Government of India, sometime during post-2015, for some of you who follow the banking sector in India, asset quality review, which is done in 2015, put public sector banks under tremendous pressure because of the assets which have gone bad. And we were struggling with this asset quality issues. During that time, the Government of India, who was the largest owner of these public sector banks, also realized that while you strengthen the capital, you strengthen the governance, you strengthen the credit underwriting in the public sector banks, you also have to have a roadmap for them to adopt to the changing needs of the customers. They launched a program called Enhanced Access and Service Excellence. This is called EASE program. For many of you who do not know about it, this EASE program is in the 8th version now, 8.0, which is going among the public sector banks. This is a combination of Government of India through the Department of Financial Services and the Indian Banks Association combinedly undertake this activity. I was very, very fortunate to head this EASE Reforms Committee for 4 successive years. And I've seen the growth of public sector banks' adoption in the technology and digitalization. These reforms have pushed PSBs to reorient and reimagine how they operate, whether it is customer service, risk management, or workforce readiness. The foundational phases of EASE addressed key capability gaps and operational inefficiencies. In subsequent phases, the focus expanded to building future-ready capabilities driven by digital innovation, advanced analytics, business adoption, and tech-enabled capabilities to increase performance across PSBs. We have seen adoption of AI and Gen AI, automation of back-office processes, and AI/ML, enhanced customer engagement through digital marketing tools like Customer 360, web analytics, and social media listening, stronger data governance, and even sandboxing of over 70 Gen AI use cases. The overall adoption of technology, particularly AI, in Indian banking has been studied using text mining by RBI in recent report. In the case of PSBs, the focus on new age technologies such as AI in their annual reports increased by more than 3-fold since 2015-16. The trajectory is clear. PSBs are at the forefront, active participants in India's digital revolution. Let me step back for a moment. Banking technology adoption has been a global story since the 1980s. For India, the journey began with the core banking in the 1990s, ATMs and credit cards in the 2000s, and an explosion of smartphone-based services after 2010. With every phase, the role of technology has deepened, not just as a tool for efficiency, but as a strategic differentiator. Today, AI, data, and digital platforms are shifting banking from standardized products to hyper-personalized experiences. Looking ahead, I see 5 big shifts shaping the next decade of Indian banking. First, hyper-personalization through artificial intelligence. Services will move from reactive to proactive, anticipating customer needs and tailoring solutions in real time. Second, the rise of blockchain, no longer limited to cryptocurrencies. Blockchain will underpin secure, faster, transparent, and low-cost cross-border payments, trade finance, and compliance. Third, technology-driven sustainability. Banks will increasingly use analytics to track ESG compliance, helping align growth with environmental responsibility. Fourth, symbiotic partnerships. Banks will collaborate more deeply with fintechs, platforms, and non-banking entities. The future is about partnerships and active engagement across areas like payments, lending, and analytics, where banks provide the financial infrastructure, with partners deliver the customer interface. Customers do not care about who builds the technology. They care about seamless experience, so collaboration is going to be the way forward. Fifth, cybersecurity as a core differentiator. As digital adoption grows, so do risks. The Economic Survey 24-25 noted that Indian banks were the most affected by cybersecurity incidents, with reports indicating that almost 1/5 of all reported cyber incidents involved financial institutions. Safety, trust, and data security will define the winners in digital banking. This transition also requires rethinking the way our digital infrastructure functions. Legacy mainframes that powered our past operations will give way to greener, more efficient modular architectures. Well-capitalized banks are better positioned to take investment risk in new technologies due to significant capital buffers and confidence in pursuing AI solutions. The shift will not just cut costs, but also reduce the carbon footprint in banking. And yet, amid all this technology, one truth will remain. Banking is ultimately about customers' connect and trust. Algorithms cannot replace empathy. Codes cannot replicate human understanding. The winning model will be high-tech with high-touch, where digital speed meets human values. Going forward, I firmly believe India will emerge as the world's largest digital banking market, with public sector banks spearheading the transformation. Their mission will not only be to deliver seamless financial services, but to stand as trusted partners in every Indian's journey of growth and prosperity. To conclude, let us remember that technology may be an enabler, but trust will always be the currency, true currency of banking. The future will belong to those institutions that combine innovation with resilience and digital capabilities with human touch. And PSBs are well poised for it. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I request Mr. Mukundan to kindly give his concluding remarks?
No, we have some questions before that, sorry. You want to start with the tech question, Mukundan, then I'll get some macro and capital market questions.
So one of the things you spoke about is high tech and high touch. Now, the younger generation is actually natively digital. How is bank thinking of engaging with them with this high tech and high touch? I could understand high tech, but with the younger generation, which is so digital native, what are the ways State Bank is thinking of to also do high touch with them?
I think the demography of 52 crore customers, if you see in SBI, is a highly diversified demography. Contrary to what we believe, that a lot of people think, most of the PSBs, particularly SBI, serves very senior citizens. Yes, we do. It's one of the very important customer segment for us. They are the largest depositors with the bank. But among these 52 crore customers, more than 35% of the customer base is below 30 years. And And among this demography of youngsters, some of them are obviously digital native. They've never gone to the branch. The onboarding happens digitally. So the interfaces, when we talk about the human touch, not necessarily that it is a physical interface what we are talking about. Even in the digital context, how do you establish that empathy to them, with them? For instance, we are revisiting YONO completely, YONO 2.0. And there we have introduced one simple feature, which I believe that appeals to a lot of youngsters. People talk about carbon footprint, right? So we are giving an app within the app which measures every activity of the individual in terms of what is their carbon footprint, what is. So how do you create this kind of empathetic interfaces is also something which digitally we are working. But as you know, we have the largest physical presence in the country with 1.5 lakh touch points, branches, customer service points, and ATMs. Someday, even these digital natives, one time or the other, they go to these places, and that is where we want to create an experience for them.
I had a follow-on point to this, which is to say that all the tech is changing everything, but you want your culture to be the same. What are you doing to protect that culture very deeply, even while technology changes?
So the culture of the SBI is essentially the trust element that, of course, is taken, on the face value. But we also are essentially, when you are, the footfall, even today, despite 98% of the transactions happening outside the branch network, we have about 4 million people visiting every day. 4 million branches alone. And these people, eventually the branches will get converted into a transaction-based branch network to an advisory network. And where, this experience, years of experience of dealing with the customers in the physical interfaces, I think will give a very good standing for banks like SBI to move from a transaction-oriented interactions to an advisory-oriented interactions. I think this is where we want to use the human touch predominantly.
So while we have you here, I'll take the opportunity to even ask some macro questions, sir, because SBI represents India in a way. So can you share some light on just the differences in consumer behavior in rural versus urban India? Just the way they spend, save, invest, borrow. We've seen the K-shaped recovery play out. Is that continuing? Is there a further extension? Do you see it being more balanced over the next couple of years? How are you seeing it from the bank's perspective and the country's perspective?
On the consumption pattern, I think the distinctions are slowly eroding in the sense that the items they consume and the kind of aspirations what the rural population have are dynamically altered now. But in the financial services, what we see is that in the rural areas, while we keep talking that every PIN code is now covered by the stock exchanges, investments, and SIPs being across the country, the rural population is still invested in the physical assets. I think the financialization of the savings is slowly happening, but I think it'll take some time. The first choice of a rural saver is either to invest in his own land if he's got a piece of land, or gold. Gold and silver continue to be one of the asset classes which are most preferred by the rural population. But the urban agglomerations where rural areas have got into the semi-urban mode and around the cities, we are seeing that the financial services are also increasing. And whenever the financial savings start happening in the rural areas, the first step is to put in a bank deposit. And probably some of this bank deposit movement is happening towards SIPs. But I'm yet to see that complete financialization of the savings in the rural areas.
So it's interesting you say that, but it's SBI Mutual Fund, which is the largest mutual fund in the country. and a large leader in SIPs as well. And
I'll just give you the database. In our 52 crore customers, the penetration of mutual funds is just about 3 or 4%. So it's a long way to go in terms of financialization of these savings.
So on that note, would you take SBI mutual fund public, sir?
That is for the analysts to ask, not to your company.
So another question was on just capex. This is a talked about question a lot. We have seen some slowdown on corporate capex. And how are you seeing when do you expect a meaningful pickup in capex, and also in which sectors are you seeing interest? I mean, is it EV, solar, data centers, and where is SBI focus?
So the corporate capex pipeline is very strong. The announcements are good. In fact, in our own books, which we have disclosed in June, for instance, we have almost 3 to 4 lakh crore worth projects which are either approved or under discussion with us. But this is predominantly coming from refineries, particularly in the public sector refineries, and data centers, what you mentioned, and EVs and renewable energy. The core sector is yet to invest. Steel, cement, we hardly see major investments happening. I believe that I think everybody is waiting for a sustained domestic consumption to come back. And hopefully, the measures what their government is taking, the RBI is taking in terms of ensuring adequate liquidity, interest rate reductions, they all should play out in terms of providing this confidence to corporates that the consumption is here to stay. And then most of the corporates are, as you are aware, are operating at 75 to 80% capacity utilization. This is the time actually to go for expansions. They're just looking whether the sustained demand comes back.
And so leading to that question, so any regulatory or policy changes in your view, which you feel could accelerate India's emergence as a global financial hub? Anything that you would particularly want?
See, I think a lot of measures have been taken, and particularly I believe the GIFT City is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for all of us. We are working very closely. We have the largest international banking unit in the GIFT City, and a convergence of the regulatory frameworks in the GIFT City is a very good opportunity for cross-border investments to come in here. And in terms of the FDI norms, I think many sectors are liberalized. But what I believe, what I hear from many of the investors when I go all across the globe to interact with them, while they believe that the central government ease of doing business is much improved, they seem to be having challenges at the state level. There's no uniform ease of doing facility across the country. I think this is something what we've been conveying to many state governments, that they need to work on that.
So, and recently you spoke about banking sector being keen to fund mergers and acquisitions. And I read that article with a lot of interest. Any thoughts on that, and why are you thinking about that? Do you feel the capex intensity would be rerouted into more M&A, and that's sort of a missing field for the banks to play?
See, the Indian banks not financing M&A is a little anachronistic in my view. Anachronistic in the sense that the history of M&A financing, as far as I remember, there could be several other reasons, is that emanating from the SEBI's hostile takeover code. They wanted to prevent any of this hostile takeovers being bankrolled by Indian banks. But what I realize now is that, the acquisitions are much more transparent, and the banks are much more, better positioned to support the M&A. It is not that M&As are not happening. It's just that it is not being funded by Indian banks, which I feel is not appropriate. And we can start with some of these public listed companies where the fair value assessment is there, shareholder monitoring is there. So I think should definitely look at it. And also another data point which I would like to give. Today, while the banks are in a better position to fund the M&As, the corporate themselves are sitting in 15 lakh crore cash, which means that, they would definitely look for an opportunity to acquire something, and which are a combination of equity and debt. So I think we are all in a position to fund that. The second point, which I always use this, most of this funding happens cross-border, which means that you are actually increasing your external debt when you have your own ability to fund the transaction.
Yeah, that's a great point. And also, it's not a level playing field, frankly, because most of this paper is bought by foreign banks internationally. Yeah. So just a question from the audience on, can you share secrets of the operational efficiency at SBI? I mean, you spoke about it a bit, but anything you want to highlight on the operational efficiencies?
So I think anticipating at least 2-3 years. In my view, the way the banking is changing, we always thought that we will have a 5-year rolling plan, but I think it becomes irrelevant. You can't plan for 5 years. We plan for 2 to 3 years. Even 3 years planning is becoming extremely tough because of the exponential growth of the digital transactions. So what we have decided that we will always create the redundancies. In anything what we do, we build for the future. For instance, in 2021, when our capacity to handle the number of transactions, because operational efficiency is all about the volume handling now for SBI, we had 5,000 to 6,000 transactions per second. But we built the system for 23,000 transactions per second. 23,000 transactions per second, which means that my capacity still is underutilized today. We do about 15,000 transactions per second. You build for future and build the redundancies, and also always have the technology, what is called, fortunately for us, technology investment is not a real bottleneck. Our board and the management, we all are very open to adoption of the new technologies. We keep asking everyone who comes to us, whether it is global banks or consultants, just have a look at our technology and what else we need to do. This openness has really helped us to create that operational efficiency.
So just to give some context to the audience, so 52 crore customers and 14 crores internet banking customers. 9 crore customers registered on the app YONO. And so how does this tech help you on a day-to-day basis managing these customers? And also Revolut, sir, which I'm sure you're tracking, a global player, recently has got valued at almost 170 billion. Would you plan to list YONO?
The easiest question to answer first is that YONO is never going to be, not in the near future, going to be delinked from SBI. I think we have humongous potential to use YONO for our own benefit, and then we'll see what we need to do. The other part is in terms of, every 6 years, State Bank of India balance sheet doubles. Every 6 years. Which means that today, we are about 65 lakh crore, so which means in the next 6 years, it would be 130 lakh crores. It has, from 2018 to 2025, it has doubled in its size. We have not doubled our branch network, we have not doubled our head count, which means that we had invested in the technology to handle these volumes and the complexity of the businesses. So in this journey, I think one of the most important flagship technology digital asset which had helped is YONO. And YONO, not only in terms of the number of customers, today is the most used financial service application in the world with 1.5 crore people, almost 15 million people logging into the app every day. Every day logins of 1.5 crore. I don't think any financial services, at least my knowledge, outside China is happening anywhere. So we would like to use YONO as our main platform to build all our offerings going forward. This hyper-personalization, which I spoke as a first shift, which is likely to happen in a big way, will be driven mainly by the YONO platform.
So in fact, one global investor passed a comment to me once that the value of YONO is actually the value of SBI listed on the markets. It is clearly the largest app in the world and completely built by a PSB, and it's absolutely remarkable. So before I hand over to Mukundan to give the closing comments, so are your thoughts and your frank thoughts on crypto?
I think we are not ready for crypto, and we need to understand the impact and also many things what are attendant to crypto. So I don't want to elaborate further on that. And today the regulatory and statutory and the government view on crypto is very clear. I think we are not really supporting crypto at this juncture.
Mukundan, over to you.
So, good afternoon. It's my honor to sort of give concluding remarks on a session which actually started with Mr. Shetty walking with me and telling me, reminding me of his first meeting with me. And that tells you how humble he is. And humbleness comes from very basic principle that for him it always starts with the customer. In fact, he said, walking in, I was in your office, you are one of the customers I met. So I was taken aback by that comment coming from the biggest banker in India. So please put your hands together for someone who is so much rooted. And I still remember the conversation we had, and it was completely focused on, is there any problem we can solve? And the second one was, okay, if there are no problems to solve, how can we accelerate you? I mean, these are two key questions which all of us need to engage with every customer we meet. Can we solve their problem or can we accelerate? So really, thank you so much for showing those two bits. I've just added this, not from the conversation, from our first meeting. And clearly, I think what stands out for SBI is what we all knew in management. And the lesson for all of us to take home as part of the AIMA is culture makes all the difference. You know, you can build great institutions, great numbers, but culture is at the root cause. Please go ahead. I mean, it's a great place of great culture. And I think he highlighted that by one simple word. Even as we use technology in high tech, we want to be high touch. I think that's a lesson for me in the sense that how do you sort of keep that? And the underlying undertone was fundamentally build an organization where trust is the foundation. I think if trust is the foundation, you can still get high tech and high touch. So thank you so much. All your statistics are fantastic. So I mean, 1.7 lakh crore. But more importantly, I think the number of transactions you do, in 1 week you do 2 India's population in terms of transactions. That's how I sort of want to remember it. In 1 week, 2 Indias, in 1 year, almost 100 Indias, number of people, that's the level of transaction which is done. And obviously it cannot be done without all the automation, all the technology which comes into play. And even as we do all the technology, everything in place, I think he spoke in the end when he talked about in any adoption, I think risk and securing your assets is very, very critical. He did speak about how blockchain will be used, how cybersecurity will be used, and fundamentally rounding it off with tech-enabled sustainability. So clearly a lot of lessons for us to take home. And I want to end by saying his statement is very clear. The road ahead is long. We have just getting started. You said 3% is only what is converted to financial asset. There's 97% to go. And may you keep doubling, not in 6 years, every 5 years. India needs that kind of growth, sir. Please go ahead and be delivering the doubling the balance sheet continuously. We all need more institutions like SBI to succeed for India to grow big and strong. Thank you all, everyone, and please put a big round of applause for it.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to you all for an outstanding session. May I now invite on stage Mr. Krishnan Kalra, past President-AIMA, to please join us on stage and kindly present mementos for this session. We start by thanking our honored guest, Mr. Shetty. Thank you, Mr. Kampani. Thank you, Mr. Mukundan. Thank you, Mr. Kalra, for joining us on stage to do the honors. We conclude this session here and moving on quickly to our next session. But before that, let me remind you all once again that question slips are available on your tables. So please do make use of them. Please kindly ask your questions through these slips and share it with AIMA's hall management team. We move on now to our next session, which is Geopolitical Shifts and Strategic Resilience, Navigating a Volatile Global Order. Ladies and gentlemen, with this session, we move on to the shifting dynamics of geopolitics. Before we move on to the poll question for this session, let's take a look at the results of the previous question. The poll results are central banks and conventional banks right in resisting the crypto revolution. 80% agree, 20% say no, and almost a very, very small percentage say they can't say. So once again, we invite you all to please kindly share your opinion. Let's take a look at the poll question for this session. Who will eventually win the war? Let's tingle your thought buds a little. Please do participate. Let us know what you think. Whether you agree, you don't agree, or you can't say. Once again, who will eventually win the war in Ukraine? The geopolitical weather is changing almost every day, and very drastically that too. So please do let us know as to what you think. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you a very, very scintillating conversation in this next session. So please kindly grab your teas and coffees and come back. Kindly take your seats back on your tables. Please kindly take your seats as quickly as possible. We are ready to start our next session. Please kindly remain seated. This is not a break. Very quickly, if you could join us back on your tables. We are going ahead in a very important conversation. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, past President-AIMA and Chairman Hero Enterprise, in a fireside chat with Lieutenant General retired Ben Hodges, former Commanding General, US Army Europe. Please, let's welcome them with a huge, big round of applause. Let's welcome them with a warm round of applause. A very warm welcome to you both. And may I once again request members of the audience to please kindly come back and take your seats very quickly. We are ready to start with this important conversation. May I hand it over to Mr. Munjal to take this session forward. It's over to you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Lieutenant General Ben Hodges, former Commanding General of the United States Army in Europe. It's a pleasure to have you here with us this evening. It's an interesting world that we live in right now, where uncertainty is the only thing you are certain of. Almost every other day, we hear a change in a policy statement that goes and turns things which have been steady and stable for long on its head. And it's not just once. This is something which has happened repeatedly. And I'm sure the impact of that is being felt as much in other parts of the world as we are feeling in India itself. But before I get to the conversation, let me just make a few comments on yourselves just for the benefit of the audience here. Prior to your posting in Europe, you also were in Afghanistan and in Iraq, where you actually got injured. You've received several recognitions and awards for the global war on terrorism. You also now are involved with NATO-based think tanks in Europe, I understand, where you now reside. You've been a staunch advocate of expanding NATO. I also read something interesting, one of your statements where you said, Russia can not only not win this war with Ukraine, but it will also disintegrate post this war. You've also been an advocate of not extending a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. So I want to push you a little bit on these two as we go along in the conversation. Or why don't we start actually? Why do you believe, despite what we hear in the media and the news of Russia continuously pushing into Ukraine and Ukraine constantly losing soldiers, equipment, that this is a war that Russia cannot win?
Sunil, thank you very much for this question, because I think it affects everything else that we care about. Russia has had 11 years since it invaded Ukraine in 2014 with every advantage. And after 11 years and more than 1 million casualties, Russia still only controls about 19% of Ukraine. The Great Black Sea Fleet, Russian Black Sea Fleet, which is a really cool name, has been chased away by Ukraine's Navy, which has no ships. The Russian Air Force, with every advantage, has failed to achieve air superiority or to destroy even one train or convoy bringing equipment and ammunition from Poland into Ukraine. So all that Russia can do is continue murdering innocent civilians. They killed another 20 today, a bombing of a Ukrainian village where people were lined up to receive their pension, killed 20 of them. This is what goes on every day and night. That doesn't change the battlefield. That only makes Ukrainians more, gives them more resolve. And of course, if the West, and when I say the West, I mean everybody that wants Ukraine to succeed, if we quit, which is what it feels like my own country is doing right now, if we quit, then it becomes more difficult for Ukraine.
Right. And what about Gaza? What do you think is the end game here? It's clear Netanyahu has made his position very clear. He wants the place vacated. He wants to push them all the way down, either into or close to Egypt. Ideally, maybe US should have offered a few $1 billion to Egypt to carve out an enclave where he could move the people. But I don't think that's realistic, considering that the Palestinian believes this is their land. But there are two parts to my question here. One is the sheer human tragedy that is taking place. And I'm not for a minute condoning the terrorism or the terrorist activity on the other side. But I think this is a point where it's hard to believe that all of the people at this moment who are being killed or hurt are actually all terrorists. Because the images that you see on TV on a daily basis, I don't think they can all be doctored. No. So what do you think is really going on? And if the US was not actively supporting this, do you think this is sustainable?
So I think Israel is going to end up on the wrong side of history with this conflict. It's not justifiable what they are doing to innocent civilians. And I put myself in the shoes of an officer from the Israeli Defense Force. If I'm told, basically, get rid of everybody here, I mean, that requires me to commit a war crime. We, certainly in the United States military, could never shoot into a building or shoot civilians if they are civilians or if we cannot confirm that it is only enemy personnel in that building. And so for an Israeli soldier, for the rest of his life, is going to have to carry that burden. And we know already that there are Israeli soldiers that are having serious problems with this. But this conflict in Gaza, actually in Israel more broadly, is about land. It's not about religion. This is about land. And so this is not something where President Trump or somebody could come in with a lot of money and say, we'll buy you a new place in Egypt or Jordan or somewhere else. This is about millions of people believe this is their land and they have just as fair, legitimate a claim as do the Israelis. And so I think the long-standing policy of a two-state solution is the right solution. Of course, I think Prime Minister Netanyahu has no interest in this, and it's actually in his own best interest that this conflict continues for as long as he can do that.
Also, we hear this less and less often, the two-state solution, which was the much-touted solution now for decades on end. And even in international conversations, while parts of Europe got up and started protesting, but those protests seem to be not to the point that they are actually pushing the agenda. They all seem to be speaking only from the sidelines. Is there anything else that Europe could be doing right now?
So Europe, I think many European capitals are just as conflicted as are American cities about how do you address the enormous protests of Palestinian or Palestinian supporters versus supporters of Israel. And I think I don't have a solution. There's got to be a way to separate supporters of Palestinians from Palestinians, as well as supporters of Israel from Israelis, so that the focus can be on getting an actual solution without as much external hype. Somebody said hype over there. I think that helps. But the Trump administration has not been very helpful. I mean, when the president, even if he's quasi less than serious about it, he talks about Trump Gaza. I mean, that reveals exactly what he thinks about this place. It's another big real estate opportunity versus a place where millions of people live. And so I don't see at this point an opportunity for the U.S. administration to be helpful here. There was a time where he deservedly got some credit for the Abraham Accords. It was moving towards something tangible in the region, but the Arab nations there, they cannot continue to support even expanding the Abraham Accords, I don't believe, as long as you've got Prime Minister Netanyahu doing what he's doing in Gaza. And then, of course, all these illegal settlements. I mean, they're illegal. And I think that that's also a part of a larger problem.
Let me bring the conversation closer home. Many of us felt over the last 3 decades that the relationship between US and India was finally getting to a place where it ought to be. Because if you think about it objectively, there are actually no two countries on the planet which are more alike. The oldest democracy and the largest democracy. Both follow a rule of law. Both have a system where on every election, the next party comes in, whichever has won the election comes. So it's a whole host of issues which are common in how we drive individual enterprise, how we encourage entrepreneurism. So this sudden shift that has taken place of late, both of putting higher tariffs and making the relationship with India contingent on India not buying oil from Russia. When actually, if you think back, not too long back, it was the US which encouraged both China and India to buy oil from Russia so the oil prices in the world don't heat up too much and impact the global economy. What do you think is the answer here?
Well, obviously, India is a great nation, a strong, sovereign nation with a long history, much longer than ours, and a very proud people with much.
It's only a few thousand years older than yours.
A few thousand, right.
Yeah.
So it's a sovereign state, and it's hard to imagine that your prime minister could have reacted differently to a demand from the American president to basically telling him what to do. That would have been, I think, politically as well as from a sovereign standpoint, impossible for your prime minister to accept the demand from the United States. I think this was an enormous mistake by the Trump administration to single out India for tariffs for buying Russian oil. I'll say at the same time, I don't know how the world's largest democracy can do something that helps Russia in its murder of Ukrainians, citizens, which is a struggling new democracy. So this is where India has to figure out which side, where do you want to be? Do you want to be affiliated with Putin and buying Russian oil, which helps keep his machine going? So I'm not against tariffs on India if it's part of a broader strategy. So China obviously buys the most of anybody. Turkey, Japan, countries in Europe are still buying Russian oil. So if we want to use the economic leverage that we have against Russia to stop them from their war of aggression and to get them to live back inside their own borders, then let's have a strategy. The fact that only India was given these that the administration is putting these tariffs only on India reflects or tells me that this is not part of a strategy, that this is more retribution, that this is a personal thing from the president against India because your prime minister pushed back in a public way against the notion that somehow President Trump was responsible for helping to bring the conflict between India and Pakistan, which is nonsense. And the fact that your prime minister said, no, that's not true, I think that embarrassed our president, who's not accustomed to people standing up to him.
So I think that's also a common belief right now. This seems to be more personal than strategic. But we have seen some softening of late of the last few days. But let me take a point that you made. If you take a step back and look at this with a different lens, India has chosen to build a relationship across the globe without taking sides on the left or the right. And this multi-alignment policy is what India has followed, actually not now, from Prime Minister Nehru's time. We had then created or followed the non-aligned movement, if you remember. At this moment, there is really no non-aligned movement to speak of, but India continues to follow the same path. And we do believe it is in India's interest to build relationship across the board, but to have special relationships with a country like the US for a whole variety of reasons. And I think it is critical for the world order itself of late seems to have got shaken up. And maybe it'll be interesting to hear from you a little bit about the stability that the world felt that this is the way things are. This is where the support is available from. This is where the policing is taking place. This is where the multilateral organizations or institutions can be relied upon. All of that is got upended now. So do you see a path from here to another place where either we build a multipolar world or we get back to some kind of order? Because this complete chaos and a daily change in policy statements is highly disruptive.
So certainly India, as a sovereign nation, should be able to be non-aligned or to do what it wants to do, what's in India's best interest. I do believe, I want to believe that in the long term, that India's best interests are to maintain good, peaceful relations with all of its neighbors, but also especially with the United States, not only because we both are the largest or the oldest democracies, but because we traditionally have so many common interests. That doesn't mean that India should do what the U.S. wants or vice versa, but that we ought to find ways to show with respect, not in a publicly humiliating way, but respect for each other's interests. And I think our administration right now has demonstrated that it doesn't really truly understand or appreciate India's security concerns, even to stick our nose allegedly in between Pakistan and India in the recent conflict. I think this was probably not a clever way to do things. But we need, obviously, the United States, even with the largest defense budget in history, and it's getting bigger, does not have all the capabilities we need to address all of our strategic interests. So when you don't have to be a genius to look at the map and see how important India is for shipping lanes, why previous administrations have reached out to India to help counter China and what they're doing. So we've got to, I think we can be a lot more clever. We cannot survive, the United States cannot maintain its prosperity and its security only by looking inward, or even just in our hemisphere. We have to have allies.
Yeah, I want to lead you into the commonalities between India and the US in areas of technology, in education, on research, on trade. There's just a whole host. But before that, I want to come back to the point you just made. As the budgets have gone up, the large parts of budgets are not now being spent on the land forces, on the sea forces, on the air forces. A lot of it is going into technology and pure technology. And the traditional physical borders do not seem to be the only places one needs to protect any longer. We saw, even in the Russia-Ukraine war, simple, low-cost drones, and in India that's called Jugaad. You can actually create a makeshift mechanism which can allow you to be effective. So on the one hand, we have this big wall of technology coming at us, especially with Gen AI taking the key position in the investors' world. And on the other hand, these extremely low-cost innovations. How do you think this will change the battlefield of the future?
So there's, as many of you know, Clausewitz said that the nature of war is unchanging. It will always be uncertainty, violence, the reliance on force is an extension of politics. That's the nature of war. But the character of war is constantly changing, exactly as you just described, Sunil. Obviously, artificial intelligence, drones that increase the ability to see and to strike distances. The fact that Ukraine's Navy defeated Russia's Navy, even though Ukraine had no ships in the traditional sense. So the character of war is changing. So the side that is able to adapt the quickest, that can learn the most and integrate new systems the quickest, is going to have the upper hand, exactly as I heard the Chief of the Army this morning, and I was happy to hear what he talked about, the importance of being willing to take some risk, of taking new technologies and getting them into the force as quickly as possible. So I think India is moving in the right direction there. For me, it's are we learning from what Russia is doing to Ukraine and vice versa, what the Chinese are doing from these different technologies? I think that the fact that more nations are spending more on defense does not necessarily have to lead to increased conflict. Actually, if you go back to the Cold War, where we had thousands of nuclear weapons pointed at each other between US, NATO, and Soviet forces, and even Germany had a huge defense budget, a huge military. West Germany did. We never really got close to having a conflict because of this deterrence and because of this so-called international rules-based order that was created in the aftermath of World War II to make sure that we would not have an outbreak. So for me, the increased defense spending is not the risk. It's the collapse or the failure of the United States and other countries to uphold the international rules-based order is what I think creates more chaos, more uncertainty. And this is where the United States has a responsibility to try and keep these institutions going. But I think, frankly, India, being the country that it is and on the rise, has an opportunity as well as a responsibility to help restore the international rules-based order, respect for sovereignty, respect for international law, respect for human rights, respect for freedom of the seas, for example. These are all things where I think India has an interest and a responsibility to help protect.
Absolutely. Let me get a little personal right now. I understand you speak German as you live in Europe, and you have a wife who's a historian, so maybe that piqued your interest in history right now. And so going back a little bit to history, you alluded to this a little bit. What is it that we need to learn as nation states and as responsible countries from history that will not get us to the point that we did get to in World War I and World War II, or when we completely broke down in terms of trade, which is in this world as effective?
I'm glad you asked. So this is my copy of the Constitution of the United States. You can see it is dog-eared, we would say. I've had it for over 25 years. And I carried it with me because I was reminded one time about the responsibilities that the Congress has and then what the president has and what the courts have. And so I get asked by Germans now all the time in Frankfurt, like, what happened to the checks and balances, the famous checks and balances of America? What's going on? And what we've learned or been reminded that this document requires people to do their part. The checks and balances are not metal rails that prevent you from driving off the road. It requires people in the Congress, in the courts, in the media also, as well as the executive branch and other influencers to do their part, to demand that the government live by the Constitution, to demand that the Congress live by the Constitution. So what we've learned is that having the most famous, best document in the history of the world does not guarantee that it survives. It requires people that are committed to it and that are willing to take enormous risks to defend that. And every soldier takes their oath to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. There's no oath to the president, it's to the Constitution. So this has been a painful, I will say this, it's been a very painful year for me as I've watched our famous checks and balances be put under such enormous pressure, and I fear it's going to get a little bit worse before it gets better.
So do you think these independent constitutional institutions can be destroyed or demolished?
For sure. If the Congress turns over to the president, doesn't fulfill its oversight responsibilities, does what, I mean, and the president knows it. When he said we want to change the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of War, okay, well, that would require changing the law. And somebody said, well, Mr. President, the Congress, he goes, well, they'll do whatever I want. I mean, he absolutely believes that, and unfortunately, he's correct that most of them will do what he wants. So it is possible that we could lose this. We're supposed to have midterm elections November next year. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm very worried that we won't have proper, legitimate midterm elections next year. You see what the administration is doing to create situations where either by using law enforcement or soldiers who have been mobilized or changing the rules, doing things that will keep people from voting, I think a few months ago, I would have never thought that was actually possible. I was thinking, okay, we'll just have to wait to midterms. You know, this administration will get pounded, which is what normally happens in midterms, to the party in power. Now I'm not so sure. So this is time for people that care about our Constitution and care about our country to ensure that the media does its job, to put pressure on our legislatures to do their job. And, you know, I think I've been a little disappointed. I haven't seen Americans in the streets protesting the way that we have in our past.
Or the army out in D.C. or New York.
Well, what you see, of course, I think most people realize the deployment of the National Guard into Washington, D.C. and Los Angeles was all theater. I mean, all the pictures of National Guard soldiers from 6 or 7 different states that are in Washington, they are in the safest part of the city. They are on the National Mall, they're by the big train station. They're not out in the parts where there traditionally is crime. So this is all about performative actions by the administration. The grabbing of hundreds of South Korean workers at this plant in Georgia, same thing. That would not have been the best way to do it. Now you've got millions of South Koreans that are outraged at the United States. Unfortunately, this plays to a lot of the president's political base that are only interested internally, don't know or don't care as much about what goes on outside of our country.
So this shift to the right, to the extreme right, is not a US phenomena alone. We are seeing this in large parts of the world. How do you think it impacts the armed forces in these countries when the leaderships take a position which is hard right?
So this is a challenge. If you're an officer in the military, of course, it is your duty to obey lawful orders. I mean, when you take that oath, the president is the commander-in-chief. The oath is to the Constitution, but in the Constitution, Article 2, it says that the president is commander-in-chief. So if it's a lawful order, you have to carry it out. If it's a dumb policy, but it's lawful, you still are obligated, or else you should resign if you can't do your best. The trick is if it's an unlawful order. Now, of course, the administration has twisted interpretations of this is an emergency situation and doing things to create situations where they could try to justify using the National Guard, but none of these have been justified in my view. Or the attack on the boat of, from Venezuela, allegedly carrying drugs, to destroy it without knowing who's on there or any of the other facts, but they believed it was carrying drugs, so it was a strike. That's an illegal act. So where are our senior military leaders? What should be happening, I don't think any of us want to see our military leaders publicly arguing with our civilian leadership. This is a tradition in the United States of civilian leadership over the military that's 250 years old, and we want to protect that. But what should be happening behind the scenes is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs or the chief of the Army or the chief of the National Guard say, Mr. President or Mr. Secretary, this is illegal. We cannot do this. And so, of course, the only reason we have the current Secretary of Defense we do and the Secretary of the Army that we have is because they will only say yes. They will never say no to something like this. So at some point, these officers are going to have to decide, I can't carry out, I took an oath, I cannot carry out an illegal order, and they have to resign. What worries me more, or disappoints me more, is the retired 4-stars, almost none of whom are speaking out. I mean, they have more freedom to speak out than does anybody that's in uniform, and I'm not seeing or hearing anything from them, and I think the administration has been successful in putting enormous pressure on people and on businesses to make sure that doesn't happen.
I want to bring the audience into the conversation. I've got a question here which says, in almost every Hollywood movie, the president of the US has a secret nuclear codes. Is it really true, or is it just pure Hollywood fantasy?
Well, it could be both. No, of course, the president, you see the officer that follows him everywhere that has the briefcase, we call that the football. So he has to be able, in case of a national emergency, in very short order, to do his part. Yep. But there is no red easy button on his desk where he says, God damn it, and hits it, and missiles start taking off. That part is a Hollywood fantasy. It actually, the system was designed to make sure that any president that was having a bad day or was really angry couldn't just do something on his own.
Please go ahead, Mr. Jalan.
General, I believe that one of the main themes of President Trump and grudge against India was imbalance in deficit, in trade balance. And I believe that Mr. Modi and others had suggested in February when Modi ji and Trump met that India could have large purchase of armaments, including F-35s. Now, with America having taken this very heavy tariff, there is a doubt, it seems, in Indian minds, whether they should rely on America and its armaments. Your comment?
I should tell you, this is an issue which has been going on for a while. The US has been very keen that India should buy defense equipment from the US. And India said, we are open to it. But we want reliable supplies of spares and upgrades, and we want it guaranteed. And US needs to show itself as somebody who will hold up this guarantee. And that's a real scare amongst the powers that be here, that if tomorrow somebody's mood changes and you stop getting supplies, you're left, up without a paddle. Yep.
So you should demand a guarantee. I mean, if you look at the cost of an F-35 or Patriot or other things, and you're going to invest in your own protection by purchasing these systems, you ought to have some sort of a guarantee that unless our nations go to war with each other, that you can count on the parts and in fact, that's always been one of the things that U.S. arms sales have touted, is that, yes, it's expensive, but you get the whole package to include training, maintenance, everything. And so we would be hurting ourselves very badly. We are hurting ourselves very badly if allies and partners and potential customers begin to lose confidence that they would get that whole package, that you would get what you paid for. So what I believe is starting to happen, because Spain, Denmark, several other countries have indicated that, okay, we can look for something other than the F-35, that you will see the leadership of Lockheed Martin, for example, going to the administration and say, you're killing us. And we can't buy enough F-35s for ourselves to stay in business. And so I think at the end of the day, the administration will have to have to reassure allies and potential customers that, yes, you will get this. And by the way, there is no switch, where F-35s drop out of the sky or they can't start. That was a fairy tale. But what is true, and I'm an Army guy, I'm not an Air Force guy, so I know I sound like an Army guy describing airplanes now. But the secret sauce for the F-35 is the software. It's what gives the pilot incredible connectivity and awareness. Those things, obviously, like any other IT system, get updated. So being confident that you have the latest update, that would be something.
That's what I said. It's not just spare, it's also the upgrades which come all the time with new patches. So there's another question which says, why has USA violated the WTO agreement, pillar of the rule-based order of the world?
Why has the U.S.
violated the WTO, the World Trade Organization? U.S. has decided that we will do this trade and not this trade, which is not as per the WTO agreement, which most of the countries in the world that trade have signed.
Yeah, I think that not just the Trump administration, but a lot of people in the United States have become frustrated over the years because there is a perception, right or wrong, accurate or not, that somehow not everybody was playing by the rules, and that the U.S. was not doing a good job of enforcing the rules, or else we were getting, and I think President Trump really does believe that America has not gotten a good deal. Now, you know, this is not real estate we're talking about, but nonetheless, that's what he believes, and he's convinced a lot of Americans that that's true. And so I think the respect for these organizations that we helped to create 80 years ago has been degraded significantly. And so the president and his cabinet, but also others, don't feel obligated to follow those rules. Now, of course, China, I think nobody would be surprised to learn that China routinely violates all the rules, steals intellectual property, and there's I think there is a sense of frustration that we can't or won't do what's needed to stop that.
It is a fact that many of the deals that the U.S. has made of late have benefited the U.S. But most of these deals have been made under duress, under the threat of tariffs. So one wonders whether this is a sustainable agreement or an arrangement post this administration.
Well, of course, you know, the tariffs, there are court cases right now about these tariffs that what the president is doing, the justification he's using for these tariffs is not legal. There's an appeal going through the Supreme Court now, so probably October sometime, expect a ruling there. But to be honest, the Supreme Court has not ruled against the president very much at all. But the tariffs themselves probably are going to remain in place even if they have to come up with a different ruling. And it's going to take months before those are, if they are in fact undone. I think what's going to affect tariffs is not going to be a court ruling. It's going to be millions of Americans finally realizing that they have screwed themselves by voting for an administration that believes that tariffs are going to make America rich. We already see it in some cases in agriculture, for example, but also construction, different companies that depend on materials coming from Canada, from Mexico, from around the world that we need. When people start losing jobs and people start losing a lot of money because of tariffs, then I think you'll see the pressure in a different direction. By the way, I hope that in normal times, when you do a deal, of course, to do a deal, both sides have to feel like they got something good out of it. I would want my country to be making deals that benefit the United States, but not at the expense of ruining respect that people have for the U.S. or ruining relationships with the countries that we desperately need as partners.
Actually and factually, it actually goes beyond that, because many believe that many of these deals will actually just up the inflation in the country. Because as you start to import from those countries, you are getting low-cost goods, which the consumers are benefiting from. You have overnight raised your own cost of goods. Many of them are everyday living items. There's another question from the audience, which says, the US says it's a friend of India. It does not want India to buy oil from Russia, but at the same time gets billions sanctioned for Pakistan from IMF, etc. So it seems incongruent. Pakistan is a known state that is not a real democracy. It is a state where terrorism has spawned for decades on end. You yourself have gone and caught terrorists from within their home territory. So what is special in this relationship? What is creating this unique friendship?
I don't really understand that. I was frustrated during the time that I was in Afghanistan in 2009 and 2010, and in the years since, as I've reflected on why we failed there, One of the primary reasons we failed was because we thought that Pakistan was actually helping us. They were an ally somehow in this conflict against Al-Qaeda and against the Taliban. Obviously, that was not the case. But we weren't willing to do the hard work necessary to hold Pakistan accountable so that they would stop supporting Taliban and Al-Qaeda. I think it was only finally after we found and killed Osama bin Laden inside Pakistan, just down the road from the Pakistan Military Academy, that it was impossible to keep up the pretense any longer. And the other thing, though, that was a mistake was that we did not think about Afghanistan in a regional context that not only included what Pakistan is doing or what Iran is doing, but also India. I mean, you can't talk about Pakistan without talking about India. But as you know, we have a boundary between U.S. Central Command, which is the headquarters responsible for the Middle East from a military standpoint, and then Indo-Pacific Command, which obviously is the headquarters responsible for what we do militarily in the Indo-Pacific region. And that boundary is between India and Pakistan. So you've got two different headquarters focused on an area. So that requires some real mature, thoughtful, strategic thinking to be able to address how these countries affect each other and how it affects our interests, even though they're on different sides of the border. And we did not do that.
So India is keen, as you may have heard since you've been here now a day, India is keen not only to repair this relationship with the US, which seemed to have taken a little bit of a beating, but to actually build on it. Because we believe there is enormous upside possibility for both the countries, also in the new world order as we progress. We are the third largest economy in the world and will grow, will continue to grow. But we have an enormous young population. So this growth will continue for a while. And in the meantime, India is also developing and sharpening its intellectual capabilities, its research capabilities. We have the second largest or the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. We are more focused on organized research right now. So I think it is important that at every key junction that we have between India and the US, we work on both sides to figure out a way to make this more sustainable, to make this a more robust relationship, which can also withstand shocks every now and then. And I'm going back a little bit in my last question to, that was only a statement, by the way, not really a question for you. I just wanted to pick your brain a little bit on history again. It's been said that for centuries, no one has ever been able to win a war in Afghanistan, and many have tried. What do you think is going on there?
Well, there were five reasons that the United States and our allies failed in Afghanistan. Number one, there never was a clearly defined end state. I mean, what are we trying to do? If we'd have stopped after the first 6 months, after Al-Qaeda had been run out, and said, okay, we're done, we'll come back, we'll keep coming back if we have to, if Al-Qaeda shows up, but otherwise we're done. Instead, we stayed for 20 years without having a clearly defined end state. Afghanistan in a million years will never be Switzerland, but somehow we were acting like it was going to be Switzerland. And so that's the first thing. And by the way, we have not done that for Ukraine either. You have to have a clearly defined end state, an objective, before you can come up with meaningful policy decisions. The second thing, of course, I've already mentioned, we acted like Pakistan was somehow an ally helping us, and they weren't. The third thing, we did not have a regional approach to addressing the causes and how do we get to that end state. The fourth thing we did wrong was that we created a huge Afghan army and police force. I mean, it was good. I saw a lot of Afghan soldiers in action a lot of brave Afghan officers and soldiers. The problem was we made an Afghan army that looked just like us. And that's great as long as you have thousands of contractors, unlimited logistics, exquisite intelligence, total domination of the air. Then you can have an army that looks like us. When you pull all that out, then of course it's going to collapse. An army has to reflect the culture which it is protecting, and we did that all wrong. And then the fifth and final thing is that not one American paid $1 in taxes specifically for this war. Normal taxes obviously continued, but there was no specific tax that was there to prosecute the war. Why does that matter? That means that almost no Americans, unless they had a family member or they lived next to a base or had somebody in their family was a diplomat or a soldier or a Marine, it didn't matter. It didn't touch them. And so there was no pressure on the Congress or any president to, like, what the hell are we doing? So those are 5 things. I think if we had done those 5 things, we'd be in a much different situation.
Thank you. General Hodges, thank you for that very open, very frank conversation. Truly appreciate your coming here for the National Management Convention today and having this conversation with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for this very interesting and important topical conversation. May I request Mr. Munjal to kindly present a memento to Lieutenant General Hodges. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next session, Strategic Tourism, Harnessing Tourism for Cultural Transformation and Economic Growth. This will also be our final session of day 1, Strategic Tourism, Harnessing Tourism for Cultural Transformation and Economic Growth. Before we move on to the poll question for this session, let's take a look at the results of the poll question from the previous session. Okay. As you can see on the screens, the people have spoken. Who will eventually win the war in Ukraine? You can see it on your screens. The verdict is very, very clear. Moving on now to the poll question for this session. Would Indian tourism gain more by keeping Indian tourists at home than by chasing foreign tourists? Please do let us know whether you agree, you disagree, or you can't say. But does Indian tourism need to look inwards or outside? Please do share your opinion. Please kindly remain seated as we are shortly expecting Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Culture, Government of India. We are expecting the Honorable Minister to join us here in our hall any moment now, so please kindly remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming with a huge round of applause, please, as we invite on stage Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Honorable Minister of Tourism and Culture, Government of India, accompanied by Ms. Suneeta Reddy, President-AIMA and Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited, Mr. Vishal Kampani, Vice President-AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JM Financial Limited, Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, Past President-AIMA and Chairman, Hero Enterprise, and Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General, All India Management Association. We warmly welcome all the dignitaries onto the dais. May I first request Ms. Rekha Sethi to kindly deliver her introductory remarks.
Good evening. Honorable Minister Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Minister of Tourism and Culture, Government of India, Ms. Suneeta Reddy, President-AIMA and Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited, Mr. Vishal Kampani, Vice President-AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JM Financial Limited, Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, Past President-AIMA and Chairman, Hero Enterprise, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to welcome you all to this special session of AIMA's National Management Convention featuring the Honorable Minister of Tourism and Culture. We are deeply honored, Minister Shekhawat, that you have joined us today to share your vision for India's tourism and heritage economy. Under your leadership, India's tourism landscape is being reimagined, not only through the upgrading of iconic destinations, but also by making our country more accessible and admired by its own citizens. Your efforts are laying the foundation for tourism to become a major pillar of India's economic growth, and we are confident that your strategic approach will help double its contribution to the GDP in the coming decade. Mr. Munjal, Suneeta, Vishal, thank you for being here and for your continued leadership in shaping AIMA's mission. Ladies and gentlemen, despite contributing nearly 5% to India's GDP, tourism often remains underappreciated in policy and public discourse. Yet, in today's shifting economic landscape, where technology is transforming traditional industries, tourism offers a vital avenue for inclusive growth, especially in creating small enterprises and local employment. It is encouraging to see foreign tourist arrivals nearing pre-pandemic levels. With India's rising global stature, we could well be on the path to welcoming 25 to 30 million international visitors annually within the next decade. While India is already a magnet for young and budget-conscious travelers, there is immense potential to expand into luxury, eco-wellness, and cultural tourism. Our pilgrimage towns, rich in architecture and heritage, can be reimagined to appeal to a broader audience, including those seeking cultural immersion beyond faith. However, in a world marked by geopolitical uncertainty, India must also build resilience in its tourism sector. Global disruptions from pandemics to conflicts have shown the risks of overdependence on foreign arrivals. Strengthening domestic tourism and engaging the Indian diaspora will be key to building a robust and self-reliant tourism economy. The government's strategy of integrating tourism with faith and culture is already bearing fruit. Cities like Ayodhya and Kashi are witnessing a renaissance, drawing not just pilgrims, but also those seeking to reconnect with India's civilizational roots. We look forward to hearing the Honorable Minister's insights on expanding and diversifying India's tourism offerings and on inspiring Indians to explore and invest their travel aspirations within the country. This session also includes the presentation of fellowships to eminent management leaders and awards to distinguished academics and companies. We are grateful to the Honorable Minister for graciously agreeing to confer these recognitions. With these words, it is my pleasure to invite the AIMA President, Ms. Suneeta Reddy, to deliver the welcome address. Thank you.
Namaste and good evening, everyone. Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Minister of Tourism and Culture, Government of India, Sunil Kant Munjal, past President-AIMA and Chairman Hero Enterprise, Vishal Kampani, Vice President-AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director JM Financial, Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a very special pleasure to have you for this special session with a very special guest, Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Minister of Tourism and Culture, Government of India. Honorable Minister, it is a privilege to have you at AIMA's NMC to talk to us about your vision and plans for the strategic transformation of the industry. Your vision, where we will see a strategic shift moving away from what we saw before. We are seeing tourism now at pre-pandemic levels, but India still is just among 14 people who are growing, 14 nations that are growing. There seems to be a huge opportunity. And while tourism contributes to 5% of GDP and earns us a valuable $28 billion of foreign exchange, the opportunity to expand is something that our minister has been working on. Looking both at cultural and spiritual tourism, in the cultural space, India has so much to offer that the world knows little about. From that slogan of God's own country in Kerala to what is happening today. And the Kumbh Mela is a brilliant example of how well India welcomed and looked after millions of tourists. 3 lakh crores was earned from just this one event and handled with beauty and elegance and spirituality. The same is happening around our cultural space as well. And all over, and this development has transformed many of our states. If you look at UP, a state which lacked manufacturing, with the religious tourism, which initiative the minister has called Prashad, because Prashad, it truly is for the people who live in UP to earn livelihoods from tourists coming for spiritual journeys. Not just Ayodhya, but so many other places, both in Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, have been revived. And the jobs that have been created as a result of this is tremendous. The opportunity to double the job creation and provide opportunities for non-skilled workers in this space is again something that will benefit India hugely. So for all of this transformation and for allowing e-visas in this country, I'm truly grateful to have you here, our Honorable Tourism Minister. I think that you will definitely add value. I look forward to many more innovations that could happen in this space, especially as we think not only of spiritual, cultural, adventure tourism, because India is a land that provides so much more in terms of experiences. And then again, there's medical value tourism and the whole opportunity around wellness. A huge opportunity for India to move to get $20 billion additional dollars of foreign exchange for medical value travel. All these opportunities exist, and we are fortunate that we have the minister with us today to speak to us about what India can do. But before that, to honor several members of AIMA, and let me just, we have with us L&T, Mr. Subramaniam, we have, so we'll have that before Rekha, the fellowship. No, so we'll start with that, right?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. So thank you and welcome everyone. We'll move on to honoring our AIMA leaders.
Thank you, ma'am, for that address. Ladies and gentlemen, we now give away some key recognition and awards. The first award of the day is the AIMA Keval Nohria Award for Academic Leadership in Management Education 2025. May I invite on stage Mr. Keval Nohria to read out the citation and introduce the winner.
Professor D.P. Goel is an outstanding teacher, administrator with distinguished 4-decade career in business education. He has held key positions in India's leading business schools. He has served as director of IIM Bank, Shillong, and the dean at IMD Ghaziabad, IME Ghaziabad, and MDI Gurgaon. He is currently dean at LM Thapar School of Management, Derabasi, and director TIT Derabasi campus. A sought-after academic, he serves on expert committees on education policy and regulation, and is associated with many business schools through governing and advisory roles. All India Management Association is pleased to confer the IIMA Keval Nauri Awards for academic leadership in management education Professor D.P. Goel, Rector TIT Derabasi campus, and Dean LM Thapar School of Management, Derabasi. On a personal note, I must say that I have known Professor Goel for a very, very long time, and I was responsible for establishing the Derabasi management. So it is a special pleasure for me to offer this award to him.
Congratulations, Professor Goel. We now move on to the presentation of IIMA Fellowship, and it is my privilege to read the citation. A Tata Group leader, he has spent 3 decades across chemicals, automotive, and hospitality. He has led Tata Chemicals for nearly 2 decades. He transformed Tata Chemicals into a sustainable chemistry company. Under his leadership, it became a source of green inputs for agriculture, food, cosmetics, innovations, reach consumers in fuel-efficient tires, crop protection, sugar-free foods, and glass. The company has grown into a player operating on 4 continents with 15 factories and 3 R&D centers. Respected for knowledge and integrity, he is a trustee of Tata Trusts and sits on boards worldwide. He also sits on the boards of CDP India, Encourage Social Enterprise Foundation and CSIR Advisory Board, and engages with industry and academic forums. A champion of upskilling and MSME development, he chaired IIMA's MEPSC. All India Management Association is pleased to confer IIMA Fellowship on Mr. R. Mukundan, Managing Director and CEO, Tata Chemicals Limited. Heartiest congratulations, sir. Today, IIMA will also be conferring its Honorary Life Fellowship. It is my pleasure to introduce the recipient to you. A forward-thinking business leader, he has transformed Dwivedi Group into a leader in sustainability and innovation. He has positioned the group as a global player in effluent treatment, renewable energy, and industrial turbines. Under his leadership, Dwivedi Turbines has become one of the world's largest steam turbine manufacturers and a recognized force in renewable applications. Educated in economics and management at leading institutes, he exemplifies cross-functional leadership. His achievements have made him a valued member of business and academic organizations. As IIMA President in 2023-24, he provided vision and leadership, consolidating IIMA's position as India's apex management body. He helped Indian enterprises address technology, climate, and geopolitical risks while pursuing growth. He also expanded IIMA's global reach, strengthened partnerships, and deepened ties with management associations. All India Management Association is pleased to confer its Honorary Life Fellowship on Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, Past President-AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Dwivedi Turbines. Heartiest congratulations, Mr. Sawhney. The next award of the day is AIMA Managing India Award 2025 for Indian MNC of the Year. And I take the pleasure of introducing the winner. India's premier engineering and construction conglomerate, L&T, is a key standard bearer of the Make in India policy. The company designs and builds vital structures and equipment for infrastructure, energy, and construction, serving Indian and global markets. Over the past year, more than half of its revenue has come from overseas contracts. The company has secured projects including an AI data center, a solar and battery storage site, LNG equipment, petrochemical reactors and warships. It is also engaged in India's bullet train project and naval vessel construction. A leader in complex engineering, L&T has built key components for India's nuclear reactors and iconic projects such as the Sardar Patel statue. Its order book has expanded to rupees 5.6 lakh crore. All India Management Association is pleased to confer the AIMA Managing India Indian MNC of the Year on Larsen & Toubro through its Chairman and Managing Director, Mr. S.N. Subramanian. Congratulations to Larsen & Toubro and Mr. Subramanian. Heartiest congratulations once again, sir. With that, may I now request Mr. Vishal Kampani, Vice President AIMA, to kindly introduce the Honorable Minister, sir.
Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Minister of Tourism and Culture, Government of India. Suneeta Reddy, President AIMA and Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals. Shri Sunil Kant Munjal, Past President AIMA and Chairman, Hero Enterprise. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to formally introduce the Honorable Minister, an accomplished policy leader and an outstanding administrator. He is committed to transforming India's tourism economy and through that, India's identity and image. He has been an asset to the Union Cabinet during the past decade. He has earlier served as the Union Minister of Jal Shakti and the State Minister of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare. Now, as the Union Minister of Tourism and Culture, he is leading the government strategy on leveraging tourism and tradition for its economic and cultural goals. Under his leadership, the Tourism Ministry has revamped its programs to expand tourism infrastructure and services. He launched Swadesh Darshan to add and upgrade tourism circuits, destination facilities, service skills, and tourism commerce. He is committed to doubling tourism sector's contribution to India's GDP to 10% in the next decade, and to use India's spiritual, architectural, and national heritage to forge a new global identity for India. Under his leadership, the ministry has scaled up its efforts to market India overseas, especially to Indians living abroad. The innovative Chalo India scheme offers incentives to Indian diaspora to visit India and to get their foreign friends to tour India. As a result of these efforts, the number of overseas tourist arrivals are beginning to inch towards the previous record of 11 million in the pre-COVID year. He is also consolidating the Dekho Apna Desh digital promotion scheme and the Prashad scheme for promoting religious tourism. An astute minister, he is bringing states on board for declaring tourism as an industry, which would attract large corporates to the sector. He is also striving to improve road, air, rail, and telecom connectivity to the religious towns and eco-tourism destinations. His strategic approach is meant to garner bigger tourism revenues by unlocking the tourism potential of India's heritage and nature. AIMA is grateful to Mr. Shekhawat for joining us in the NMC, and we look forward to hearing his vision and his strategy for making tourism a key pillar of India's GDP growth. It is my pleasure to request the Honourable Minister to address the convention.
Respected former President of AIMA and Chairman of Hero Enterprises, Mrs. Sunil Kant Munjal, Distinguished Chairperson of AIMA and Managing Director of Apollo Hospital Enterprises, Ms. Suneeta Reddy, Esteemed Vice President of AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director of JM Financial Limited, Mr. Vishal Kampani, respected Director General of AIMA, Ms. Rekha Sethi, leaders and champions of the industry, members of academia, students, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I extend my heartfelt greetings to each one of you. It is a matter of great pride and privilege to stand before all of you today at the 52nd National Management Convention of AIMA. This platform, which has consistently bridged policy and practice, truly reflects the spirit of resurgent India, where government, industry, and academia come together to script our collective future. Before I share a few words for tourism and hospitality sector, let me take a moment to celebrate the excellence in this hall today. Ladies and gentlemen, my warm congratulations to Mr. S.N. Subramaniam and Larsen Tabro for being named Indian MNC of the Year. This is not just a corporate achievement. This is not just a corporate achievement. It is a symbol of India's global capabilities and leadership. Congratulations also to Professor D.P. Goyal, recipient of the AIMA Keval Nohera Award for academic leadership at a time when India is reimagining its academic landscape. Recognitions like these provide inspirations to educators across the nation. My best wishes as well to Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, honored with the Life Fellowship of AIMA, Mr. R. Mukundan, recipient of AIMA Fellowship, and Mr. Ayush Gupta, awarded as Honorary Fellow. Ladies and gentlemen, your accomplishments are not only personal triumphs, but also collective asset for our great nation. Dear friends, tourism is not just about leisure or travel. It is a strategic pillar of development. It generates jobs, investment, exports, foreign currency, and soft power. According to the World Travel and Tourism Council in 2023, tourism contributed 16.5 trillion to India's GDP, that is about 6% of our economy, and created employment for 40 million people and contributed 13.8% into employment. Even during global slowdowns, domestic tourism gave the sector resilience and strength. That resilience is our unique strength. Our ambitions is clear. By 2047, as India celebrates 100 years of independence, and India become a developed nation as we have envisaged and targeted for ourselves, with the strength of 140 crore people under leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, tourism must contribute 10% to developed India's GDP. This is bold, but not beyond our reach, provided we align efforts in infrastructure, policy, skills, sustainability, and technology, and of course work with whole of the government approach. As our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji said at the G20 Tourism Working Group in April 2023, when India was having the presidency, the approach to tourism is rooted in the ancient ethos of Atithi Devo Bhave. Every guest is divine. Combined with modern infrastructure and world-class hospitality, this spirit will make India one of the world's most attractive destinations of Indian tourism. On one end, through Swadesh Darshan, we are creating integrated tourism hubs in Ladakh, Meghalaya, Karnataka, Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, and Rajasthan, built on local participation and sustainability, and on the other hand, through Prasad scheme, reviving our pilgrimage and spiritual heritage. Over 70 projects across 25 states, from Varanasi to Kedarnath and to Amritsar and Kamakhya have been taken up. We have extended support to the states for developing iconic tourist sites to give world-class experience at 19 destinations so far, including Hampi, Kaziranga, Mahabalipuram, and the iconic Taj Mahal. And also the process of developing 50 new iconic destinations as announced in the budget this year. Greenfield and Brownfield, both iconic destination development have been started. Skill development initiatives to provide skilled human resources, knowing the fact that the skilled human resources are very, very critical for hospitality and travel industry. It have also been initiated with multi-pronged approach. Over 200,000 youths have been trained in hospitality, travel, and food services so far. We have entered into an agreement with all hospitality giants to train our youth in the sector. Technology integration has also been put in place for making tourism immersive, full of experiences, and seamless. These initiatives are not just building destinations, they are building pride, livelihoods, and global recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism and culture are inseparable. Under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, over 200,000 events celebrated India's diversity through Digital India, manuscripts mission, museum collections, and archives are being digitized. Major restoration projects at Lal Killa, Jallianwala Bagh, and Konark Sun Temple are examples of heritage reuse. Our intangible heritage, yoga, the Kumbh Mela, and Durga Puja, and many more are celebrated on UNESCO's global list. Our Ramayana, Bhagavad Gita, and Natya Shastra of Bharat Muni are also now in the World Heritage Register. Our culture does not just enrich us, it attracts world to us. This is a proven fact that the tourism thrives only when the connectivity thrives. Through Udan, over 500 new air routes have been launched. Bharatmala and Sagarmala are strengthening roads and port networks. 150,000 kilometers new roads, highways, and expressways are constructed. Modern trains like Vande Bharat Express and heritage circuits like Palace on Wheels and the Maharaja Express are redefining journeys, making them faster, more comfortable, full of experience, and thus more memorable. We are all aware that the true growth is sustainable growth. Through sustainable tourism, criteria for India and green certification, hotels and homestays are being guided towards energy efficiency, waste management, and also community involvement. Eco circuits under Swadesh Darshan are protecting fragile ecosystems in the Himalayas, deserts, coast, and our green northeast. Our goal is clear: growth without compromise and on environment and on heritage. India's leadership of G20 tourism tracks in 2023 elevated our global brand, and the world have seen our capacities and capabilities to organize. Priorities like green tourism, digitization, destination management, and MSME align with our national vision. Initiatives like Heal India, Heal in India, and Heal by India are showcasing yoga and Ayurveda worldwide. There is a huge potential in the new markets of tourism, that is MICE, Wed in India through wedding tourism, and also the medical tourism. These are not just numbers, they are milestones on the journey of making India a global tourism powerhouse. To reach our goal, we must build on 5 strategic pillars: infrastructure, investment, innovation, inclusivity, and also image building. If we strengthen these 5 pillars, tourism will not only drive jobs and entrepreneurship, but also project India as a civilizational powerhouse and a global leader. Dear friends, India stands today at the threshold of tourism revolution as our country is undergoing cultural renaissance. Our civilizational depth, natural wealth, youthful energy, and visionary policies are converging to create an unprecedented opportunity. As our Prime Minister has often said, tourism connects the world, builds understanding, and brings prosperity at the grassroots. Let us carry the vision forward so that by 2047, tourism and culture are not just growth sectors, but also symbols of India's global leadership. Once again, I congratulate AIMA on the successful convention, and I wish it continued success in shaping India's transformation. We all know that India is undergoing era of transformation, and every stakeholder has its own responsibility to give momentum to the spinning wheel of transformation. With these words, I thank you very much the AIMA team, and congratulate once again to whom we have facilitated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for your insightful address. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received the recipient of AIMA Honorary Fellowship here in our midst. We extend a warm welcome to you. And may I request the Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly give away this fellowship as well. It is my pleasure to read the citation. An outstanding management leader with deep expertise in the energy sector, he has been a vital resource for GAIL India Limited. In a 33-year career in the oil and gas industry, he has held senior roles in projects, operations, maintenance, and human resources. A GAIL veteran of 27 years, he has contributed to operational and people excellence, shaping sustainability, safety, and gender parity practices. As leader of HR, he introduced initiatives for engagement and development, including mentoring, digital upskilling, and well-being programs. A scholar of energy industry trends, he co-edited Natural Gas Markets in India and contributes widely to industry forums. He chairs GAIL Mangalore Petrochemicals, serves on the board of GAIL Gas, ONGC Tripura Power, and China Gas Holdings, and is active on institutional boards and AIMA's HR Core Committee. All India Management Association is pleased to induct Mr. Ayush Gupta, Director HR, GAIL India Limited, as its Honorary Fellow. Heartiest congratulations, Mr. Gupta. To close this session, may I invite Mr. Sunilkant Munjal to kindly share his concluding remarks.
Gajendra Singh, Shekhawat ji, my colleagues on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think we could have had a more appropriate culture minister in India. He's a man who enjoys restoring cars. On World Skydiving Day, he actually went skydiving. Is that correct? He's also known as a farmer who wore jeans. So he's able to adapt himself to what the environment requires. Thank you very much for your address. Also for the very bold vision that you're setting out for India as a nation to reach out to the world, to build ourselves a two-way connection, not just for us to go out to the world, but also to invite the world in. The number of tourists in India certainly has increased and improved, but if we look at our potential, I think we have some distance to travel, which is why the many schemes that you are right now working on, that you've announced, that you're building, I think will add a very valuable touch to making India a more visited nation. There is more that we have to offer the world, almost in any 5, 10, or 15 countries put together, by way of geography, by way of culture, by way of geology, in almost any aspect of interest a tourist would have, we have enough and more to offer. Thank you very much for coming to AIMA's National Management Convention, and thank you very much for your address. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Ms. Reddy to kindly present a memento to the Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of day 1 of this year's National Management Convention. Thank you for being with us through an exceptional day of ideas, insights, and inspiration. We look forward to welcoming you tomorrow at 9:10 a.m. for an exciting day 2. We would once again like to thank our esteemed sponsors who have supported the convention and made it possible. Our sponsors for this program are Platinum sponsors, Apollo Hospitals and Tata Steel. Diamond sponsors, State Bank of India and Jindal Steel. Gold sponsors, Dwivedi Turbine, ITC Limited, Union Bank of India, Usha International, Aditya University, Air India and Transport Corporation of India Limited. Knowledge partner, KPMG in India. Silver sponsors, Ambuja Neotia Group. Neo Foods, Nico Cables, Team Rajiv, JK Cement, Hindustan Group of Institutions and JK Tire and Industries Limited. Bronze sponsors, Nico Engineering. Godrej Industries, NTPC Limited, Mahanagar Gas Limited, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Bank of Baroda, NHPC, Manav Rachna, Vidyan Antriksha, GL Bajaj Institute of Management and Research, IMS Group, Value Freight Private Limited, Sapcon Instruments Private Limited, Dr. Lal Path Labs, Hero FinCorp, Marpos India Private Limited, TRL Krosaki, Steel Authority of India Limited, and MEPC. Corporate contributors, Jenica Ventures and Amway India. AIMA extends heartfelt thanks to all of our sponsors for their partnership and encouragement. Thank you and have a very good evening ahead. Once again, a gentle reminder, tomorrow morning, please do take your seats by 9:10 a.m. We are starting tomorrow morning's first session at 9:15 a.m. sharp. So please do join us in time. Look forward to having a full day of deliberations ahead tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing you all. Have a very pleasant evening.